Let's begin our journey in Maine, where the sun first greets the American continent. Here, at the nation's easternmost edge, a profound silence reigns, a quietude so deep it feels like the land's natural state. The only interruption is the ancient rhythm of the Atlantic, its waves crashing against the dark, unyielding granite of the shore. Imagine floating high above this coastline, a breathtaking tapestry of dark stone fingers stretching into the cold, deep water. The air is crisp and clean, a perfect blend of salt from the ocean and the fresh, earthy scent of pine from the endless forests. It's a fragrance that speaks of both the sea's vitality and the land's ancient stillness. Maine's story isn't just about people. It's a geological epic, a narrative told in the enduring strength of the rock itself. These mountains, worn down over unimaginable eons, now stand as gentle, rounded giants. Their peaks are often veiled in a thick, cool mist that softens every line and muffles every sound. You can almost feel the immense, quiet presence of formations, like the Acadia batholith, a mass of rock once formed deep within the earth, now exposed to the elements, cold and immensely patient. It's a testament to time on a scale that dwarfs human history. Now, let's drift inland, over the vast, dense expanse of the North Woods. Here, the forest canopy is a thick, interwoven ceiling, casting the ground below into a perpetual, quiet twilight. The forest floor is a deep, spongy carpet of pine needles, absorbing sound so effectively that it creates a near-total silence. If you listen with all your might, you might just hear the subtle, almost imperceptible drip of condensation from the needles, landing softly on the deep, green moss below. This is the realm of the silent hunter, a place of untouched stillness that stretches for hundreds of miles. It's a continuous, uninterrupted blanket of green and brown, a wilderness that feels both primeval and deeply peaceful. In this profound quiet, you become more aware of your own presence, your own breath, your own heartbeat against the silent backdrop of the ancient woods. Let's follow the gentle, winding path of the Kennebec River. This isn't a waterway that rushes or roars. It meanders slowly, deliberately, carrying the dark, cool water from the interior lakes down to the sea. Its banks are lined with smooth, water-tumbled stones, each one shaped by centuries of the river's unhurried flow. The current moves with an inevitable, graceful passé, a liquid embodiment of patience. Time here is not measured in hours or days, but in the slow accumulation of silt and the gentle decay of fallen logs. It's a process that takes centuries to complete, a natural cycle unfolding at its own rhythm, indifferent to our modern rush. Watching the river, you get a sense of this longer, slower kind of time, a geological pulse that connects the present to a deep, distant past. Even the symbols of human presence here are defined by this quietude. The isolated lighthouses, standing firm against the perpetual motion of the sea, don't scream for attention. Instead, their beams cut slow, predictable arcs through the dense night fog. They are a quiet reassurance in the darkness, a steady pulse of light that anchors the vast emptiness of the ocean at night, a silent guardian watching over the quiet coast. This is the essence of Maine's silence. It's not an absence of sound, but a presence of peace. It's in the crash of the waves, the whisper of the pines, the slow flow of the river, and the sweeping beam of a lighthouse. It's a deep, resonant quiet that invites you to listen, to slow down, and to connect with something ancient and enduring. It's a stillness that stays with you long after you've left. Imagine yourself suspended, floating gently above Vermont, a land defined by its profound inland solitude and the rolling stillness of the Green Mountains. The atmosphere here is entirely different. It's a shift from the bright clarity of the ocean to the deep, resonant silence found only in high, forested valleys. The name itself, Vermont, from the French Vertsmonts, or Green Mountains, is a perfectly calming description, isn't it? It speaks of peace, of nature's quiet reign. These mountains are not jagged peaks of sudden, startling drama. They are smooth, ancient, deeply forested folds of the earth. The color green here is so saturated, so dense. It seems to absorb all the sound and even the light, pulling you into a state of tranquility. Look down into the valleys, and you'll see the defining characteristic of the landscape. A delicate, sprawling pattern of stone walls. These aren't just barriers. They are a testament to history, laid over centuries by farmers who worked with the quiet, unhurried patience of the land itself. Each stone was placed with care, not for speed, but for permanent, quiet rest. These walls are like handwritten records of human endurance, whispering stories of generations who lived in harmony with the earth. The very rhythm of Vermont is tied to the maple tree. Picture the slow, almost imperceptible drawing of sap during the deep cold of late winter. It's a quiet, internal process of transformation, a silent signal that the earth is beginning its slow awakening from a long slumber. This is nature's own gentle alarm clock, with no jarring sounds, just a subtle internal shift. Deep in the snowy woods, you'll find small sugar shacks nestled among the trees. These are quiet, almost sacred places. The only sounds you'll hear are the gentle, steady drip, drip, drip of the sweet liquid into buckets and the soft, continuous hiss of steam rising from the evaporator. This steam carries a rich, earthy, sweet scent that fills the cold air, a perfume of pure patience. This entire process is a lesson in surrender. It cannot be rushed. It depends entirely on the slow, unhurried calendar of nature's temperature fluctuations. The cold nights and the slightly warmer days. It feels as though the entire state is engaged in a profound, quiet slumber, where every valley cradles the silence, holding it like a precious gift. The air itself seems to move more slowly here, weighted with the scent of pine and damp earth. Even the towns and villages seem to have found a slower pace of life. White-steepled churches stand as silent sentinels, and the clapboard houses seem to breathe in time with the seasons. There's a sense of permanence, a feeling that things here have been this way for a very long time, and will continue to be, undisturbed by the frantic pace of the outside world. Imagine walking along a quiet country road. The only sounds are the crunch of your footsteps on fallen leaves and the distant, melodic call of a chick. The light filters through the dense canopy of trees, dappling the ground in shifting patterns of gold and green. You feel a sense of being completely and utterly present, your own breath slowing to match the gentle rhythm of the forest. This is the slumber of Vermont, a deep, restorative peace that seeps into your very bones. It's not an emptiness, but a fullness of silence rich with the life of the forest, the history of the land, and the promise of a slow, sweet awakening. It's a place where you can truly hear yourself think, or better yet, not think at all, and simply be. The quietude extends even to the state's iconic covered bridges. These structures, often called kissing bridges, seem to transport you to another time. As you pass through one, the clatter of tires on the wooden planks echoes in the enclosed space, but it's a contained, comforting sound. For a moment, the outside world disappears, and you are enveloped in the scent of old wood and the dim, peaceful light filtering through the latticed windows. They are portals to a quieter past, standing strong over gently flowing rivers that murmur their own sleepy tunes. Into summer, the green of the mountains deepens into 1,000 different shades. The air grows thick with the hum of insects and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. But even in this season of abundance, the slumbering quality remains. The heat of the afternoon encourages a languid pace, a nap in a hammock, a slow swim in a cool, clear lake. The energy is vibrant, but it's a grounded, earthy vibrancy, not a frenetic one. The land is awake, but it is a calm and contented wake, like someone stretching lazily after a long, restful sleep. The deep green hills seem to hold their breath under the summer sun, preserving the peace within their folds. And when autumn arrives, the state puts on its most breathtaking display, yet it does so with a gentle sigh. The transformation of the leaves is a slow, magnificent blaze of color-fiery reds, brilliant oranges, and luminous yellows. But it's a quiet spectacle, a final, beautiful exhalation before the land settles back into its deep winter rest. The air turns crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, a perfume that speaks of endings and beginnings. Walking through a forest in the fall feels like stepping into a cathedral of light and color, a sacred space where the silence is made visible. It's the land preparing, once again, for its long, peaceful drift into the Green Mountain slumber. This is the essence of Vermont, a place that teaches you the beauty of slowing down, of listening to the quiet rhythms of the earth. It's a reminder that in stillness there is strength, and in silence there is profound peace. It's a slumber that doesn't deaden the senses but sharpens them, allowing you to notice the small, beautiful details that a hurried life often misses. Leaving the deep, internal woods of Vermont, our journey carries us eastward, across the Connecticut River, into a land that marries the granite soul of Maine with the forested heart we've just departed. We are now drifting over the skies of New Hampshire, the granite state, a place of quiet strength and profound, ancient history. As we ascend, the landscape below begins to ripple, then fold, then rise into formidable peaks. These are the White Mountains, the spine of the state. And our destination is not a summit, but a Pasig quiet notch carved through the heart of this range. Imagine us now, floating gently, almost motionlessly, through the majestic corridor of Franconia Notch. This isn't a valley in the conventional sense. It's a monumental passage, a winding canyon carved not by a rushing river in a geological instant, but by forces of almost unimaginable scale and patience. Feel the history in the air around us. Picture the slow, inexorable crush of colossal glaciers, sheets of ice miles thick, grinding their way southward over millennia. This is a story written in stone, a saga of slow patient, carving that dwarfs any human event that has ever unfolded here. The events of our lives, our histories, our civilization's day, are but a whisper against the deep, resonant hum of this geological time. On either side of us, the mountain peaks rise. They don't stab at the sky with aggressive, jagged points. Instead, they ascend with a quiet, immense authority. Their slopes, weathered and rounded by eons of wind, rain, and ice. Look closely at the rock faces. The stone here is different from the dark, heavy rock we saw in Maine. This is a lighter, crystalline granite, peppered with quartz and feldspar. They catch the sunlight and reflect the sky. It's this luminous quality, this brilliant reflection of daylight, that gives the White Mountains their name. On a clear day, from a distance, they appear as a shimmering, almost ethereal range of white against the blue canvas of the sky. As we drift deeper into the notch, the character of the forest changes. It's a complex, beautiful tapestry, a mixture of resilient hardwoods like maple, birch, and beech, intertwined with the evergreen steadfastness of pine, spruce, and fir. This blend creates a layered, multi-dimensional atmosphere. The canopy above is a mosaic of greens, from the bright, almost translucent green of new spring leaves to the deep, shadowy green of ancient conifers. Down below, the forest floor is a soft, deep carpet of fallen needles and decaying leaves, a rich, loamy bed that cradles the life of the woods. The air here is unique. It's eternally cool, even on the warmest summer day. It carries a palpable moisture, a dampness that clings to the moss and lichens covering the rocks and tree trunks. And above all, it is still. The high walls of the notch seem to absorb sound, creating a sanctuary of profound quiet. The wind doesn't howl through here. It breathes, a gentle sigh that rustles the leaves, but never disturbs the deep-seated peace. It's an atmosphere that invites introspection, a silence that isn't empty but is filled with the presence of the mountains themselves. Now, close your eyes for a moment and just listen. What do you hear? It's not the roaring crash of a waterfall or the rush of a powerful river. It's something far more subtle, more pervasive. It is the sound of water, but it's a quiet sound. It's the continuous, gentle trickle of mountain springs, born from snowmelt and rain, seeping out from fissures in the granite. This water moves unseen, an underground plumbing system flowing beneath the rocks, under the deep, soft cushions of moss. It's a sound of unceasing, quiet dedication, the lifeblood of the mountain, moving with a steady, patient pulse that has echoed through this notch for ages. This is the true rhythm of New Hampshire, not loud or dramatic, but persistent, gentle, and eternal. This sense of quiet is not an absence of sound, it's a presence. New Hampshire holds the silence of altitude and distance, As we float here, suspended between the granite walls, all human noise, the chatter, the traffic, the relentless harm of our modern lives, fades to complete and utter nothingness. It's as if the mountains themselves have willed it, demanding a certain reverence, a certain stillness from all who enter. The quietude here feels like a conscious choice, a commitment made by the landscape itself to the slow, deliberate pulse of its own being. It's the deep, refreshing rest that comes not from sleep, but from being in the presence of something so vast, so ancient, and so utterly at peace with itself. Let's trace the path of that water. See there, where a collection of those trickles gathers, forming a small, clear stream. It tumbles over smooth, gray stones, its surface reflecting the overhanging branches like a perfect mirror. This is the Pemigwasset River, born right here in these mountains. In its infancy, it is humble, a quiet child of the Notch. We can follow its path as it winds its way out of the mountains, growing in confidence and strength, carrying the cool, clear essence of the high peaks down into the valleys below. It is a lifeline, a silver thread stitching the high country to the lowlands. The foliage around us tells a story of seasons. In autumn, these slopes would be a fire of crimson, orange, and gold, a breathtaking, flamboyant display against the stoic gray of the granite. In winter, this passage would be transformed into a world of white and shadow, the snow blanketing everything in an even deeper silence, the bare branches of the hardwoods like intricate ink drawings against the sky. But now, in the green fullness of summer, it is a world of life, of cool shadows and dappled sunlight, a sanctuary teeming with hidden existence. Look down at the road that snakes along the notch floor, a thin ribbon of human endeavor. From our vantage point, the cars are like tiny, silent beetles, their purposes and urgencies rendered insignificant by the scale of their People come here to hike, to climb, to witness this beauty. But the mountain remains indifferent to their presence. It was here long before them and will remain long after they are gone. This is a profound lesson in humility, a reminder of our fleeting place in the grand timeline of the earth. The greatest gift the White Mountains offer is this perspective, the chance to step outside of our own importance and simply be a small part of something immense. The spirit of New Hampshire is one of self-reliance, of quiet independence, much like the landscape itself. It doesn't shout for attention. Its beauty is not ostentatious. It is a state of deep, refreshing rest, a place to recalibrate the soul. It is the feeling of cool, clean air filling your lungs, the sight of ancient, unmoving stone, and the sound of water making its patient journey to the sea. It is the silence that allows you to hear the beating of your own heart, to feel the slow, steady pulse of the mountains, and to understand that some of the most powerful forces in the world are the ones that move the most slowly and quietly. As we begin to drift up and out of the notch, rising above the peaks once more, take one last look at this magnificent passage. The history of ice and time is etched into every surface. The cool, moist air is a memory of 1 billion trickling springs. The immense, quiet authority of the mountains is a feeling that will stay with you long after we have gone. New Hampshire is a state of mind as much as a place on a map. It's a commitment to the enduring, the patient, and the profound. It is the quiet notch in the heart of New England, offering a sanctuary of peace to all who are willing to listen to its silence. Thank you so much for joining us on this peaceful journey over the White Mountains of New Hampshire, Massachusetts. Here, the landscape softens into a low-lying, intricate coastline, and the quiet, profound history of the ocean takes center stage. Our focus settles on the deep, tranquil stillness of the Cape Cod region. Picture the Cape in your mind's eye, a vast, sandy arm, slowly curling out into the Atlantic. It stands as a massive, silent monument, sculpted over millennia by the slow, steady action of ocean currents depositing sand. This land is young, geologically speaking, yet it is born from ancient, patient forces. Let your awareness drift over the protected harbors of the Cape, where the water lies calm and deep. The history here isn't found in books, but in the very texture of the wood on the old fishing wharves silvered by the sun. Weathered by storms, carrying the faint, earthy scent of low-tide mud and dried salt, the boats rest gently in their slips, rising and falling with the quiet, slow rhythm of the tide. a steady, dependable pulse. Moving inland, we journey to the western Berkshires. Here, the air is cool and crisp, holding the profound stillness of high elevations and deep, ancient forests. The lakes scattered throughout this region are often perfectly still, their surfaces like polished glass, mirroring the surrounding trees with flawless fidelity. It's a place of perfect symmetry, where the world above is reflected in the world below, creating a sense of complete and total peace. Now, let your mind drift back towards the coast, to the vast, seemingly empty marshlands. These unique landscapes exist in a state of continuous, quiet transition. Here, the tide slowly, almost imperceptibly, creeps in and out, covering and then uncovering the wet, dark soil in a timeless cycle. Listen closely. The only sound you might hear is the gentle, sifting wind moving through the long, dry reeds. It's a sound like a quiet, continuous exhalation, a soft whisper that has been spoken for centuries. This rhythmic, slow breathing of the land is the signature sound of Massachusetts' stillness. This is a place where time itself seems to slow down, where the frantic pace of the world fades into a distant memory. The marshes are a testament to the beauty of in-between spaces, neither fully land nor fully sea, but a harmonious blend of both. The grasses sway in unison, a silent dance choreographed by the wind. The light here is different, too soft and diffused, casting long shadows that stretch and shrink with the passing of the day. As you immerse yourself in this atmosphere, feel the tension in your shoulders begin to release. Feel your own breath start to sink with the gentle ebb and flow of the tide, with the soft rustle of the reeds. This is a profound, natural meditation, an invitation to simply be present. The quiet here is not an absence of sound, but a presence of peace. It's a fullness, a richness, that fills the air and settles deep within your soul. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of one of these marshes as dusk begins to fall. The sky transforms into a canvas of soft pinks, purples, and golds, its reflection shimmering on the shallow, tidal pools. The air grows cooler, and the stillness deepens even further. This is a moment of pure, unadulterated tranquility, a gift from the natural world. The quiet of the Cape, the stillness of the Berkshire Lakes, and the gentle breathing of the coastal marshes, these are the elements that define the peaceful character of Massachusetts. It's a state that invites you to slow down, to listen, and to connect with the ancient, patient rhythms of the earth and the sea. This gentle, rhythmic breathing of the land, this quiet exhalation, is the perfect note upon which to let your mind drift, to release your thoughts, and to find a space of serene calm. Allow this feeling of peace to wash over you, a gentle tide for your own inner Rhode Island. Don't let its size fool you. Within its coastal nooks and crannies lies a vast, deep quiet that resonates with the soul. The entire state feels as though it revolves around the slow, rhythmic breath of Narragansett Bay, a constant, soothing presence that sets the pace for life here. Picture this. You're suspended just above the water, a gentle breeze on your face, watching the tides move with an immense, unhurried power. This movement isn't rushed. It's slow, inevitable, and it defines the very rhythm of the day. In the quiet coves that dot the coastline, you'll see boats gently shifting their weight with the tide. Their small, almost imperceptible movements are synchronized with something far grander, the distant, massive pull of the moon. It's a beautiful, silent dance between the man-made and the cosmic, a reminder of our connection to the universe. As we explore the shoreline, we discover it's broken into countless small, sheltered areas. These coves and inlets are sanctuaries of sound. Here, the waves don't crash, they lap. They gently kiss the shore, creating a soft, continuous shooshing sound. It's the lowest, most soothing voice of the ocean, a natural lullaby that can calm the most restless mind. This is the sound of pure tranquility, a whisper from the deep that invites you to listen, to breathe, and just to be. The architecture here tells its own story of quiet endurance. The buildings are old and low-slung, constructed from weathered timber and strong, resolute stone. They don't impose on the landscape. They are settled firmly into it, as if they've grown from the earth itself. They seem to absorb the stillness of their surroundings, standing as silent witnesses to the centuries. Walking among them, you can almost feel the history seeping from the walls, a history built on small, deliberate decisions. This leads us to the unique character of Rhode Island's history. It's a story of quiet resistance, of the colonial founders who sought a place for their stubborn commitment to individual peace and liberty. This spirit is mirrored in the landscape's profound stillness. It's not an empty quiet, but a quiet filled with purpose and conviction. The very founding of this state was a quiet act of defiance, a choice to create a sanctuary where one could live according to their own conscience, far from the clamor of the wider world. That legacy of thoughtful independence remains palpable today. The quiet here feels dense, concentrated. The small islands and sheltered harbors create an atmosphere of deep containment. It's like being held in a small, protected space where the chaos of the outside world simply cannot penetrate. This sense of enclosure isn't confining. It's comforting. It's a natural fortress against the noise and urgency of modern life. A place where you can feel safe, centered, and whole. The world can be loud and demanding, but here, in the heart of Rhode Island's quiet, you find a refuge. Let's drift for a moment in one of these protected harbors. The water is almost glass-like, reflecting the sky with perfect clarity. The only sound might be the distant cry of a gull or the gentle creak of a rope against a wooden piling. In these moments, time seems to stretch and slow down. You notice the little things, the way the light dances on the water's surface, the intricate patterns in the weathered wood of the docks, the subtle shifts in the color of the sky as the sun moves across it. This is the gift of Rhode Island's quiet. It brings you fully into the present moment. The people who call this place home seem to have absorbed its peaceful nature. There's a certain calm deliberateness in their movements, a lack of hurry that is rare to find elsewhere. Conversations are unforced, smiles are genuine. There's an understanding that life is not a race to be won, but a journey to be savored. This quiet community spirit strengthens the feeling of a shared sanctuary, a collective agreement to preserve the peace that makes this place so special. As the day ends, the quiet deepens. The setting sun paints the sky in hues of orange, pink, and purple, and the bay becomes a canvas of reflected color. The gentle shushing of the waves continues its timeless rhythm. The world settles into a state of profound peace. In the twilight, the old stone buildings seem to glow with a soft, inner light. This is a quiet that doesn't just fall over the land. It rises from it, a fundamental quality of the place itself. It's a quiet you can feel in your bones, a stillness that seeps into your very being, leaving you refreshed and renewed. This is the quiet power of Rhode Island, a tiny state with a spirit as vast and deep as the ocean it embraces. We are in Connecticut, the sixth stop on our exploration, a state defined by the enduring texture of wood and stone. As you wander through Connecticut, you can't help but notice the profound, settled quiet. It's a silence that isn't empty but full of stories, of generations who have lived and worked this land. Everything here feels as though it has found its permanent place, a sense of belonging that is rare in our fast-paced world. This is a state where the past is not a ghost. It is a living, breathing presence built into the very materials of its landscape. Imagine yourself in a small, colonial era village. Look around you. The houses stand with a quiet dignity, their timbers weathered by centuries of New England seasons. Reach out and run your hand over an old stone wall, a common sight lining the winding country roads. Feel the cool, rough granite beneath your palm. Each stone, moss-covered and steadfast, was placed with quiet, sustained effort hundreds of years ago. In that simple touch, you connect with the hands that built this place, with the patient labor that shaped this corner of the world. It's a texture that tells a story of resilience, of community, of a deep and abiding connection to the earth. Flowing through the heart of the state is the majestic Connecticut River. It's not a rushing, chaotic torrent, but a wide and slow-moving presence. Its banks are thick with dark, damp soil, and the deep roots of ancient sycamores cling to its edges, their branches reaching out over the water like wise old arms. The river's movement is stately, a continuous, unhurried glide toward the ocean. It doesn't demand your attention. It simply is. It serves as a constant reference point, a liquid clock measuring the slow, steady passage of time. Standing on its banks, you can feel the rhythm of the seasons, the pulse of the land itself. The villages here are unique, often clustered around a common green. This isn't just a park. It's a deliberate space, left intentionally empty at the heart of the community. This open expanse seems to absorb sound, creating a pocket of tranquility that reflects the wide, open sky above. It's a place for gathering, for reflection, for simply being. The green is the communal heart, a testament to a way of life that values space, quiet, and togetherness. It's a design that speaks volumes about the people who settled here, practical, community-minded, and with a deep appreciation for the simple beauty of an open field. Look at the old houses that frame these greens. Their windows are often shaded by heavy, dark trees, ancient oaks and maples that have stood guard for centuries. The light that filters through their leaves and into the homes is cool and soft, especially in the afternoon. It's a light that illuminates dust motes, dancing in the air. It falls gently on polished wooden floors and well-loved furniture. The entire state, in these moments, feels like a deeply respected, quiet, steady place for contemplation, where thoughts can unfold without interruption. It's an atmosphere that invites you to slow down, to pick up a book, to simply sit and watch the world go by. Venture away from the villages and into the central forests. Here, you'll find the true giants of Connecticut, the deep-rooted oaks. These trees are magnificent. Their massive trunks a testament to their longevity. They don't shoot up quickly. Their growth is slow, patient, and incredibly strong. Standing in a grove of these ancient oaks, you get a sense of true permanence. Their slow, patient growth mirrors the slow, patient unfolding of time itself in this quiet, settled region. Each ring in their wood is a year of history, a silent record of droughts, storms, and peaceful summers. They are the silent witnesses to the centuries, embodying the spirit of Connecticut, enduring, quiet, and deeply rooted. It's this very quietness that is perhaps Connecticut's greatest treasure. In a world that constantly screams for our attention, this state offers a refuge. It offers the chance to hear your own thoughts, to feel the texture of history, to witness the stately dance of a river and the patient growth of a forest. It's a reminder that there is profound strength in stillness, deep beauty in things that last, and a unique peace to be found in a place that knows and is comfortable with exactly what it is. The soul of Connecticut is not found in grand pronouncements, but in the whisper of wind through oak leaves and the cool, solid feel of a stone wall. It's a place that doesn't just show you its history. It invites you to become a part of its quiet, unfolding story. We're going to drift immediately away from its loud southern tip and ascend north to the vast, quiet wilderness of the Adirondack Mountains. This immense parkland is the true, quiet heart of the state, a space reserved for stillness and profound silence. The scale here is something you have to feel to understand. It's vast and beautifully empty. Imagine you're flying with me now, soaring high above an endless, unbroken canopy of forest. It's a deep, dark, green texture that stretches all the way to the horizon, a living quilt covering the ancient bones of the earth. It's a sight that reorders your perspective, reminding you just how small we are in the grand scheme of nature. Within this dense canopy, nestled like hidden jewels, lie thousands of quiet, black lakes and ponds. On a calm day, their surfaces are so perfectly still they act as flawless mirrors for the immense, slow-moving clouds that drift across the sky. The reflection is so perfect, it can feel like you're looking into another world, a gateway to the heavens right at your feet. There's a stillness here that feels sacred, a place where the water holds the sky in a quiet embrace. Breathe in. Just take a deep breath. The air here is different. It's cold, thin, and impeccably clean. The only scents are those of the forest itself. The sharp, fresh perfume of pine resin, the rich, loamy smell of damp earth after a light rain, and the subtle fragrance of decaying leaves returning to the soil. It's the pure, unfiltered scent of life, a natural aromatherapy that cleanses not just your lungs, but your mind. It's a reminder of what clean air truly is. To truly understand the Adirondacks, we have to think about deep time. The geology here is ancient. We're talking pre-Cambrian rock, some of the oldest exposed rock on the planet. This is the absolute foundation of the North American continent. When you stand on these rocks, you're standing on something that has existed for billions of years. Timeri isenti, measured in minutes or hours, but in geological epoch, it's a humbling and centering experience. Look at the mountains themselves. The peaks of the Adirondacks are not sharp and dramatic like younger ranges. They are rounded and worn. Their gentle slopes, a testament to patient endurance through countless ice ages and millennia of wind and rain. Their height isn't about youthful drama or jagged ambition. It's about the quiet strength of survival, of having been here since the beginning and remaining long after we are gone. They hold the wisdom of ages. Now, let's just listen. In the deep interior of the park, far from any road or town, the sound is a near-perfect silence. It's a silence so profound it has a physical presence. It's not an absence of sound, but a presence of quiet. And then, you might hear it. The occasional, distant call of a loon. It's a lonely, echoing sound that seems to hang in the air. A hauntingly beautiful cry that doesn't break the silence, but actually emphasizes the vast, empty space around it. Each note ripples across the water, travels through the trees, and reminds you of the solitude and the sheer scale of the wilderness. Let this feeling settle over you. The silence of the deep forest is a rare gift in our modern world. It's a quiet that is absolute and deeply restorative. In this silence, the noise of your own mind begins to fade. The worries, the deadlines, the constant chatter, they all recede, replaced by a simple, powerful awareness of the present moment. You can hear your own heartbeat, the rustle of a leaf, the gentle lapping of water against the shore. This is the healing power of the Adirondack. It's not just a place, but a state of being. Here, in the heart of New York's wilderness, you reconnect with a rhythm that is slower, more deliberate, and infinitely more peaceful. It's a reminder that beyond the haste and the hustle, there are places of immense quiet waiting to welcome us, to calm our spirits, and to remind us of the simple, profound beauty of the natural world. It's a quiet that stays with you long after you've left. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Here, the landscape is defined by the deep, slow roll of the Appalachian Mountains. It's a place where time seems to stretch, where the very earth holds a long, patient breath. Imagine flying over this state. You wouldn't see sharp, jagged peaks, but rather long, parallel ridges and valleys that ripple across the land like waves on a vast, green sea. This isn't a landscape of sudden drama, but of immense, ancient momentum. The mountains move across the state in a rhythmic, almost corrugated pattern, a testament to geological forces that have been at work for hundreds of millions of years. It's a texture you can almost feel. The grain of the land running northeast to southwest, a constant, unhurried presence. This is a landscape of profound depth, not just in its valleys, but in its history. Deep beneath these rolling green hills, in the dark and the silence, lies one of Pennsylvania's defining elements: coal. Think about the process millions of years of ancient forests, of life and death, of immense pressure and heat, all compressed into black, silent rock. This isn't just a resource, it's a library of deep time, a story of the Paleozoic era captured and held within the earth. When you stand in these hills, you're standing on top of epochs, on top of a slow, powerful transformation that fueled an industrial revolution and shaped the nation. The silence of the rock belies the incredible energy it contains, a quiet power that speaks to the state's very core. Let's descend from the ridges and into the valleys. In the summer, these valleys are warm and quiet, often filled with a thick, gentle haze of moisture that softens the edges of the world. The air feels heavy, ancient, and alive. This humidity rises from the dense forests and the wide rivers, creating a microclimate that feels sheltered and serene. It's in these folds of the land that you find the heart of rural Pennsylvania. Small farms are nestled deep within the protective embrace of the mountains. Their existence feels shielded, their rhythms dictated not by the frantic pace of the modern world, but by the seasons and the soil. The bulk of the mountains acts as a barrier, creating pockets of tranquility where a simpler way of life has been preserved. Life in these valleys moves at a different speed. The pace is set by the patient rhythm of the earth itself. It is a place where you notice the subtle shifts in light as the sun moves across a ridge, where the sound of a distant tractor is a significant event, where the evening is welcomed by the chorus of crickets and the scent of damp earth. This isn't a land of grand, sweeping vistas in the same way as the West. Instead, its beauty is more intimate, more enclosed. It's the beauty of a hidden hollow, a mist-filled morning, a field of corn ripening in the humid summer air. The mountains here don't just surround you, they hold you. And flowing through this ancient landscape, a central artery of life and history, is the Susquehanna River. The Susquehanna is one of the longest rivers on the East Coast, yet its character is one of immense, unhurried majesty. This is not a river of dramatic canyons or roaring rapids. It is, for much of its course, wide and surprisingly shallow, its waters moving with a slow, deliberate grace. You can watch it for hours and feel the immense, constant power in its gentle flow. It moves as if it has all the time in the world, and in geological terms, it does. The Susquehanna is a river that carries stories. It has been gently eroding its banks for millennia, carrying the sediment of the mountains, the very substance of the Appalachians, quietly down toward the Chesapeake Bay. Each grain of sand, each particle of silt, is a piece of the mountains being relocated, a slow, inexorable process of change. The sound of the river reflects its character. It's not a crash or a roar, but a low, continuous murmur. It's a soothing, constant hum, the sound of inevitable flow, of water on its long journey to the sea. Standing on its banks, you feel a sense of peace, a connection to the vast, interconnected systems of the natural world. This river has been a witness. It has seen the rise and fall of ancient cultures, the canoes of the Susquehannock people, the flatboats of early settlers, the industrial barges of the coal era. Its wide, placid surface reflects the history that has unfolded along its shores. It is a quiet observer, a constant presence that has shaped the land and the lives of those who have lived beside it. The river's slow, steady pace seems to seep into the very culture of the region, fostering a sense of patience and endurance. Bringing all these elements together, the rolling mountains, the deep coal seams, the sheltered valleys, the majestic river, you get a sense of Pennsylvania as a place that holds its breath. There's a feeling of stillness, of quiet contemplation that pervades the landscape. It's a state where the past is not just remembered. It is physically present in the contours of the land and the slow-moving water. The long, quiet valleys seem to suspend time, creating a space where the patient rhythm of the earth is still the most powerful force. This is a different kind of American grandeur. It's not about shocking you with its scale, but about slowly revealing its depth. It's about understanding that the quietest places can hold the most profound stories, that the slowest processes can create the most enduring power. To truly appreciate Pennsylvania, you have to slow down with it. You have to walk its wooded paths, listen to the murmur of its rivers, and feel the ancient presence of the mountains that have watched over this land for an eternity. It is a landscape that rewards patience, a place where the deep, slow roll of time is the most magnificent spectacle of all. Thank you so much for joining me on this exploration of Pennsylvania's incredible landscape. New Jersey, when you think of New Jersey, you might picture bustling cities or the lively Jersey Shore. But we're leaving all that behind. To find the true stillness of this state, we must turn inland, away from the coast, and journey into the vast, lonely expanse of the Pine Barrens. This is a landscape of profound solitude, a place that feels like a world unto itself. The Pine Barrens cover over 1 million acres of southern New Jersey, forming a massive ecological island defined by its unique geology and flora. The soil here is sandy and acidic, which is why you see these endless stands of short, sturdy pitch pines and hardy oaks. It's a landscape sculpted by fire and resilience. Just take a moment and imagine the air here. It's dry, slightly warm, and carries the most incredible scent and intense, clean mix of pine resin and sun-baked sand. It's a fragrance that feels both ancient and invigorating, a perfume unique to this wilderness. As you walk, you'll notice the ground is covered in a soft, thick layer of pine needles. This natural carpet absorbs sound like deep velvet, muffling your footsteps and creating an almost sacred hush. The world seems to quiet down the moment you step off the pavement and onto these sandy trails. Look up. The light here is different. It doesn't just pour down. It filters through the dense canopy in thin, broken patterns, dappling the forest floor in a shifting mosaic of light and shadow. It creates a sense of being enclosed, protected in a cathedral of trees. This quiet, resilient place has a long history of resisting development, of choosing its own solitude. For centuries, its sandy soil made it unsuitable for large-scale agriculture, and its remoteness kept large settlements at bay. It has remained a wild heart beating quietly in one of the nation's most densely populated states. The silence here isn't empty. It's full of subtle, natural sounds. If you stand still long enough, you'll start to hear them. The gentle rustle of a breeze through the pine needles, the distant call of a crow, the soft buzz of an insect. It's a quiet that allows you to hear the world in a more detailed, intimate way. It encourages you to slow down, to listen, to just be present. This is the kind of quiet that gets into your bones, calming your thoughts and soothing your spirit. One of the most fascinating features of the Pine Barrens is its water. The streams that wind through this landscape are unlike any others. They are tiny, winding, and shallow, often dark, with tannins leached from the cedar and pine roots. This gives the water a reddish-brown, tea-like color. They call them cedar water streams. The water moves with a barely perceptible pace through the sand, gliding silently through the forest. There are no rushing rapids here, just a slow, patient, and quiet flow that reflects the patient character of the pines themselves. This is a silence that feels ancient and protected. It's the quiet of a place that has been left to its own devices, a place that has maintained its wild integrity against the odds. It's a vast, seemingly empty space, existing quietly in the middle of so much noise. And yet, it's not empty at all. It's filled with life, with history, and with a profound sense of peace. The Pine Barrens are a testament to the idea that solitude doesn't have to mean desolation. It can be a rich, life-affirming experience. To spend time here is to recalibrate your senses. Your ears adjust to the subtlety of the wind. Your eyes learn to appreciate the muted greens and browns, and your mind begins to unwind from the constant stimulation of modern life. It's a reminder that sometimes the most beautiful landscapes are not the most dramatic, but the most serene. The quiet of the Pine Barrens is a gift, a hidden sanctuary that offers a deep and restorative stillness to anyone willing to seek it out. It's a place to get lost in the best possible way, to wander the sandy trails and feel completely, peacefully alone. So, the next time you think of New Jersey, I hope you'll also picture this: 1,000,000 acres of pine forest, silent sandy roads, and tea-colored streams flowing quietly towards the sea. It's a powerful reminder that tranquility can be found in the most unexpected places. A vast, quiet heart beating steadily in the middle of it all. The quiet estuary edge. Imagine a landscape that doesn't rise to meet you with jagged peaks or dramatic canyons, but instead softens, yielding gracefully to the water. This is the essence of Delaware. It's a state of low-lying coastal land, a tapestry woven with quiet estuaries, and the slow, rhythmic breath of the Atlantic. The defining characteristic here is that gentle transition, a seamless blend from solid ground to the vast, liquid expanse of the ocean. Picture the mouth of the Delaware Bay. It's not a deep, narrow fjord, but a vast, shallow basin where the water stretches wide and calm. On an overcast day, the slightly silty water perfectly reflects a pale, distant sky, blurring the line between what is above and what is below. The horizon feels immense, almost endless. The tide here doesn't crash. It moves with a slow, powerful consistency, a silent force that shapes the entire coastline. As it recedes, it reveals immense, quiet areas of tidal flats, glistening mud and sand that stretch for what feels like miles, teeming with unseen life. This sense of quiet power and patient rhythm is deeply embedded in Delaware's history. It's a story not of dramatic conquests or sudden booms, but of slow, steady cultivation. The land, low and fertile, was tilled by generations who understood its cycles. They worked with the soil, not against it, and in return the earth yielded its bounty with a quiet, predictable rhythm. This history feels present, not as a monument, but as a living part of the landscape itself. It's in the layout of the fields, the old farmhouses nestled among trees, and the enduring sense of a place that has been gently and lovingly cared for over centuries. To truly feel this history, we must walk the streets of Newcastle. Here, time seems to slow down. The narrow lanes are hushed, paved with old brick that has been worn smooth by countless footsteps. The buildings have that deep, settled look of profound age, their foundations firmly rooted in the stories of the past. It's not a museum piece. It's a living town where every brick and every doorway seems to hold a memory. You can almost hear the faint echoes of colonial life, the quiet commerce, the conversations that took place right where you stand. It's a powerful reminder that history isn't just in books. It's in the very bones of a place like this. If you were to look at a map of the East Coast, you might see Delaware as a small sliver of land, easily overlooked. But in person, it feels different. It feels like a necessary pause, a long, quiet sigh between the heavier, more rugged landscapes of the north and the deep, sprawling bays of the south. It's a place of contemplation, a state that invites you to slow down, to listen to the whisper of the reeds in the salt marsh, and to watch the unhurried movement of the tide. Let's delve deeper into this coastal plain. The entire state, with very few exceptions, is part of the Atlantic coastal plain. This means the topography is incredibly gentle. The highest point in Delaware is a mere 448 feet above sea level, and it's not even a mountain or a hill you'd notice, just a slight rise in the land near a suburban street. This flatness is not a lack of character. It is its character. It creates a sense of openness, of vast, uninterrupted skies that dominate the view. The sunsets and sunrises over the marshes and the bay are breathtakingly beautiful, painting the wide canvas of the sky with colors that are reflected in the still waters below. The estuaries are the heart of Delaware's ecosystem. Places like the Bombay Hook National Wildlife Refuge are vital sanctuaries. Here, the mix of fresh water from the rivers and salt water from the ocean creates a unique, nutrient-rich environment. This brackish water supports sprawling salt marsh, which are among the most productive ecosystems on Earth. They are nurseries for fish and shellfish, and crucial stopover points for millions of migratory birds along the Atlantic flyway. In the spring and fall, the air is filled with the calls of snow geese, sandpipers, and countless other species. It's an auditory spectacle that contrasts with the visual quiet of the landscape. Standing on a wooden boardwalk, surrounded by a sea of marsh grass swaying in the breeze, you feel connected to a primal, ancient rhythm of nature. The human history of Delaware is just as intertwined with the water. Before European settlement, the Lenape people thrived here, their lives dictated by the seasons and the bounty of the rivers and the bay. They were known as the Grandfathers, a respected and ancient tribe whose territories stretched across the region. Their understanding of this land was profound, a knowledge built over thousands of years. They lived in harmony with the environment, a lesson that feels particularly relevant today as we explore these fragile coastal ecosystems. Then came the Europeans. The first to establish a lasting presence were the Swedes and the Finns, who founded the colony of New Sweden in the 1630s. They brought with them a unique style of construction, the log cabin. It is a fascinating piece of history that what we now consider a quintessential American symbol was first introduced right here, in the quiet woods and fields of Delaware. The Dutch and the English followed, and the territory changed hands several times, each culture leaving its mark. This layered history is visible in the architecture, the place names, and the enduring traditions of the state. Delaware's small size has also played a crucial role in its identity. It was the first state to ratify the U.S. Constitution, earning it the nickname the First State. This was not just a symbolic act. It represented a bold commitment to the new Union, a decision made in the historic State House in Dover, a city that, much like Newcastle, retains a sense of quiet dignity. Dover's Green is a historic public square, surrounded by buildings that have witnessed pivotal moments in American history. Walking across it, you feel the weight and significance of that early, foundational role Delaware played in the creation of the United States. But Delaware is not just a state of history and nature. It's a place of quiet innovation. The DuPont family, for example, began their enterprise here in the early 19th century with a gunpowder mill on the banks of the Brandywine River. Their influence shaped the northern part of the state, creating vast estates. Beautiful gardens like Winterthur and Longwood Gardens just over the border in Pennsylvania, but deeply connected to Delaware's story and a legacy of scientific and industrial development. The Brandywine Valley, with its rolling hills and scenic river, offers a slightly different facet of Delaware, one of refined elegance and cultivated beauty, a testament to a different kind of patient cultivation. Yet, even with this industrial and cultural legacy, the state's dominant mood remains one of coastal tranquility. Let's go back to the shore, to the small beach towns that line the Atlantic coast. Places like Rehoboth Beach and Bethany Beach are beloved summer getaways, but they have a different feel from more boisterous resort towns. There's a family-friendly, low-key atmosphere. Even in the height of summer, you can find quiet stretches of sand, especially in the state parks like Cape Henlopen. Here, at the point where the Delaware Bay meets the Atlantic Ocean, you can stand on the walking dunes and see the historic observation towers from World War II. Silent sentinels watching over the sea. The food of Delaware also tells the story of the land and water. It's simple, fresh, and delicious. Blue crabs are a staple, steamed and seasoned. A messy but incredibly rewarding feast. You'll find fresh fish, oysters from the bay, and produce from the fertile inland farms. The peach pie is legendary, a nod to the state's agricultural heritage. Eating in Delaware is about savoring the direct connection between the environment and the plate. So, as we conclude our visit, what is the lasting impression of Delaware? It is a state of subtlety. Its beauty doesn't shout, it unfolds slowly. It's the quiet light of dawn over a salt marsh. It's the feel of worn brick under your feet in a historic town. It's the slow, powerful pull of the tide in a vast, shallow bay. It is a reminder that there is profound beauty and strength in quietness, in patience, and in the gentle, enduring rhythms of the natural world. It is, in every sense, the quiet sigh of the coast, a place of peace and profound, understated grace. Maryland, a place defined by the silent, immense, and powerful presence of the Chesapeake Bay. Imagine a body of water so vast it feels like an inland sea, yet so shallow you could almost wade across parts of it. This is the Chesapeake, one of the continent's most immense and quiet estuaries. The air here hangs heavy, eternally warm and moist. The light itself seems different, soft and diffused by a gentle haze that rises from the water's surface, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that blankets everything. Let's take a flight of fancy, soaring above this incredible landscape. From above, you can truly appreciate the scale of it. The Chesapeake isn't just a simple bay. It's a complex, almost fractal pattern of land and water. Thousands upon thousands of miles of shoreline twist and turn, creating countless coves, inlets, and peninsulas. It's a delicate filigree, where the land gives way to the sea, and the sea carves its way into the land. This intricate dance between land and water has shaped not just the geography but the very soul of Maryland. The rhythm of life here isn't dictated by the frantic pace of a city clock, but by something far more ancient and powerful. The tide, twice a day, with a quiet, deliberate certainty. The water creeps slowly into the low-lying marshes and winding creeks. It's a silent invasion, a gentle filling of every available space. You can watch for hours as the landscape transforms, as mudflats disappear and grasses bend beneath the rising water. There's no dramatic crash of waves, just this quiet, inexorable movement. Then, just as slowly, hours later, the tide recedes. The water pulls back, revealing the secrets of the bay floor. Once more, the soundscape here is one of profound tranquility. The loudest noises are often the low, distant cries of gulls echoing across the water, or two fentillé, rhythmic slosh of the bay against the weathered pilings of isolated piers that stand like solitary sentinels. This environment has fostered a unique and quiet history, one deeply rooted in the slow, patient work of the people who have made their living from these waters for generations. I'm talking about the oystermen and the crabbers, the legendary watermen of the Chesapeake. Their lives are governed by this slow, predictable, unhurried clock of the tide. They know the bay's moods, its currents, its hidden channels. Their work begins before dawn, heading out into the misty morning in their sturdy workboats. It's a life of hard-won knowledge, passed down through families, a deep understanding of the seasons and the cycles of the creatures they harvest. They don't fight the bay, they work with it, respecting its power and its rhythms. The history of Maryland isn't just in grand monuments or battlefields. It's etched into the weathered wood of these piers, into the calloused hands of the watermen, and into the very taste of the blue crabs and oysters that are so central to its culture. It's a history that speaks in whispers, carried on the moist breeze that blows in from the water. To truly understand Maryland, you have to spend time near the Chesapeake. You have to watch the tide come in and go out. You have to feel that gentle, hazy light on your skin and listen to the quiet symphony of the marsh. It's a place that teaches patience, a place that reminds you of the powerful, slow-moving forces that shape our world. It's a different kind of grandeur, not of towering mountains or vast plains, but of immense, reflective stillness. It's the beauty of a complex system working in perfect, silent harmony. The Chesapeake Bay is the heart of Maryland, and its quiet, rhythmic pulse is what gives this state its unique and enduring character. It's a testament to the idea that the most profound things are often the most quiet. We're heading for the Blue Ridge Mountains, a long, forested spine that holds the deep, historical quiet of the Old Dominion. Have you ever seen them? The Blue Ridge Mountains, they're not named for their rocks or their soil, but for something far more ethereal. The characteristic blue haze that always seems to hang in the air. This isn't smoke or fog. It's a natural phenomenon caused by the trees themselves, releasing organic compounds that scatter blue light. This beautiful, dreamy haze does more than just paint the landscape. It softens the contours of the distant peaks and, remarkably, absorbs sound, creating a natural amphitheater of calm. It's as if the very air is designed to promote peace. As we ascend, the air changes. It becomes cooler, carrying the damp, loamy scent of the forest floor. The peaks around us are draped in an endless, deep, green blanket of trees. This isn't a sparse, rocky wilderness. It's a lush, living ecosystem, dense with life, yet profoundly silent. The sheer density of the foliage acts as a natural sound barrier, muffling the world beyond and drawing you into the present moment. Let your mind follow the slow, winding path of the Shenandoah River. It flows gently between the ridges, its name echoing with history and song. Unlike a rushing mountain torrent, the Shenandoah's current is measured, controlled, and patient. It carves its way through the valley, not with force, but with persistence, mirroring the enduring spirit of this land. Watching its unhurried journey is a lesson in tranquility, a reminder that not everything in life needs to be a race. The history here in the valley is rooted in that same spirit of patience. It's a story of deep, enduring soil and the quiet diligence of agriculture. For generations, families have worked this land, their lives tied to the slow, predictable rhythms of the seasons. You can feel that history in the old farmhouses nestled in the hollows and the stone walls that snake through the woods. This isn't the loud, clamorous history of great battles, but the quiet, foundational history of growth, sustenance, and a deep connection to the earth. The true source of the Blue Ridge stillness, however, is found in its deep forests. Step off the scenic parkway and walk just a few yards into the woods. The world changes completely. Here, massive, ancient trees, oaks, hickories, and poplars stand in silent testimony. 2 centuries of growth. Their thick trunks are like pillars in a great natural cathedral, and their high canopy filters the sunlight into a soft, dappled glow. These trees have witnessed centuries pass by. They stood here long before the first colonists arrived, and they have weathered storms, seasons, and the changing tides of human history. To stand among them is to feel incredibly humbled. Their quiet is not an absence of sound, but a presence of immense, silent strength. You can almost feel the slow, steady pulse of life within them. the upward draw of water from root to leaf. The only sounds are the rustle of a leaf in a gentle breeze, the distant call of a bird, or the scurry of a squirrel in the undergrowth. The Blue Ridge stillness is a unique kind of quiet. It's a profound, vegetative calm. It's a quiet that grows. Here, the only significant movement is the slow, continuous, and powerful growth of the hardwood trees, and the gentle, almost imperceptible drift of that blue, sound-dampening mist that gives these mountains their name. It's a stillness that isn't empty, but full of life, history, and a deep, resonant peace. It is a reminder that some of the most powerful forces in the universe are the ones that work in silence. This is a place to come and simply be, to breathe in the cool, clean air and let the silence wash over you. It's a place where the grandeur of nature doesn't shout, but whispers, inviting you to listen closely to the quiet rhythm of the earth. The stillness of the Blue Ridge isn't just a lack of noise. It's an active, calming presence that can quiet the mind and soothe the soul. It's the feeling of being held by something ancient, stable, and deeply peaceful. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of Virginia's quiet heart. If you thought you knew mountain country, prepare to have your perspective beautifully redefined. West Virginia isn't just a place with mountains. It is the mountains. Here, the landscape takes on a character of profound, almost sacred, isolation. Forget the rolling hills of its neighbors. The mountains here are different. They're more ancient, more rugged. Their peaks folded and compressed by time into a dense, intricate tapestry of stone and earth. These aren't gentle slopes. They are steep, dramatic inclines that plummet into deep, narrow valleys. These valleys, or hollers as they're known locally, act like natural amphitheaters for silence. The quiet here is a tangible presence, held and cradled by the surrounding peaks. It's a quiet that you can feel settling over you, a weightless blanket that muffles the noise of the outside world. The first thing that strikes you is the overwhelming green. It's an intense, vibrant, and almost impossibly dense shade of green. From the valley floors to the highest ridges, every inch of land is covered in a thick carpet of forest. Towering hardwoods like oak, maple, and hickory create a dense canopy that filters the sunlight, casting a cool, dappled light on the forest floor. It feels like stepping into a living, breathing cathedral, where the trees are the pillars and the leafy canopy is the vaulted ceiling. This isn't a manicured park. It's a wild, untamed wilderness that has stood patient and resilient for millennia. Let's talk about sound, or rather, the beautiful lack of it. In these isolated hollows, the loudest sound is often the gentle, persistent rush of water. Small streams and creeks, fed by mountain springs, tumble over rocks in tiny, continuous cascades. It's not a roar, but a constant, soothing murmur, a white noise generated by nature itself. This gentle sound is the heartbeat of the mountains, a small, constant rhythm that only serves to deepen the surrounding silence. Close your eyes and you can hear it, the whisper of water over stone. A sound that has been echoing through these valleys for ages. It's a sound that encourages you to slow down, to listen, and to simply be present. Getting around West Virginia is an experience in itself. There are no straight lines here. The roads are a testament to the land's dominance. They don't cut through the mountains. They follow their contours with patient, winding grace. Driving here requires a different mindset. You must surrender to the slow, necessary pace dictated by the terrain. Every curve in the road reveals a new vista. A sudden, breathtaking overlook, a hidden valley shrouded in mist, or a sheer rock face dripping with spring water. This slow journey forces you to engage with the landscape, to notice the subtle changes in light and shadow, and to appreciate the sheer scale and complexity of the world around you. It's a meditative act, a slow dance with the mountains. The air itself feels different. It's thick and heavy, rich with the scent of damp earth after a rain, the sweet perfume of wildflowers, and the sharp, mineral tanks of exposed slate and coal. It's the smell of life and geology intertwined. You can smell the history of the land in every breath, patient endurance of the ancient rock and the deep, resilient growth of the forest that clings to it. This isn't just air. It's an atmosphere, a sensory experience that connects you directly to the raw, elemental power of this place. West Virginia feels like a quiet, internal world, a place that is focused entirely on its own rhythms. It's a landscape that invites introspection. The sheer age and scale of the mountains have a way of putting your own concerns into perspective. Standing on a ridge, looking out over the endless folds of blue-green mountains fading into the horizon, you can't help but feel a sense of humility and awe. The quiet complexity of the mountain folds, the patient growth of the forest, the steady flow of the streams, it all works together to settle your mind and calm your spirit. This isn't a place of grand, dramatic moments, but of small, quiet revelations. It's in the way the morning mist clings to the valleys, the way the sunlight breaks through the canopy, the way a deer steps silently from the woods. West Virginia teaches you to find beauty and subtlety and peace and solitude. It's a reminder that sometimes the most profound experiences are found not in noise and action, but in the deep, resonant silence of a world left to its own ancient devices. It's a place to disconnect from the hustle and reconnect with something far older and more enduring. So, let the quiet complexity of West Virginia's mountains settle your mind. Allow yourself to be enveloped by its deep green silence and to feel the patient, steady pulse of this incredible landscape. It's a journey not just to a place, but into a state of being. This isn't just a coastline, it's a living, breathing testament to the slow, steady power of the sea. Imagine standing here with me, these long, thin barrier islands, stretching for hundreds of miles, feel like monuments built by time and tide. The air is filled with a constant, gentle wind, a soft breath that sifts across the wide, empty stretches of sand. Listen closely. It's not a rush or a roar, but a continuous, dry whisper, the sound of countless sand grains dancing over the surface, forever reshaping the land. The landscape here is low and flat, a fragile line drawn between two powerful bodies of water. On one side, you have the vast, opened Atlantic Ocean, its waves relentlessly rolling onto the shore. On the other, the quiet, massive, and shallow waters of the Pamilico Sound, a serene expanse that mirrors the sky. This duality is the essence of the Outer Banks, a place of both gentle calm and untamed power. It is a landscape that teaches you about patience and the immense force of nature working on a scale far beyond our own. The history of this place is as shifting as the sands themselves. It's a quiet history, told in whispers of shipwrecks and lost settlements. Generations of sailors have navigated these treacherous waters, known as the graveyard of the Atlantic. The submerged hulls and forgotten artifacts are a somber reminder of the sea's unforgiving nature. Entire communities, like the legendary lost colony of Roanoke, Abibani said, their stories slowly swallowed by the creeping sand and the inevitable motion of the sea. It's a place where the past feels both incredibly close and irretrievably lost, buried just beneath your feet. Yet, amidst this landscape of constant change, there are symbols of permanence. The lighthouses. These stoic structures, like the iconic Cape Hatteras lighthouse, with its black and white stripes, have stood sentinel for centuries. They are the only permanent fixtures. In a world of flux, as day turns to night, their steady, rhythmic lights begin their slow, predictable sweep across the darkness, cutting a path of safety through the treacherous shoals. Each flash is a heartbeat, a promise of guidance and a defiant stand against the overwhelming darkness and the powerful sea. They're more than just navigational aids. They are symbols of hope and endurance. Life here moves at a different pace. It's a rhythm dictated not by clocks, but by the tides and the seasons. The entire region breathes with the slow, rhythmic pulse of the ocean and the quiet, continuous motion of the wind. To be here is to disconnect from the hustle of the modern world and to reconnect with something more fundamental, more ancient. It's a place that invites you to slow down, to listen, and to simply be present. The rustle of the sea oats in the dunes, the cry of a gull overhead, the salty taste of the earthies are the simple, profound experiences that define the Outer Banks. You can feel the resilience of this place in its people and its wildlife. Wild horses, descendants of Spanish mustangs, shipwrecked centuries ago, roam freely across the islands. Their sturdy forms a perfect adaptation to this harsh, beautiful environment. They are a living link to the past, a symbol of the untamed spirit that still thrives here. The local communities, too, have a deep connection to the land and sea. Their lives interwoven with the challenges and blessings of this unique coastal geography. They understand the need to respect the power of nature and to live in harmony with it. Walking along these endless beaches, with the waves on one side and the dunes on the other, you get a sense of true solitude. It's a humbling experience to stand at the edge of the continent, to feel so small yet so connected to the vastness of the universe. The sky seems bigger here, the stars brighter. The sound of the wind and waves becomes a form of meditation, clearing the mind and soothing the soul. It's a place for reflection, for contemplation, and for rediscovering a sense of wonder. The Outer Banks are not a place of dramatic, sudden events. It's a place of slow, persistent transformation. The very ground you stand on is temporary, a collection of sand that has traveled from distant mountains, been carried by rivers, and shaped by ocean currents over millennia. It's a constant dance between creation and erosion, a process that is both beautiful and relentless. This gentle, persistent force is what gives the Outer Banks their unique character and their profound, quiet beauty. It's a reminder that the most powerful forces are often the most patient ones. We've arrived in South Carolina, and we're about to immerse ourselves in the slow, enchanting current of the low country. Imagine stepping out into the morning. The air is warm, almost tangible, and it carries the unique, earthy scent of what the locals call pluff mud, that rich, dark soil of the marsh mixed with the clean, briny smell of salt grass. This isn't just air you breathe. It's an atmosphere you feel, a thick, humid blanket that softens the edges of the world and mutes the harshness of sound. It's the very essence of the low country. A sensory welcome that tells you to slow down and simply be present. The defining feature of this region is its stunning, sprawling salt marsh. Picture it, a vast, low-lying expanse of green and brown grasses stretching as far as the eye can see, meeting the horizon in a soft, hazy line. It's not a static painting, though. This landscape is alive, a vibrant ecosystem teeming with unseen life. And cutting through this immense carpet of grass are the tidal creeks, the veins and arteries of the low country. These are not rushing rivers or babbling brooks. The water here moves with a deliberate, almost lazy grace. The current is slow, a gentle, unhurried flow that mirrors the pace of life in this part of the world. It's a quiet, constant movement, dictated not by urgency, but by the ancient, reliable rhythm of the ocean. Twice a day, the tide pushes the salt water in, nourishing the marsh, and twice a day, it slowly draws it back out, revealing the intricate patterns of the mud. This continuous, quiet process of transformation is the heartbeat of the low country. To stand at the edge of one of these creeks is to witness a meditation in motion, a lesson in patience and persistence. This profound connection to the natural rhythm has shaped everything here, including the architecture. Driving through the countryside, you'll see the silhouettes of old plantation houses, not perched on hills for all to see, but nestled deep within the land, surrounded by ancient live oaks draped in Spanish moss. These homes were designed for this specific climate, for this specific way of life. They feature soaring high ceilings to let the warm air rise in expansive, deeply shaded porches, sometimes called piazzas, that wrap around the house. These porches aren't just an addition. They're the heart of the home. Outdoor living rooms designed to catch even the faintest breeze and invite a slow, patient existence. They are spaces for conversation, for quiet contemplation, for simply watching the world go by at its own gentle pace. This sense of stillness extends to the soundscape. The dense humidity and the soft, deep earth of the swamps and marshes act as natural sound absorbers. Sharp noises are muffled, distant sounds are softened, and the result is a profound, settled quiet. It's not an empty silence, but a full one. It is a quiet filled with the subtle sounds of nature, the rustle of cordgrass in the breeze, the distant call of a wading bird, the gentle lapping of water against the bank, the hum of insects in the humid air. Every sound seems to be absorbed into the very fabric of the place, creating a peacefulness that seeps into your soul. Now, let's venture deeper into the cypress swamps. Here, the atmosphere shifts, becoming more mystical, more Primeval. Sunlight dapples through the high canopy, casting shifting patterns on the dark, still water below. The majestic bold cypress trees rise straight out of the water, their unique knees, those knobby, woody growths protruding from the surface like ancient sculptures. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The silence here is even deeper, broken only by the sudden splash of a turtle slipping off a log or the haunting call of a barred owl. Floating through these swamps in a canoe or kayak is like entering another world, a lost sanctuary where every shadow holds a secret and every reflection tells a story of timelessness. The human element of the low country is just as integral as its natural beauty. The Gula Geechee culture, forged by West Africans who were brought here, is a vibrant and resilient thread in the region's tapestry. Their unique language, crafts like sweetgrass, basket weaving, and soulful cuisine are not relics of the past. They are a living, breathing part of the low country's identity. The flavors of this region are born from the land in sea shrimp and grits, she crab soup, frogmore stew. It's comfort food that tells a story of community and of a deep connection to the bounty of the marsh. Life here encourages you to find joy in the small, simple moments. It is about taking the time to watch the sunset paint the marsh in hues of orange and purple. It is about the pleasure of a cool drink on a shaded porch during the heat of the afternoon. It's about the quiet satisfaction of casting a line into a tidal creek and waiting, not with impatience, but with peaceful anticipation. This is a place that teaches you that there is immense value in stillness, that the most profound experiences often happen when we stop rushing and simply allow ourselves to be. The slow current of the low country isn't just in the water. It's a philosophy, a way of being. It's a reminder that in our fast-paced modern world, there is still a place where the rhythms of nature dictate the day, where beauty is found in the quiet and the subtle, and where the soul can find a moment of profound, settled peace. It's a current that, if you let it, will carry you to a deeper appreciation for the world around you and the quiet moments within you. We're leaving the bustling cities behind to explore a world defined by warm silence, a place where nature speaks in whispers. Our destination is the heart of the cypress swamps and the deep, silent forests of the interior. As we step into this world, the first thing you notice is the atmosphere. It's heavy, warm, and so deeply humid it feels like you can almost touch it. This isn't just weather, it's a presence, a thick blanket of warmth that settles over everything, muffling the outside world and drawing you into its quiet embrace. Imagine we're in a canoe, paddling slowly through the legendary Okefenokee swamp. The water around us is dark, almost black, stained by the tannins from decaying leaves over centuries. It's perfectly still, like a sheet of polished obsidian, flawlessly mirroring the ancient, twisted cypress trees that rise majestically from the depths. These aren't just trees. They are silent giants, guardians of this watery realm, their massive trunks, buttressed and gnarled by time, and draping from their branches are long, trailing veils of Spanish moss. It hangs motionless in the thick, warm air, like ancient, gray curtains. This moss does more than just decorate the trees. It absorbs sound, it swallows echoes, softens every noise, and contributes to a silence that is almost absolute. This isn't an empty silence. It's a dense, biological, quiet, full of unseen life. It's a silence that feels alive, a quiet that breathes, with the swamp itself. Listen closely. The quiet is so profound that you can hear the smallest sounds with incredible clarity. That gentle asterisk, plop asterisk. It's a single drop of water, having gathered on a strand of moss, finally letting go and falling into the still, dark water below. In this vast stillness, that tiny sound becomes an event, a punctuation mark in a long, silent sentence written by the swamp. Each drop is a reminder of the slow, patient rhythm of this place. The silence here is a unique language. It speaks of timelessness, of cycles of life and decay happening at a pace far removed from our own. It's a quiet that encourages you to slow down, to simply be present and observe. You begin to notice the subtle movements, a water strider skimming the surface, the slow drift of a fallen leaf, the imperceptible unfurling of a fern frond. It's a world that reveals its secrets not through grand gestures, but through quiet, patient observation. Now, let's move away from the swamp and travel into Georgia's Piedmont region. Here, the landscape changes. The ground rolls in gentle, undulating hills, covered in a deep, rich, red clay soil. Under the heat of the afternoon sun, this soil settles quietly. It seems to absorb the heat, radiating a silent warmth back into the air. There's a feeling of deep-rootedness here, of a land that has been settled and still for millennia. As we wander through this rolling countryside, we find ourselves entering the high, isolated pine forests that crown the hills. These aren't the dense, tangled woods of the swamp, but something different. The tall, straight pines stand like sentinels, their needles forming a thick canopy high above. The forest floor is often clear, carpeted in a soft layer of fallen pine needles that muffles every footstep. And here, we encounter another kind of silence, another kind of natural sound. It's the wind. The sound of the wind moving through these high pine forests is not a roar or a whistle, but a gentle, continuous hush. It's a soft asterisk, asterisk. Like the sound of a distant ocean, or a steady, deep breath. It's a sound that doesn't break the silence, but becomes part of it, a constant, soothing presence. It speaks of the vastness of the sky above and the steadiness of the earth below. This gentle hush is the voice of the forests. Patience. It has been whispering through these trees for generations, a timeless lullaby sung to the rolling red hills. It's a sound that cleanses the mind, washing away the noise of everyday life and leaving behind a sense of peace and clarity. It invites you to stand still, close your eyes, and just listen to the quiet symphony of the wind and the pines. Putting it all together, the dense, living quiet of the Okefenokee, the silent heat of the red clay, and the soft hush of the pine forest reveals the true character of Georgia's natural soul. The entire state seems to suggest a quiet, enduring patience. It's a place where the fundamental processes of life growth, decay, and renewal occur slowly, deliberately, and with a profound, quiet consistency. This isn't an empty or desolate quiet. It's a rich, full silence, brimming with the slow, powerful energy of nature. It's the quiet of a seed pushing through the soil, of moss slowly enveloping a fallen log, of water patiently carving its path through the land. In Georgia, silence is not an absence of sound, but the presence of something deeper. Time itself, moving at its own unhurried, natural pace. To experience this is to understand that the loudest messages are not always the most powerful. Sometimes, the most profound truths are found in the stillness, in the places where the world slows down enough for you to truly listen. Georgia teaches us the beauty of that stillness, the warm, deep silence that holds the secrets of life itself. We're heading into the heart of the Everglades, a landscape of profound, almost surreal stillness. Forget everything you think you know about Florida. The true soul of this state isn't found on its vibrant coasts, but deep within its immense, quiet wetlands. The Everglades isn't just a swamp. It's a colossal, slow-moving river of grass. Picture this: a body of water 40 miles wide, yet often less than a foot deep, inching its way toward the sea at a pace so slow, it's nearly invisible to the naked eye. This is a world defined by subtlety and patience. Imagine floating silently, almost hovering, over an endless sea of soap. The landscape is a vast, flat expanse of yellow-green that melts into the horizon. There are no mountains, no valleys, just this incredible, uninterrupted plain of grass and water. It's a minimalist masterpiece, painted by nature, a testament to the beauty of simplicity. Listen closely. Can you hear that? It's the signature sound of the Everglades. It's not the roar of traffic or the chatter of crowds. It's the wind, moving like a soft breath over the billions of blades of grass, creating a continuous, gentle sigh. It's a sound that's both a whisper and a song, a constant reminder of the life flowing through this unique ecosystem. It's a sound that gets into your soul and quiets the noise of the modern world. The water here is a marvel. It's so clear you can see right to the bottom, yet it moves so slowly that it often appears perfectly still, like a sheet of glass reflecting the vast sky. It's a world of reflections, where the clouds above seem to float on the water below. This river doesn't rush. It seeps. It glides. It flows with a geological sense of time. Dotted across this immense grassy river are small, isolated islands of trees known as hammocks. They stand like quiet sentinels in the slow-moving water, breaking the endless horizon. These hammocks are oases of shade and biodiversity, home to a different kind of life than the surrounding marsh. They are sanctuaries, little worlds unto themselves, rising from the water like ancient green fortresses. From a distance, they seem to float, their dark green canopies a stark contrast to the pale sun. And then there's the sun. In the Everglades, the sun isn't just in the sky. It's an immense and constant presence. It beats down with a powerful intensity, and its light fills every corner of the open landscape. The air is heavy with its warmth and thick with humidity, a tangible blanket that slows you down and forces you to adapt to the rhythm of the place. You don't just see the heat, you feel it on your skin. You breathe it in. Life here is governed by a different clock. The pace isn't dictated by minutes or hours, but by the slow, continuous, and inevitable movement of the water. This is a process measured in seasons, in months, in the unhurried cycle of wet and dry. To experience the Everglades is to learn a new kind of patience, to align yourself with a rhythm that has been beating for millennia. It is a lesson in letting go of our own urgency and embracing the profound peace of a world that moves at its own deliberate speed. The silence here is not an absence of sound, but a presence of quiet. It's a deep, living stillness, broken only by the call of a waiting bird, the buzz of an insect, or the rustle of a gator slipping into the water. Every sound is amplified. Every movement is significant. In Tiskiat, you begin to notice the smaller details, the way a spider web glistens would do, the intricate patterns on a snail's shell, the slow unfurling of a fern. This isn't a landscape that shouts for your attention. It's one that rewards it. The more you look, the more you see. The longer you stay, the more you understand. The Everglades teaches you to observe, to be present, and to find wonder in the almost imperceptible changes happening all around you. It's a meditation in motion, a place where the stillness outside helps you find stillness within. So, when you think of Florida, I hope you'll also think of this. A vast, sun-drenched river of grass, moving silently toward the sea, holding a quiet power that is both humbling and deeply restorative. Alabama, forget what you think you know, because we're about to explore a side of this state that is deeply rooted in the earth itself, a place of gentle, red soil and a profound, quiet stillness. Alabama is defined by its very foundation. Imagine running your hands through the soil here. It's a deep, rich, red clay. You can feel its fine, slightly gritty texture, warm under the sun. This isn't just dirt. It's a living archive, a soil that holds the history of centuries of slow, patient weathering. It's the kind of earth that has stories to tell, if you only take the time to listen. It's the bedrock of the state's identity, a constant, silent presence that has shaped everything from its culture to its landscape. This connection to the earth is felt everywhere, especially in the slow, meandering rivers that crisscross the state. From the Tennessee River in the north to the Mobile and Alabama rivers in the south. These waterways are not rushing torrents. They are quiet, slow-moving entities, carving gentle paths through the landscape as they make their patient journey down to the Gulf of Mexico. Standing on the banks of one of these rivers, you feel a sense of calm. The water reflects the wide, open sky, and the silence is broken only by the hum of insects or the distant call of a bird. It's a landscape that invites you to slow down, to match its unhurried pace. Let's travel north to the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. Here, the landscape changes. The flat plains give way to rolling hills and deep forests. There's a dense, quiet atmosphere among the trees, a sense of being enveloped by nature. The air feels cooler, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. The streams that flow through these forests are just as gentle as the rivers below. They trickle over smooth, rounded stones, their waters crystal clear. The sound is a soft, constant, more a natural soundtrack that speaks of peace and permanence. It's a world away from the hustle of modern life, a sanctuary of green and quiet. Moving down into the Central Plains, the landscape opens up again. This is Alabama's agricultural heartland, a vast expanse of flat, fertile land dedicated to the slow, predictable rhythms of farming. Here, the movement of time isn't measured by a clock, but by the changing of the seasons. You see it in the first green shoots of spring, the tall stalks of corn in the summer, and the golden fields ready for harvest in the fall. The work is tied to the sun and the rain, a deep and enduring partnership between people and the land. The stillness here is different from the forest. It's an open, expansive quiet, stretching out to the horizon under a vast sky. This rural stillness is perhaps the most defining characteristic of Alabama. It's a quiet that is heavy and settled, not empty. It's filled with the life of the land, the slow growth of crops, the gentle flow of water, and the weight of history. It's a place where you can feel the deep, enduring connection to the earth in a way that's becoming rare in our fast-paced world. Alabama invites you to pause, to breathe deeply, and to appreciate the profound beauty and simplicity and slowness. It reminds us that there is strength in gentleness and a deep wisdom in the patient, steady cycles of nature. The red soil, the slow rivers, the quiet forests, and the expansive plains, they all come together to create a state that feels both ancient and alive. It is a land that doesn't shout for attention, but rewards those who are willing to listen to its quiet, steady heartbeat. It's a gentle place, a place of deep roots and enduring connection. To truly understand Mississippi, you have to understand its river. The entire western edge of the state is a landscape sculpted not by sudden, violent forces, but by the slow, patient, and immensely powerful work of water. For millennia, the Mississippi River has carried silt and sediment from half a continent, depositing it here, layer by painstaking layer. This created the Delta, one of the most fertile and flat expanses of land you will ever see. It's a landscape built by quiet, relentless effort, a testament to the idea that immense strength doesn't always need to be loud. Imagine standing on the banks. The river isn't a rushing, chaotic torrent. It's a vast, wide ribbon of water, moving with a kind of awesome, unhurried grace. The sheer volume of water, its slow, inevitable momentum, creates a sound that's less of a roar and more of a deep, resonant hum. It's a sound that you feel in your chest as much as you hear with your ears. This is the pulse of the state, a constant, soothing presence that has shaped not just the land, but the culture and the very rhythm of life here. As you move inland from the riverbank, the landscape opens up into vast, flat fields. For generations, this rich soil has been home to cotton, its white bowls stark against the dark earth. These fields stretch to the horizon, interrupted only by stands of ancient cypress trees, their knees poking up from the swampy ground, draped in Spanish moss. There's a profound stillness here. It's a silence that isn't empty, but full. It's filled with the quiet calls of insects buzzing in the thick, humid air, the distant song of a mockingbird, and dead ape structural silence of the vast, open spaces. This quiet is a reflection of the land itself. It's the quiet of patience, of endurance. It mirrors the slow, geological process that built this place, the patient work of the farmer waiting for the harvest, and the deep, historical layers that are embedded in the soil. You can feel the weight of history here, the stories of triumph and sorrow of blues music, born in these very fields, and of a people whose lives have been intrinsically linked to the cycles of the river and the land. The quiet of the Mississippi Delta is not an absence of sound. It's a different kind of sound. It's the sound of growth, of water seeping into soil, of roots pushing deeper. It's the sound of the sun beating down on a tin roof, the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, the distant rumble of a train crossing the flatland. It forces you to slow down, to listen more intently, to notice the subtle details that are often lost in the noise of modern life. In the small towns that dot the Delta, life moves at a different pace. Porches are for sitting, conversations are and there is a deep sense of community rooted in shared history and a shared connection to this unique place. The people here have a deep understanding of the river's power, its ability to give life, and, at times, to take it away. This relationship fosters a kind of stoic resilience, an acceptance of forces larger than oneself. The quiet here is deep and enduring. It's a quiet that is soaked into the very fabric of the place, just as the river's water is soaked into the soil. It's the quiet of the deep, slow river, the quiet of the endless cotton fields, and the quiet of a history that is still very much alive. To experience Mississippi is to immerse yourself in this profound stillness, to let the unhurried rhythm of the delta seep into your own being. It is a reminder that some of the most powerful and enduring things in this world are built not with noise and fury, but with quiet, steady, and immense persistence. So, as we leave the banks of this great river, we carry with us that deep, resonant hum. It's the sound of a land built by quiet, immense effort, a sound that echoes the slow, patient accumulation of history and soil. It's the sound of the Deep South, the sound of Mississippi. This is the quiet of the limestone karst, a silence born from deep, geologic time. When you think of Kentucky, what comes to mind? Maybe it's the thundering excitement of the Kentucky Derby, the rich aroma of bourbon aging in charred oak barrels, or the soulful twang of bluegrass music echoing through the mountains. And you'd be right. But beneath all that vibrant culture lies a secret world, a landscape that is slow, subterranean, and profoundly silent. The real story of Kentucky is written in stone. Limestone, to be exact. Much of the state sits atop a massive bed of this soft, porous rock. For millions of years, rainwater, which is naturally slightly acidic, has been working its magic. It seeps through the soil, trickles into cracks in the limestone, and begins a patient, relentless process of dissolving the rock, one microscopic particle at a time. This is the essence of a karst landscape. Imagine it. A process so slow it's completely invisible to our eyes, yet so powerful it has sculpted a hidden kingdom beneath our feet. This quiet work of water has carved out thousands of caves, created vast underground rivers, and formed a complex network of subterranean passages that honeycomb the earth. On the surface, this geology creates a landscape of gentle beauty. The land rolls and dips in soft, undulating waves, covered in the famous bluegrass pastures that give the state its nickname. This soil, enriched by the underlying limestone, is incredibly fertile, creating the perfect grazing land for the thoroughbred horses that have made Kentucky legendary. The air here often feels mild and humid, hanging softly over the wide-open skies and distant tree lines. The history of this land reflects its gentle nature. Life here has often moved at a more measured pace, tied to the predictable cycles of the seasons. It's a history rooted in the land itself, in farming, in the careful and patient art of horse breeding, where bloodlines are tracked over generations. It's a quiet history, built on tradition and a deep connection to the earth. But to find the true, absolute quiet of Kentucky, we have to go down. Deep, deep down. Beneath the green pastures and sleepy towns lies the Mammoth Cave National Park, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and the longest-known cave system in the world. As you descend into its dark, silent chambers, it feels like stepping into another dimension. The air cools and grows still. The sounds of the surface roll the wind, the birds, the cars fade away until there is nothing. You are enveloped in a silence so complete it feels tangible, a silence that has reigned in these holes for millennia. Here, time itself seems to slow down, to stop. The only movement is the steady, rhythmic drip, drip, drip of water seeping through the rock ceiling. Look closely at the formations around you, those incredible stalactites hanging like stone icicles, and the stalagmites rising from the floor to meet them. Each one is a testament to immense patience. That single, slow drip of water carries dissolved minerals. When the drop hangs, it leaves a microscopic deposit of calcite. Drop after drop, year after year, century after century. It can take 100 years for a stalactite to grow just 1 single inch. Think about that. A formation that stands as tall as a person might represent tens of thousands of years of silent, persistent work. It's a time scale that's difficult for us to even comprehend. This isn't the quiet of an empty room or a peaceful afternoon. This is the quiet of deep, geologic time. It's a profound, ancient stillness that holds the memory of the earth itself. In the absolute darkness of the deeper passages, where no natural light has ever reached, you can experience a silence that is almost spiritual. It's a quiet that allows you to hear the beat of your own heart, to feel the gentle rhythm of your own breath. It's a humbling experience, reminding us of our small place in the vast, slow story of the planet. This is the dual nature of Kentucky, a state of vibrant life and energy on its surface, and a world of profound, ancient stillness deep within its heart. The rolling hills and the hidden caves are two sides of the same coin, both shaped by the same quiet, patient force of water on limestone. So the next time you picture Kentucky, remember this hidden dimension. Remember the slow, silent work happening constantly beneath the surface. Remember the vast, dark chambers where time is measured not in minutes or hours, but in the slow drip of water building castles of stone. This is the quiet of the limestone karsted deep, slow, and powerful silence that defines the very soul of Kentucky. Tennessee is undoubtedly a powerhouse of American culture and sound, but beyond the rhythm and the melodies, there lies another tenacious state of distinct, quiet regions, a place of deep river valleys and high, hushed plateaus. This is the Tennessee we're here to explore. We're venturing into a landscape where the quiet isn't just an absence of noise. It's a presence. It's a tangible feeling shaped by geography, history, and the very air you breathe. It's a silence defined by altitude and distance, a quiet that invites you to slow down, listen, and connect with the ancient, steady rhythm of the land. Our main destination on this quest for quiet is one of the state's most majestic and serene features, the Cumberland Plateau. The Cumberland Plateau is a world apart. It's a massive tableland of rock, a geological marvel that rises dramatically from the surrounding lowlands. To understand its quiet, you first have to understand its scale. Spanning over 20,000 square miles, it's the world's longest hardwood forested plateau. When you stand on its edge, you're not just looking out. You're looking down across miles and miles of deep, forested valleys that carve their way through the earth. Imagine yourself there, on the flat, wide surface of the plateau. The air up here is different. It's thinner, crisper, and profoundly still. The sounds from the valleys below, the distant hum of life and traffic, are muffled by the sheer elevation. They struggle to climb the steep escarpments, and by the time they reach you, they've dissolved into the vastness, leaving only the near-perfect silence of the high ground. This is what I mean when I say, the quiet here is defined by altitude. You are literally above the noise, but it's also defined by distance. The views are immense, stretching to a horizon that seems a world away. This vastness creates a psychological sense of quiet. Your perspective shifts. The little worries and the frantic pace of daily life seem to shrink in the face of such an epic landscape. There's a feeling of being small, but in a comforting way, like you're part of something immense and timeless. The sounds you do hear are the subtle, gentle ones. The whisper of wind through the leaves of ancient oak and hickory trees. The distant, lonely call of a hawk circling high above. The soft rustle of a deer moving through the undergrowth. These aren't interruptions to the silence. They are the voice of the silence itself. The forests here are thick and old, creating a natural sound buffer. Walking through them feels like stepping into a cathedral of nature, where every footstep is cushioned by damp earth and fallen leaves. Let's explore some of the specific places that embody this tranquility. High on the plateau, you'll find places like the Savage Gulf State Natural Area. The name might sound intense, but the experience is one of pure serenity. Here, you can hike along the rim of a 900-foot deep canyon, a gulf carved by the Collins River over millennia. Standing at a viewpoint like Stone Door, you look out over a sea of green treetops. The only sound is the breeze funneled up from the canyon floor. It's a place for contemplation, a place to just sit and be. Or consider Fall Creek Falls State Park, another gem of the plateau. While the thunderous roar of the 256-foot waterfall is a powerful sound, the park that surrounds it offers countless pockets of deep quiet. You can find a trail that leads you away from the main attraction, along a small, clear stream flowing gently over flat rock surfaces. These streams are a key feature of the plateau. They don't rush and tumble like mountain streams. They meander, moving with a quiet deliberation, their water filtering through the porous sandstone, making them exceptionally clear. Sitting by one of these streams, listening to the soft gurgle of water, is a form of meditation. The quiet of the Cumberland Plateau is also a reflection of its history. This was a rugged, isolated frontier for a long time. The communities that developed here were small and self-reliant, living in harmony with the land's rhythms. That legacy of a slower, more deliberate pace of life still lingers. You feel it in the small towns dotted across the plateau, where time seems to move a little differently. This isn't a manufactured quiet for tourists. It's an authentic quiet, born from the land and the people who have inhabited it for generations. And this sense of deliberate, slow movement extends even to the state's bustling capital. Nashville, the heart of Music City, sits quietly on the Cumberland River. Unlike a rushing mountain river, the Cumberland is a slow, looping waterway. It moves with a quiet deliberation through the heart of the state, its wide, calm surface reflecting the sky. Even in the middle of a vibrant city, the river offers a reminder of the state's deep, underlying tranquility. Standing on one of its banks, you can watch the water flow by and feel that same steady, unhurried rhythm that defines the high plateaus. So, the quiet of Tennessee is multi-layered. It's the physical quiet of the Hualtatube Latea, shielding you from the noise of the world below. It's the visual quiet of the vast, unbroken forests and distant horizons. And it asks the spiritual quiet that comes from being in a place that operates on a geological timescale, a place that reminds you of the slow, steady, and enduring pulse of nature. It's a quiet that challenges the notion that Tennessee is only about sound. The state that gave us the Nashville sound also suffers the Cumberland silence. The two aren't in opposition. They are two sides of the same coin, representing the dynamic and soulful character of this incredible place. One is the outward expression of its creative energy. The other is the inward reflection of its ancient soul. To truly experience Tennessee, you must experience both. You must tap your feet to the music on Broadway, but you also need to stand on the edge of the plateau and listen to the silence. It's in that balance that you'll find the true spirit of the volunteer state. Fertile plains as we cross its borders, we leave behind the rugged hills and step into a landscape shaped by ancient immense forces, a land of gentle, rolling plains and deep, steady rivers. Imagine standing on the edge of a vast field. The horizon stretches out, seemingly forever, a flat line punctuated only by distant silos and tree lines. This is the legacy of the glaciers. Eons ago, colossal sheets of ice ground their way across this region, scraping the surface flat and depositing a gift of incredible value. Rich, dark, fertile soil. This isn't just dirt. It's the very foundation of Ohio's identity and prosperity. A deep, black earth that holds the promise of abundance. Look closely at that soil. It's almost black, crumbly, and teeming with life. It feels cool and substantial in your hand. This is the stuff of legends for farmers. It's what allows Ohio to be a powerhouse of agriculture. This land doesn't demand. It gives. It yields its bounty with a quiet, patient consistency that has defined life here for generations. And that sense of patience permeates everything. Out here in the open farmland, the world slows down. The loudest sound is often the whisper of the wind rustling through endless rows of tall corn. Picture it. A sea of green stalks, their tassels catching the golden light of late afternoon, swaying in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. It's a dance choreographed by nature, a visual representation of the steady, unhurried pace of life governed by the turning of the seasons. From the spring planting, a time of hopeful work under open skies, to the summer's patient growth, where the sun and rain do their silent work, all the way to the golden harvest of autumn life. Here is a cycle. It's a partnership with the land, built on an understanding that good things take time. There's a deep-seated confidence in the process, a trust that the soil will provide, that the rains will come, and that the sun will shine. This isn't a passive waiting. It's an active observant, patience. This rhythm is echoed in the state's waterways. Defining the entire southern boundary is the mighty Ohio River. This isn't a rushing, chaotic torrent. It's a wide, powerful, slow-moving giant. Its current is a continuous, deep murmur, a constant presence that has shaped commerce, culture, and history. The river is a metaphor for the state itself, strong, steady, and purposeful. moving forward with an unstoppable but unhurried force. Barges glide silently on its surface, carrying the fruits of the land to the wider world. Another testament to the quiet productivity of this place. But the quiet of Ohio is more than just the absence of noise. It's a profound sense of peace and stability. It's the quiet of a land that feels settled, content. It's as if the land itself is resting, but it's a productive rest, a gathering of strength for the next season's quiet work. This isn't the dramatic, breathtaking quiet of a mountain peak, but the deep, reassuring quiet of a place that knows its own strength and purpose. This patient character is reflected in the people. There's a groundedness here, a practicality born from generations of working the land. Communities are built on dependability and mutual support, knowing that everyone is subject to the same seasons and the same patient earth. There's a sense of history, of roots that run as deep as the taproots of the oak trees dotting the landscape. Think about the small towns scattered across these plains. They are anchors in this sea of green. Their main streets might seem quiet on a weekday afternoon, but they are hubs of a resilient and enduring way of life. The architecture often speaks of a practical, known-and-sense approach, yet it's built to last, just like the farmhouses that have weathered a century of seasons. Even away from the farms, in the bustling cities like Columbus, Cincinnati, and Cleveland, you can feel an undercurrent of this patient, steady character. These cities grew from the wealth of the land and the strategic importance of the waterways. They are centers of innovation and industry, but they retain a certain Midwestern sensibility of belief in hard work, common sense, and building for the long term. So, as we spend our time here, let's tune into this unique frequency. Let's feel the deep, dark soil beneath our feet. Let's listen to the wind in the corn and the low hum of the river. Ohio teaches us a valuable lesson. That true strength isn't always loud or flashy. Sometimes, the greatest power lies in patience, in steady growth, and in the quiet, consistent work that yields an incredible, enduring bounty. It's the quiet confidence of a land that is deeply, fundamentally, at peace. As we journey into the heart of America, to State 23, Indiana. They call it the Hoosier State, but I like to think of it as the land of the unbroken horizon. Forget what you think you know about flyover states. Indiana isn't a place you just pass over. It's a place you sink into. It's a landscape defined by its immense, quiet flatness, a world painted in the deep greens of summer and the golden hues of autumn. The land here is low and level, stretching out in every direction until it meets the sky in a perfectly straight line. This isn't the dramatic, jagged beauty of mountains or the roaring power of an ocean. This is something else, entirely a profound, visual stillness that calms the soul. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine being there. Picture yourself standing on the edge of a massive cornfield in the middle of July. The air is warm, almost thick, and it carries the rich, earthy scent of dark, fertile soil. It's a smell of life, of growth, of patient potential waiting to be harvested. You can almost feel the infinite space around you, a sense of openness that's both humbling and liberating. The quiet here is different. It's not an absence of sound, it's a presence. It's a deep, continuous quiet that wraps around you like a blanket. The kind of silence that's only punctuated by the subtle, natural rhythms of the land. Maybe you will hear the gentle rustle of a million corn stalks whispering to each other in the breeze. Or perhaps, if you listen very, very closely, you might catch the very distant, low hum of a tractor, working a field miles and miles away. It's not a noise that disturbs the peace. It's a sound that confirms it, reminding you just how vast and expansive this place really is. The waterways in Indiana move with the same unhurried grace as the landscape itself. Rivers, like the Wabash, a name that echoes with history, don't rush or carve dramatic canyons. Instead, they flow slowly, meandering circuitously through the flatland. Their pace is dictated by the gentle, almost imperceptible gradient of the earth. Watching the Wabash drift by is like watching time itself slow down. The water reflects the huge, open sky, creating a moving mirror of the clouds and the endless blue above. It's a lesson in patience, a reminder that not everything in life needs to be a race. This stillness, this quiet of Indiana, is almost geometric. It rests in the straight lines of the crop rows, that seem to converge at a distant vanishing point. It's in the 90-degree angles of the country roads that crisscross the plains, creating a perfect grid across the landscape. And it's in the vast, open fields that stretch out under a low, wide horizon. This geometry isn't cold or sterile. It's Alle? Bless. It's a visual order that encourages a deep, continuous sense of rest. There's a certain kind of person who thrives in this environment. It's for the thinkers, the dreamers, the people who find clarity not in constant noise and stimulation, but in the space between things. In Indiana, the landscape gives you room to breathe, room to think. Your thoughts aren't crowded out by skyscrapers or mountains. They have the freedom to expand, to fill the vastness that surrounds you. It's a place that fosters introspection. Staring out at that unbroken horizon, you can't help but contemplate your own place in the grand scheme of things. Let's talk more about those cornfields. They're more than just agriculture. They are the very fabric of the Indiana landscape. In spring, they are a sea of vibrant green shoots, full of promise. Bilate sumer. They become towering walls of green, creating narrow, shady corridors between the rows. Walking through a mature cornfield is like entering another world. The sun filters through the leaves, dappling the ground in patterns of light and shadow. The air is still and humid, and the only sound is the swish of the leaves against your clothes. It's an immersive, almost magical experience. And when autumn arrives, the transformation is breathtaking. The green gives way to a sea of gold and brown. The fields become brittle and dry, and the sound of the wind moving through them changes from a whisper to a dry, rattling sigh. This is the sound of harvest, the culmination of a season's worth of quiet growth. It's a time of fulfillment, a tangible representation of the state's patient, hard-working spirit. The beauty of Indiana isn't loud. It doesn't scream for your attention. It's a subtle, understated beauty that reveals itself slowly to those who are willing to look, to listen, and to simply be present. It's in the fiery colors of a sunset that seems to set the entire flat world ablaze. It's in the way a lone oak tree stands, silhouetted against the enormous sky, a solitary guardian of the plains. It's in the blanket of stars that appears on a clear night, so brilliant and numerous because there's no city light to dim their glow. This landscape shapes the people who live here. There's a steadiness, a groundedness, a sense of community that comes from living in a place where your neighbors might be a mile down the road, but you're all sharing the same vast sky. It's a quiet strength, a resilience born from the rhythms of the seasons and the demands of the land. So, the next time you think of Indiana, I hope you'll picture more than just a space on a map. Picture the geometric stillness. Picture the low, unbroken horizon that invites your mind to wander. Fail to warm, thick air, scented with rich earth. And listen, really listen, for that deep, profound quiet that isn't empty, but full of peace. It's a quiet that rests the eyes and the soul, a reminder that sometimes the most beautiful things are found not in the dramatic and the loud, but in the simple, the steady. Michigan, the Great Lakes State, a place defined not by grand mountains or sprawling deserts, but by the quiet, immense presence of water. This is the quiet peninsula's water edge. Michigan is a state uniquely immersed in the Great Lakes, an immense land of peninsulas and shorelines. When you arrive, the first thing you notice is the atmosphere. It's cool, clean, and dominated by a sound that is both constant and calming. It's not the dramatic crash of ocean waves, but something far more subtle, the continuous, rhythmic lapping of fresh water against vast, empty shores. It's a sound that whispers of patience and endurance. Imagine yourself standing on the edge of Lake Superior, looking out over a horizon that seems to stretch into infinity. The water is a deep, clear blue, so vast it feels like an inland sea. The air carries a crispness, a scent of pine and damp earth, a fragrance that speaks of ancient forests and clean water. This is a silence that isn't empty. It's full. It's filled with the gentle, steady breathing of the lake. A rise and fall so subtle it's almost imperceptible, like the slow, deep breath of a sleeping giant. Let's travel north to the Upper Peninsula, often just called the UP. This is a region that feels like a world apart. It's a vast, isolated expanse of deep forests and quiet, dark lakes. Here, the land is blanketed in a thick tapestry of pine and hardwood. As you walk, the forest floor is spongy and sound-absorbing, muffling your footsteps and creating a sense of profound stillness. You feel as though you've stepped into a sanctuary where the modern world and its noise cannot penetrate. The geology of the UP is old, ancient even. The rocks beneath your feet are part of the Canadian Shield, some of the oldest and most stable on the continent. This land holds the immense, quiet weight of Earth's history. You can feel it in the rugged cliffs of the Pictured Rocks National Lakeshore, where centuries of water and wind have sculpted the sandstone into breathtaking formations. You can feel it in the deep, dark waters of Taquaman Falls, stained the color of root beer by the tannins from cedar swamps. This isn't just landscape. It's a geological saga written in stone and water. The Great Lakes themselves are a force of nature unlike any other. They are so vast, so immense, that they create their own climate, their own weather systems, and most importantly, their own unique brand of silence. It's a quiet that is immense, cold, and enduring. It's the silence of a winter morning when the lake is frozen, solid, a vast expanse of white stretching to the horizon. It's the silence of a calm summer evening, when the water is a perfect mirror reflecting the pastel colors of the sunset. This quiet is not an absence of sound, but a different kind of sound altogether. It's the rustle of leaves in the dense hardwood forests of the Lower Peninsula. It's the distant call of a loon echoing across a secluded inland lake. It's the gentle creak of a wooden dock swaying with the subtle movement of the water. These are the sounds that compose the symphony of Michigan's quiet. Even the state's industrial heart, Detroit, is intrinsically linked to this water. The city rose on the banks of the Detroit River, a vital artery connecting Lake Huron and Lake Erie. While the city buzzes with its own energy and rhythm, the steady, powerful flow of the river is a constant reminder of the natural forces that shape this land. It's a testament to the relationship between human endeavor and the enduring power of nature. Driving along the scenic M22, which hugs the Lake Michigan shoreline, you experience this duality firsthand. On one side, you have charming, small towns, cherry orchards, and vineyards. On the other, the endless expanse of the lake. You can pull over at any point, walk across the dunes, and be met with that same profound quiet, that same rhythmic lapping of the waves. It's a constant, grounding presence. The islands of Michigan, like Mackinac or Beaver Island, offer an even deeper immersion into this water-defined world. On Mackinac, where cars are forbidden, the loudest sounds are the clip-clop of horse-drawn carriages and the ringing of bicycle bells. But even these sounds are quickly absorbed by the surrounding water and the vast sky. You are constantly aware that you are on a small piece of land surrounded by an immense body of fresh water. It recalibrates your sense of scale, reminding you of your place in the larger natural world. The quiet of Michigan is a restorative quiet. It's a place where you can hear your own thoughts, where the constant noise of daily life fades away, replaced by the gentle, steady pulse of the lakes. It's a landscape that invites introspection and contemplation. It encourages you to slow down, to breathe deeply, and to simply be present. The 4 seasons each bring their own version of this quiet. In spring, it's the sound of melting ice and the first tentative songs of returning birds. In summer, it has the hum of insects in the warm air and the soft splash of a paddle in a canoe. In autumn, the quiet is punctuated by the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot as the forest blaze with color. And in winter, the quiet is at its most profound. A deep, muffled silence that settles over the land under a thick blanket of snow, with only the whisper of the wind across the frozen lake. So, when you think of Michigan, don't just think of cars or cities. Think of the water. Think of the vast, silent shores of the Upper Peninsula. Think of the deep, old forests and the cool, clean air. Think of the gentle, steady breathing of the Great Lakes, a rhythm as old as the land itself. This is the essence of Michigan, a state defined by its immersion in water, a land of peninsulas and shorelines, where the most powerful presence is a quiet that is immense, cold, and utterly enduring. It's a quiet that stays with you long after you've left its shores. This is a land that doesn't shout for your attention. It invites you in, offering a profound sense of peace that can only be found where nature remains undisturbed. Our exploration begins in the heart of Wisconsin's Northwoods. Picture this: a vast expanse of pine and birch, stretching as far as the eye can see. The air here is different. It's cool, crisp, and carries the clean, invigorating scent of pine needles and damp earth. As you walk deeper into these woods, the noise of the modern world fades away, replaced by a deep, resonant silence. It's a quiet so complete you can almost hear the heartbeat of the forest itself. This isn't an empty silence. It's a living one, filled with the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a loon, and the gentle lapping of water against a hidden shore. The story of Wisconsin's landscape is written by ancient glaciers. Millennia ago, colossal sheets of ice carved and shaped this land. As they slowly retreated, they left behind a gift: thousands of lakes, each a mirror to the sky. Imagine standing at the edge of one of these secluded inland lakes at dawn. The water is perfectly still, a sheet of glass reflecting the surrounding trees with impossible clarity. The world is painted in soft hues of green and blue, and the only thing that moves is the mist rising from the water's surface. It's a moment of pure, unadulterated tranquility, a scene that feels like it has existed outside of time. This glacial legacy created not just lakes, but also rolling hills and sprawling marshes. The geology is a testament to slow, powerful forces. The land feels ancient, patient. Driving through the countryside, you'll see these gentle hills, draped in green, rising and falling like the soft breaths of a sleeping giant. The marshes, teeming with life, offer another kind of quiet, a busy, humming stillness where dragonflies dance over the water and birds nest among the reeds. Each element of the landscape, from the highest hill to the lowest wetland, contributes to a sense of harmony and balance. And there are the Great Lakes. Wisconsin is bordered by two of these freshwater seas, Lake Michigan to the east and Lake Superior to the north. Their presence is immense, a constant, quiet power on the horizon. Standing on the shores of Lake Michigan, perhaps along the dramatic bluffs of Door County, you can feel the sheer scale of it all. The water stretches out, meeting the sky in a seamless blend of blues. The sound of the waves is a constant, soothing rhythm, a natural mantra that washes away stress and clears the mind. It's a place for contemplation, for watching the sun rise or set over an endless expanse of water. Lake Superior to the north offers a wilder, more rugged beauty. Its shores are lined with dramatic cliffs of red sandstone, carved by centuries of wind and waves. The Apostle Islands National Lakeshore is a testament to this raw power, a collection of islands where sea caves glow in the afternoon sun and old-growth forests stand resilient against the elements. The quiet here is one of all. You feel small in the face of such grandeur, but in a way that is comforting, not intimidating. It's a reminder of the enduring strength of the natural world. The entire state of Wisconsin seems dedicated to the slow, patient process of recovery and rest. It's a place where you can disconnect to reconnect with nature, with yourself, and with a simpler, more deliberate way of being. Whether it's paddling a canoe across a mere still lake, hiking through a silent forest of towering pines, or simply sitting on a sandy shore watching the waves roll in, Wisconsin offers a sanctuary. It's a deep, restorative stillness that seeps into your bones and reminds you of the profound peace that can be found when you just stop and listen. This is a land that doesn't need to boast. Its beauty is subtle, its charm is quiet, and its gift is peace. It's the perfect antidote to a hurried life, a place where time seems to slow down, allowing you to breathe deeply and simply be. The gentle roll of the hills, the cool scent of the pine-filled air, the vast, calming presence of the lakes, it all works together to create an atmosphere of profound serenity. Wisconsin isn't just a place on a map. It's a state of mind, a deep, restorative stillness that stays with you long after you've left its quiet shores. It's in the small towns, nestled among the forests and lakes, where you find the human element of this tranquility. Communities here move at a different pace. Life is centered around the seasons, around the simple pleasures of a bonfire on a cool evening or a day spent fishing on a quiet lake. There's a sense of groundedness, of connection to the land that is both humbling and inspiring. The people of Wisconsin seem to understand the value of this quietude, and they are its faithful guardians. So, if you ever feel the need to escape, to find a place where the silence is as beautiful as the scenery, consider Wisconsin. Let the deep forests envelop you. Let the still lakes reflect your own inner peace. And let the immense, quiet presence of the Great Lakes remind you of the vast and beautiful world we live in. This is a land for rest, for recovery, and for rediscovering the quiet joy of being alive. It's a landscape that heals, a stillness that restores, and a beauty that endures. To State 26, Illinois. When many people think of Illinois, their mind immediately jumps to the bustling energy of Chicago, a city of towering steel, roaring trains, and endless motion. But that's just one chapter of the story. To truly understand Illinois, you have to leave the city behind and venture out into the vast, quiet expanse that defines the majority of the state. This is the Prairie State, a land shaped by the slow sediment of time, where the silence is as deep and rich as the soil itself. Our exploration of Illinois begins not with what you see, but with what lies beneath your feet. For millennia, this land was a sea of tallgrass prairie. Imagine grasses stretching to the horizon, their roots reaching deep into the earth. Each year, as the grasses died back, their roots decomposed, slowly, patiently building up one of the most fertile soils on the planet. This deep, black earth is a quiet record of time, an invisible library holding the history of seasons, of growth and decay. A process so slow it's measured in centuries. It's a foundation of incredible wealth, not of gold or jewels, but of life-giving potential. This soil is the quiet engine of Illinois, the source of its agricultural might, a silent testament to the patient power of nature. The silence of the central farmlands is immense, almost a physical presence. Stand in the middle of a cornfield in late summer, and the world seems to hold its breath. The only sounds are the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze and perhaps the distant hum of a tractor, a tiny speck in a massive landscape. It's a profound quiet, one that encourages introspection. It's the silence of growth, of things happening on a scale too vast and slow for our hurried senses to perceive. You can feel the slow, methodical process of the sun, water, and soil working their magic. This isn't an empty silence. It's a full one, brimming with the unseen energy of the earth. This sense of slow, powerful movement is mirrored in the state's great liquid borders, the Mississippi River to the west and the Ohio River to the southeast. These aren't rushing, youthful streams. They are mature, majestic waterways. Picture the Mississippi, the father of waters, flowing wide and inexorable along the state's edge. Its current is often deceptively calm on the surface, but underneath, it carries the immense weight of a continent's worth of water and sediment. It's a continuous, deep murmur, a sound that has been the background rhythm of this land for eons. The river is a liquid historian, carrying particles from Minnesota, from the Rockies, from Pennsylvania, all mingling and flowing south, slowly depositing the very land we stand on. Watching a barge navigate the Ohio River reinforces this idea of patient, powerful force. These massive vessels move with a deliberate, unhurried grace, becoming part of the river's grand, slow procession. There's no frantic energy here, just the steady, reliable movement of commerce and nature intertwined. The rivers are the arteries of the heartland, and their pulse is slow, deep, and constant. They speak of endurance, of a journey that is measured not in hours, but in the long, drawn-out arc of history and geography. They are the physical embodiment of the state's character. Quiet, powerful, and enduring. Even the history of settlement in Illinois speaks to this theme of slow sedimentation. Before the grand grid of farms, before the railroad sliced across the prairie, This was a land of subtle paths and natural contours. The establishment of towns and cities was a gradual process, a layering of human presence onto the ancient landscape. Think of Abraham Lincoln, Illinois' most famous son. His story is one of slow, steady ascent of patience, deep thought, and unwavering principle qualities that seem to echo the very landscape he called home. His quiet determination feels born of this prairie silence, his deep wisdom nurtured by the long, flat horizon. So, Illinois reveals itself not in grand, dramatic gestures, but in the quiet accumulation of details. It's in the slow turning of a wind turbine blade against a vast sky, a modern harvest of energy from the ancient prairie winds. It's in the changing colors of a soybean field, a subtle shift from green to gold that marks the patient turning of the seasons. It's in the deep, resonant quiet that settles over the land after a snowfall, muffling the world and reminding us of the profound peace that can be found in stillness. The entire state speaks of the slow sedimentation of history, a patient, enduring quiet that has built one of the most productive and foundational landscapes in the world. It's a reminder that the most powerful forces are often the quietest, and the most profound changes happen slowly, over time, like sediment building the earth, one grain at a time. Welcome to Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes. But that name, as impressive as it is, doesn't quite capture the essence of this place. It's not just about the number of lakes. It's about the feeling they create, a profound, almost spiritual stillness that seeps into your very soul. Imagine floating, suspended in the air, looking down upon a world that seems more water than land. Below you is a single, massive body of water, but a sprawling, intricate mosaic of lakes. Thousands upon thousands of them, each a shimmering sapphire mirror reflecting the endless sky. They are interconnected, woven together by quiet streams and hidden channels, forming a vast, liquid network that defines the landscape. These aren't the churning, wave-tossed waters of the great oceans. These are quiet lakes, small and intimate, nestled within the deep, dark green embrace. Immense forests. Breathe in. The air here is different. It's cold, clean, and carries the crisp, invigorating scent of pine needles and damp earth. But underneath that, there's another aroma, the scent of cold, fresh water. It's a subtle fragrance, but it's everywhere, a constant reminder of the state's defining element. And the quiet. Oh, the quiet is absolute. It's a silence so deep it feels like a physical presence. It's not an empty silence, but one filled with the subtle, natural sounds that are often drowned out by our busy lives. Here, you can hear the whisper of the wind through the pines, the distant call of a loon echoing across the water, and the gentle, rhythmic lapping of waves against small, rocky shores. It's a symphony of serenity. The very pulse of Minnesota is dictated by its waters. Life here moves to a deep, slow, seasonal clock, marked not by calendars, but by the great freeze and the great thaw. You can almost feel the state holding its breath as winter descends, blanketing the 10,000 lakes in a thick sheet of ice, locking them in a silent, frozen slumber. The world becomes a study in white and gray, the stillness amplified by the muffling effect of the snow. And then, as spring arrives, you can sense the immense, latent power stirring beneath the surface. The ice groans, cracks, and finally gives way, releasing the water back to its liquid form. This annual cycle of freezing and thawing isn't just a weather pattern. It's the heartbeat of Minnesota, a powerful rhythm that has shaped the land and its people for millennia. This history, too, is a story written in water. It's a history of slow, quiet movement, of patience, and of immense power gathered over time. Right here, in Itasca State Park, a tiny, humble trickle of water seeps from the ground. It's so small you could step right over it. This unassuming stream is the birthplace of a giant, the mighty Mississippi River. From this quiet, modest beginning, it starts its long journey south, gathering strength from countless tributaries, its quiet power building with every mile. It's a perfect metaphor for Minnesota itself, a place of quiet beginnings that holds an immense, understated strength. Let's journey into the heart of this water world, the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. This is a place where the modern world truly fades away. There are no roads, no motors, just over 1,000 lakes and streams connected by ancient portage trails. Here, the only way to travel is by canoe, dipping your paddle into the glassy water, becoming part of the quiet rhythm. Each stroke propels you deeper into a pristine wilderness that has remained largely unchanged for centuries. As you glide across the mirrored surface of a lake, the only sound is the gentle drip of water from your paddle and the call of birds in the surrounding forest. At night, the stillness deepens. You set up camp on a rocky outcrop, the scent of a crackling campfire mixing with the pine-scented air. As the flames die down, you look up. The sky is an explosion of stars, more brilliant and numerous than you could ever imagine seeing from a city. Their light reflected and doubled in the perfectly still water below. It's a moment of pure, unadulterated peace, a connection to the universe that feels both vast and incredibly personal. This isn't just camping, it's an immersion. You're not just observing nature, you're living within it, your own breath and heartbeat falling into sync with the slow, steady pulse of the wilderness. The people of Minnesota, shaped by this environment, have a character that reflects the land. There's a certain quiet resilience, a patience born from enduring long, cold winters, and an appreciation for the simple, profound beauty of the short, glorious summers. The culture is one of community, of helping a neighbor, of understanding that survival and thriving in this environment depend on cooperation. It's a quality often called Minnesota nice, but it's more than just politeness. It's a deep-seated decency, a quiet strength, and a respect for the land and for each other. You see it in the small towns that dot the lake shores, where life revolves around the changing seasons. You see it in the traditions of ice fishing, where communities gather on the frozen lakes, drilling holes in the ice to wait patiently in the silent, cold air. And you see it in the summer when families flock to their cabins. Going up to the lake is a sacred ritual, here to swim, fish, and simply be together, reconnecting with nature and with each other away from the distractions of daily life. This connection to the water is not just a hobby, it's part of their identity. Minnesota's stillness is a powerful force. It's a stillness that invites introspection. In the quiet, away from the constant noise and demands of the modern world, you have the space to hear your own thoughts, to reconnect with yourself. It's a meditative state that you don't have to force. The environment itself guides you there, floating in a canoe in the middle of a lake, surrounded by nothing but water, trees, and sky. The trivial worries of life seem to dissolve. What remains is a sense of clarity, of perspective. This is the gift of Minnesota. It offers a reset button for the soul. It reminds us of a different pace of life, one that is slower, more deliberate, more in tune with the natural world. It shows us that there is immense power in quiet, immense beauty in stillness, and immense wisdom in patience. It's the gentle lapping of water, the whisper of the wind, the cry of the loon. It's the feeling of cold, clean air on your face. It's the slow, steady freeze and the triumphant thaw. So if you ever feel the need to escape, to find a place where you can truly breathe and be still, remember the land of 10,000 lakes. Come and float on its quiet waters. Walk through its silent forests and listen. Listen to the profound stillness. It has a story to tell, a story of patience, power, and peace. It's a story that will stay with you long after you've left its shores. We've arrived in State 28, Iowa, and we're exploring the soft contours of the Loess Hills. When you picture Iowa, what comes to mind? For many, it's an endless grid of corn and soybean fields stretching to a flat horizon. And while agriculture is the lifeblood of this state, that picture is beautifully incomplete. To truly understand Iowa's soul, you have to feel the land beneath your feet and listen to the silence it holds. This isn't an empty silence. It's a quiet filled with the whisper of history, the hum of life, and the story of the earth itself. Our story begins with the soil. Iowa is blessed with some of the most fertile earth on the planet, a deep, dark legacy left behind by ancient glaciers. But along the western edge of the state, something truly extraordinary happened. Over immense periods, winds swept up fine, flour-like silt from the floodplains of the Missouri River and deposited it here, creating a unique geological wonder, the Loess Hills. Loess is a German word for loose, and it perfectly describes this soil. Imagine a landscape made of dust, piled hundreds of feet high. These hills aren't rocky or rugged. They are soft, rounded, and sinuous, rising and falling in gentle waves. They look like massive, velvety dunes frozen in time, covered in a blanket of prairie grass. There are only 2 places on Earth where lowest deposits of this depth and scale exist. Here in western Iowa and along the Yellow River in China. Standing atop one of these hills, the world feels different. The air is still, but you can feel the subtle pressure of the wind that has been shaping this place for millennia. It moves slowly across the vast, open fields, rustling through the tallgrass prairie and creating a continuous, gentle hush. This is the sound of softness. There are no sharp echoes, no abrupt noises bouncing off hard surfaces. The very land seems to absorb sound, muffling the world and drawing you into a state of peaceful contemplation. The quiet here is intrinsically tied to the softness of the landscape. Look around you. There are no dramatic mountain peaks, no sudden canyons. Everything is a gentle curve, an elegant slope. The horizon isn't a sharp line. It's a soft blend of earth and sky. Even the rivers, like Tesla-Move-In, Des Moines, or the Big Sioux, don't carve violent paths. They meander, flowing with a quiet persistence through the deep, yielding soil. Their banks soft and earthen rather than stony and severe. This landscape shapes the experience of being here. Walking the trails of the lowest hills feels like treading on compacted powder. The soil is fine, almost dusty to the touch. It's so unique that it forms steep, stable bluffs that can stand nearly vertical without collapsing. A testament to the angular nature of the silt particles that lock together. You can see this in the catstep terraces that form naturally on the hillsides. Small stair-like formations created by the soil's slow, slumping response to gravity and moisture. The visual softness is mirrored in the flora and fauna. This is one of the last great remnants of native tallgrass prairie. A sea of big bluestem, Indian grass, and switchgrass that sways in the wind like waves on a green ocean. These grasses, with their deep roots, hold the fragile soil in place. In the summer, the hills are dotted with the vibrant colors of prairie wildflowers, purple-cone, bright yellow sunflowers, and delicate butterfly milkweed. The softness of the land dictates a slower pace of life. You can't rush through the lowest hills. You have to sync with their gentle rhythm. It's a place for long drives along the Lowest Hills National Scenic Byway, where each curve in the road reveals a new, breathtaking vista of rolling land. It's a place for watching the sunset, as the fading light paints the soft contours in shades of gold, orange, and deep purple, casting long, gentle shadows that accentuate their shape. This deep, fertile soil is the foundation of Iowa's identity. It represents patience, resilience, and a quiet strength. The farmers who work this land understand its rhythms intimately. They know the feel of this fine soil, the way it holds water, and the life it gives. Their connection to the land is a relationship built over generations, a quiet partnership with the earth. To experience the quiet of Iowa is to understand its character. It's a humility born from living in a vast, open space. It's a patience learned from the slow, persistent forces of nature. And it has a deep appreciation for the subtle beauty of a landscape that doesn't shout for attention but rewards those who take the time to listen and observe. The Lowest Hills are more than just a geological feature. They are the heart of Iowa's unique sensory experience. They are a testament to the power of gentle forces, wind and dust, over thousands of years, created something more profound and moving than many of the world's more dramatic landscapes. They teach us that there is immense beauty and strength in softness, in quiet persistence, and in the gentle, rolling contours of the land. So the next time you think of Iowa, I hope you'll picture this. The soft, silent hills rising from the plains, the gentle hush of the wind through the prairie grass, and the profound peace that comes from standing in a place sculpted by the quietest forces on earth. We are heading into the Ozark Highlands. As we leave the interstate behind, the landscape begins to change. The roads narrow, coiling like serpents through a world that grows greener and more dense with every mile. This is the gateway to the Ozarks, a vast, domed plateau of ancient, worn-down mountains. These aren't the jagged, dramatic peaks of the Rockies or the Sierras. No, the Ozarks have a different kind of majesty, a quiet, enduring strength that has been smoothed and softened by 500 million years of existence. Imagine a land covered in a thick blanket of deciduous forest. Towering oaks, hickories, and maples create a dense canopy that filters the sunlight, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of green and gold. In the sumere, this canopy becomes an immense sound-absorbing ceiling. The noise of the outside world, the rush, the hurry, the constant hum of modernities, swallowed by the leaves, by the thick underbrush of dogwood and redbud, by the very soil itself. What's left is a silence so deep you can almost feel its weight, a calm that settles over you like a warm, comforting blanket. This isn't an empty silence. It's a living one, filled with the subtle, unnoticed sounds of the forest. And flowing through this quiet landscape are the arteries of the Ozarks. Its streams and rivers. These aren't muddy, sluggish waterways. The rivers here are legendary for their clarity and coolness. Fed by countless underground springs, they flow over beds of ancient limestone and gravel, creating water so transparent you can count the pebbles on the bottom. The 11 Point, the Current, the Jack's Fork. These are names that evoke a sense of purity and wildness. Their sound is the constant, gentle soundtrack of the Ozarks. It's not a roar, but a murmur, a persistent, soft gurgle as the water tumbles over small ledges, a gentle ripple as it glides through a deep pool. Stand by the bank of an Ozark stream, close your eyes, and just listen. You'll hear the music of geology, the song of water shaping stone over millennia. This combination of dense forest and clear running streams creates an atmosphere that feels fundamentally different from the world just a few hours away. There's a palpable sense of resistance here, not an aggressive resistance, but a passive, deep-rooted refusal to be rushed. The entire region seems dedicated to a slower rhythm, the rhythm of the seasons, the slow growth of trees, the patient erosion of rock by water. The winding roads themselves enforce this pace. You can't speed through the Ozarks. The landscape demands you slow down, take the curves as they come, and pay attention to what's around you. The deep river valleys and hollows, or hollers as they're known locally, further protect this heartland, creating pockets of seclusion where time seems to move at its own, unhurried pace. Life here has always been tied to the land. This is a region of small towns, of communities, nestled in the valleys, where traditions have been passed down through generations. There's a self-sufficiency born from the land, an understanding of the slow, steady work of gardening, of foraging for wild mushrooms, of knowing the woods and the water like the back of your hand. This human element doesn't disrupt the quiet, it harmonizes with it. The old grist mills that still stand along the rivers are monuments to this harmony, structures built to harness the gentle power of the streams without overwhelming them. They speak of a life lived in tune with the natural world, a life that finds its richness not in speed or accumulation, but in sustainability and presence. To truly experience the Ozarks' deep calm, you have to immerse yourself in it. You have to float a canoe down one of its spring-fed rivers, letting the current guide you. You'll drift 4 miles with only the dip of your paddle, the call of a kingfisher, and the gentle murmur of the water to break the silence. You have to walk a trail through the Mark Twain National Forest, feeling the soft earth beneath your feet, breathing in the rich, loamy scent of the woods, and letting the quiet seep into your bones. It's in these moments that you understand the true nature of this place. It's a quiet that heals, a stillness that It's a powerful reminder that in a world obsessed with noise and speed, the most profound experiences are often found in the places that have mastered the art of being still. The Ozark Highlands of Missouri are more than just a beautiful landscape. They are a state of being. They represent a deep, internal calm, a forested heartland that beats to the slow, steady rhythm of its ancient hills. It is a place that doesn't shout for your attention, but waits patiently for you to discover its quiet strength. And once you do, its peaceful spirit will stay with you long after you've returned to the faster world outside. It's a deep breath for the soul. Arkansas might not be the loudest state in the Union, but its beauty isn't found in grand pronouncements. It's found in the hush, in the subtle, enduring strength that defines its landscapes and its spirit. This is a place of gentle mountains and a profound internal focus, a state that invites you not just to look, but to listen. Our journey into Arkansas begins in its highlands, the ancient, rolling spines of the Washito and Ozark Mountains. These aren't the jagged, dramatic peaks you find out west. The Ozarks and Washitas are older, wiser, worn smooth by time. Imagine driving along winding roads, the dense canopy of oak and hickory creating a tunnel of green above you. Sunlight filters through the leaves, dappling the asphalt in a shifting mosaic of light and shadow. The air here is clean and carries the scent of damp earth, and decaying leaves the smell of life cycling back into itself. In the Ozarks, you feel a sense of timelessness. Small towns are nestled in the valleys, their communities woven into the very fabric of the hills. Life moves at a different pace, dictated by the seasons, not by the minute hand of a clock. The quiet here isn't an absence of sound. It's a symphony of subtle noises. It's the rustle of a deer in the underbrush, the distant call of a hawk circling overhead, the gentle gurgle of a spring-fed creek making its way over smooth stones. This is a patient quiet, a quiet that has soaked into the limestone bluffs and carved the hollows over millions of years. Then we travel south to the unique east-west running Washito Mountains. They have a different character, a more secluded and mysterious feel. The forests seem deeper, the valleys more shadowed. Standing on a peak like Mount Magazine, the highest point in Arkansas, you can look out over a sea of green ridges that fade into a blue haze on the horizon. The quiet up here is profound. It's the quiet of elevation, where the world below seems distant and muffled. You feel a sense of solitude, but not loneliness. It's a connection to something vast and ancient, a geological quiet that speaks of immense forces and unimaginable spans of time. This feeling of deep, patient formation is the very essence of Arkansas. It's embodied in the state's most famous treasure, diamonds. Deep beneath the surface at Crater of Diamonds State Park, incredible pressure and heat have been at work for eons. This isn't a violent, explosive process. It's a slow, steady, and immensely powerful transformation, turning simple carbon into the hardest, most brilliant substance on Earth. That's the metaphor for Arkansas itself. Its strength and beauty aren't flashy. They're forged over time, under a quiet and persistent pressure, resulting in something truly rare and resilient. Imagine digging in the soil there, sifting through the earth. Most of the time, you find just dirt and rock. But the possibility, the patient hope of finding a diamond, keeps you going. That search mirrors the experience of Arkansas. You have to be patient. You have to look closely. The real treasures aren't always lying on the surface. They are hidden in the quiet corners, in the unassuming towns, and in the deep, unhurried rhythms of the natural world. Now, let's leave the mountains and journey into the southern part of the state, into the Gulf Coastal Plain. Here, the landscape transforms again. The rolling hills give way to vast, flat expanses of dense pine forests. The quiet changes with it. It's no longer the echoing quiet of the mountains, but a thick, absorbent quiet. The tall pines stand like silent sentinels, their needles carpeting the forest floor and muffling every footstep. The air here is different, too warmer, drier, and filled with the clean, resinous scent of pine. Walking through these forests, you notice the quality of the light. It's not the bright, open sunlight of the plains. It's a thin, diffused light that filters down through the dense canopy, creating a perpetual state of twilight, ebonite midday. The world seems softer, its edges blurred. The only sounds might be the buzz of an insect or the gentle sigh of the wind moving through the pine tops. This quiet is insulating. It wraps around you like a blanket, creating a sense of peace and seclusion. It's a place for introspection, for listening to your own thoughts without distraction. This is the quiet foundation of the state, a place where things grow slowly, steadily, and strong. And then there are the rivers, the lifeblood of Arkansas. The mighty Arkansas River, the White River, the Buffalo National River. They are the most visible signs of time's movement in this patient land. The flow of the water is a constant, gentle reminder that even in stillness, there is change. Standing on the banks of the Buffalo River, America's first national river, you see crystal clear water flowing past towering limestone bluffs. The river has been carving this path for millennia, a slow and steady artist. Its sound is a constant, soothing murmur, a liquid quiet that is both peaceful and powerful. The rivers represent the enduring flow of time, cutting through the ancient rock, connecting the mountains to the delta, and weaving the entire state together in a quiet, continuous narrative. The culture of Arkansas reflects this landscape. It's a culture of self-reliance, of deep roots, and of finding richness in simplicity. It's the quiet pride of a craftsman, the patience of a farmer, and the warm, unassuming hospitality that doesn't need to announce itself. It's in the musiquita, folk tunes, and blues that grew out of these hills and deltas. Songs that speak of hardship, hope, and the deep connection to the land. This isn't a culture of fleeting trends. It's one of enduring traditions, passed down through generations like stories told on a front porch on a warm evening. Arkansas teaches us that quiet is not emptiness. It is fullness. It's the fullness of a forest teeming with unseen life, the fullness of a history that runs deep beneath the surface, and the fullness of a spirit that is patient, resilient, and quietly brilliant, just like the diamonds it holds within its heart. It's a reminder that the most profound things in life are often not the loudest. They are the ones that take time to form, the ones that ask us to be still, to listen, and to appreciate the quiet, enduring foundation upon which everything is built. We've arrived in State 31, Louisiana. Forget everything you think you know, because we're about to step into a world defined by the low-lying watery stillness of the bayou and the immense, quiet delta of the mighty Mississippi River. The air here is different. It's warm, thick with a humidity you can almost touch, and it carries a profound sense of quiet. This isn't the silence of an empty room. It's a living, breathing, quiet, filled with the hum of life that has thrived here for centuries. We're venturing into a landscape that doesn't just surround you, it absorbs you. It's a place where time seems to slow down, measured not by clocks, but by the gentle flow of water and the rustle of unseen creatures in the cypress groves. This is Louisiana, a state that whispers its stories rather than shouts them, and we're here to listen. Close your eyes for a moment and picture this. You're gliding through the slow, winding channels of the bayou. The water is the color of dark tea, so still it becomes a perfect, liquid mirror. It reflects the sky, the clouds, and most strikingly, the ancient cypress trees that rise directly from the water's surface. These aren't just trees. They are silent giants, their massive trunks gnarled and twisted into fantastic shapes, their branches draped in long, ghostly veils of Spanish moss. They stand like sentinels, motionless and timeless, their roots submerged in the secrets of the swamp. It feels like you've entered another dimension, a place where the world above and the world below are one and the same. The reflections are so perfect, so clear, it can be hard to tell where the real tree ends and its watery twin begins. This is the essence of the bayou's magia. Muted, dreamlike reflection of reality. The soundscape here is unlike any other. The dense, humid air and the thick blankets of moss and vegetation act like a natural soundproofing system. Everything is muted, soft. The world's noise is absorbed, leaving behind a quiet that is deep and almost biological. You can feel it in your bones, but it's not an absence of sound. It's a different kind of sound. Instead of the distant roar of traffic, you hear the gentle plop of a turtle sliding off a log into the water. Instead of sirens, you hear the low, guttural croak of a bullfrog, a sound that seems to rise from the very mud of the swamp floor. It's the whisper of a breeze through the cypress needles, the buzz of a dragonfly as it zips past your ear. Each sound is distinct, isolated, and yet part of a larger, living symphony. It's a quiet that encourages you to stop, to breathe, and to simply listen to the slow, steady heartbeat of the wetlands. The history of this place is as slow and deep as the water itself. It's a history tied to the gentle, rhythmic flow of the rivers and the quiet, enduring life of the wetlands. This land has been shaped by the Mississippi River for millennia, its delta a sprawling, ever-changing tapestry of sediment and water. For generations, People have lived in harmony with this rhythm. The indigenous tribes, the Acadians, who became the Cajuns, the Creoles all learned to read the water, to understand its moods and its gifts. Their cultures are woven into the very fabric of this landscape. Their stories are told not just in books but in the names of the bayous, in the style of the shotgun houses raised on stilts, and in the recipes that have been passed down through families filled with ingredients pulled from these very waters and lands. It's a history that you feel more than you see, a slow, accumulated weight of time that hangs in the humid air. Life in the bayou moves at a different pace. We call it bayou time. There's an unspoken understanding that things will happen when they happen. It's a philosophy born from the environment itself. You can't rush a river, and you can't hurry a cypress tree. This deliberate pace is reflected in the people. There's a warmth and a hospitality here that's genuine and unheard. Conversations aren't just exchanges of information. They're opportunities to connect, to share a story, to enjoy a moment. People take the time to sit on their porches, to wave at passersby, to simply be present. This slower rhythm of life allows for a deeper appreciation of the small things. The taste of a perfectly seasoned crawfish, the beauty of a sunset over the marsh, the sound of Zydeco music drifting from a nearby dance hall. It's a powerful reminder that the best things in life can't be rushed. Let's talk about the incredible biodiversity that calls this muted world home. The bayou isn't just mud and water. It's a thriving, complex ecosystem teeming with life. In the quiet, you start to notice the details. A majestic great blue heron stands perfectly still at the water's edge, a patient hunter waiting for its moment. A family of nutrias paddles silently through a canal, their heads just above the surface. And of course, there are their alligators. Seeing one glide effortlessly through the dark water, a prehistoric creature in its natural element, is an unforgettable experience. They are the kings of the bayou, a symbol of its wild, untamed spirit. The air is filled with the calls of countless bird species, from the brilliant flash of a painted bunting to the haunting cry of an osprey. Every root, every leaf, every patch of water is a microhabitat, supporting a web of life that is both fragile and incredibly resilient. The culture that has sprung from this unique environment is just as rich and flavorful as its famous cuisine. It's a vibrant gumbo of French, Spanish, African, and Caribbean influences. You can hear it in the musica, soulful sounds of the blues born in the Delta, the infectious, accordion-driven rhythms of Cajun and Zydeco music that make it impossible to stand still. You can taste it in the food, a celebration of spice and local ingredients. A pot of gumbo isn't just a meal, it's a communal event, a recipe perfected over generations. This culture is a testament to the resilience and creativity of the people who made this challenging landscape their home. They didn't just survive here, they created a way of life that is joyful, expressive, and deeply connected to the land and the water. It's a culture that embraces community, celebrates life, and always has room for one more at the table. As the sun begins to set over the bayou, the landscape transforms once again. The water, which was a dark mirror during the day, now catches the fiery colors of the sky. The cypress trees become stark, black silhouettes against a canvas of orange, pink, and purple. The muted sounds of the day give way to the chorus of the night. The frogs and insects begin their nightly symphony in earnest, a pulsating, rhythmic sound that fills the warm air. It's a time of profound peace and beauty. Watching a sunset here feels like witnessing a sacred daily ritual. It's the perfect end to a day spent on bayou time, a final, beautiful reflection before the world settles into the deep, dark quiet of the Louisiana night. It's moments like these that stay with you, a quiet reminder of the slow, enduring beauty of this incredible place. Louisiana's story is one of reflection, both literally and it is in the still waters of the bayou mirroring the sky, and in the way the culture reflects a deep history of resilience and adaptation. It's a place that asks you to slow down, to look closer, and to listen more carefully. In our fast-paced world, Louisiana offers a different perspective, a reminder of the beauty and stillness, the richness in tradition, and the profound connection between people and their environment. It's a muted reflection, not of emptiness, but of a world so full and so deep that it doesn't need to shout to be heard. Its quiet power, its slow rhythm, and its incredible spirit are what make Louisiana a truly unforgettable chapter in our American journey. This is Oklahoma, State 32, a land of transition, a landscape defined not by towering monuments, but by the subtlety of its character. Here, the dense, humid forests of the East give way, surrendering to the vast, open plains of the American West. It's a journey you feel in the air, a gradual unveiling of space. The first thing you'll notice, the thing that will stay with you long after you've gone, is the color of the earth. It's a deep, rich, rust red. This isn't just dirt, it's a statement. It's ancient clay, weathered and settled, holding the heat of the sun in its very particles. Look down, and you see the story of millennia. Look up, and you see the other half of Oklahoma's soul, the immense, open sky. It's a dome of impossible blue, often punctuated by dramatic clouds that drift like ships on a celestial ocean. There are no mountains to obstruct your view, no sprawling cities to dim the stars. It's just you, the red earth, and the infinite sky. There's a quiet here that's different from the silence of a forest or a desert. It's a vast, atmospheric quiet, the kind that feels like the sound of space itself. It hums with an energy you can't quite place. The only interruption is the wind, a constant, gentle presence. It's not a violent gale, but a steady, rustling sigh that moves through the dry grasses, whispering secrets of the plains. Close your eyes and just listen. That sound is the heartbeat of the open range. It's a sound of patience, of endurance, of a land that has watched civilizations rise and fall without flinching. This landscape tells a story of quiet commitment. The history of Oklahoma is written not in grand battles, but in the slow, patient endurance of its people and its nature. It's the story of farmers working the red soil, of ranchers watching their herds under that boundless sky, of Native American tribes who have called this place home for generations, their spirits intertwined with the wind and the earth. Their history is one of deep connection to this space, a continuous, quiet promise to the land. Imagine standing in the middle of a field as the sun begins to set. The sky ignites in shades of orange, pink, and fiery red, mirroring the color of the soil beneath your feet. The entire world becomes a canvas, painted with the hues of the earth. In that moment, you understand the deep, soulful beauty of Oklahoma. It's not a beauty that shouts for attention. It's one that waits for you to be still, to listen, and to see. The wind picks up slightly, a cool breath against the warmth of the day, carrying the scent of dust and distant rain. This is the magic of the plains, a simple, profound connection to the elements. This state is a testament to the power of open space. In a world that is increasingly crowded and noisy, Oklahoma offers a refuge. It offers a chance to clear your mind, to breathe deeply, and to feel small, in the best possible way, humbled by the sheer scale of the natural world. The red earth grounds you, connecting you to something ancient and stable. The open sky inspires you, reminding you of the endless possibilities that lie beyond the horizon. It's a place that teaches you to appreciate the quiet moments, the subtle shifts in light, the gentle song of the wind. To truly know Oklahoma is to drive its back, to stop and feel the red clay between your fingers, to watch the thunderstorms roll in from miles away. It's to understand that strength doesn't always roar. Sometimes it endures silently. The story here is one of resilience, a quiet commitment, not to grand ambitions, but to the vast, empty, and beautiful space that defines it. It's a story written in the rust-colored soil and whispered on the endless wind. It's a land that doesn't ask for much, only that you pause, look, and listen to the silent poetry of the red earth and the open sky. Thank you so much for joining me on this quiet journey through the heart of Oklahoma. When you think of Kansas, what comes to mind? For many, it's a flat, endless landscape, a place you drive through on your way to somewhere else. But to see it that way is to miss the profound, subtle beauty that lies at the very heart of this nation. This is the land of the long grass prairie, a place whose quiet majesty can reshape your understanding of space, sound, and time itself. Imagine, for a moment, that you are floating, suspended just above this immense field of grass. It's not just any grass, it's a vibrant ecosystem, with stems reaching as high as a person, colored in 1,000 shades of gold, amber, and brown. It stretches out from your feet, not to a mountain range or a coastline, but simply to the horizon, a perfect, clean line where the earth meets the sky. In every direction, it's the same, a rolling, unending ocean of grass. The first thing that strikes you here is the quiet. It's not the absence of sound, but a different kind of sound altogether. It's an immense, overwhelming sense of open, unconfined space. In our noisy, crowded world, true quiet is a rarity. Here, it's the natural state of being. The silence is so vast it feels like a physical presence, wrapping around you, calming the noise in your own mind. It's a quiet that allows you to finally hear your own thoughts, to breathe deeper, to just be. Close-up shots of the wind moving through individual stalks of grass, creating a wave-like motion. And then you begin to notice the sound within the quiet. It's the gentle, continuous whisper of the wind. Listen. It's not a gust or a howl, but a steady, rhythmic flow, moving through millions upon millions of stalks of grass. It creates a sound unlike any other, like a distant, quiet ocean. It's a constant, soothing rush, a sound that has been playing here, uninterrupted, for millennia. It's the sound of the earth breathing. This is the prairie's song, a lullaby for the continent. The land itself seems designed for rest. It's level and vast, with gentle, rolling swells that rise and fall like slow, deep breaths. There are no jagged peaks to conquer, no dense forests to navigate. The landscape doesn't challenge you. It invites you to surrender. It encourages a deep, continuous rest, a letting go of the tension we carry every day. Your eyes can scan the horizon for miles without obstruction, and that visual freedom translates into a feeling of mental freedom. This landscape holds a history that is both ancient and enduring. Before the highways, before the farms, before the cities, there was this. The long grass prairie once covered a massive portion of North America. What remains here in Kansas is a precious, powerful remnant of that original world. The quiet you feel is not just from a lack of modern noise. It's an ancient stillness, a profound peace that has defined the center of this continent for thousands of years. It's the stillness of deep time, the quiet of ages. Slow-motion footage of bison grazing, their dark forms contrasting against the golden grass. And this prairie is not empty. It is teeming with life that is perfectly adapted to this environment. The mighty bison, which once roamed in numbers so vast they were described as a dark river flowing across the plains, are a symbol of this land's untamed spirit. To see them here, moving with their slow, deliberate power, is to witness a direct link to that wild past. They are as much a part of this landscape as the grass and the wind. Think about the perspective this place offers. Standing at you feels small, but not insignificant. You feel like a part of something immense and eternal. The constant, flowing wind seems to carry away your worries, and the endless horizon opens up your mind to new possibilities. It's a powerful lesson in humility and connection. In a world that often feels chaotic and fragmented, the prairie offers a vision of harmony, simplicity, and incredible resilience. This is the true essence of Kansas. It's not a void to be crossed, but a destination in its own right. It's a place to find a quiet that echoes in your soul, to hear the whisper of the wind carrying stories of ancient times, and to feel the deep, restful peace of a land that is content in its own magnificent, understated beauty. It's the endless flow of the long grass prairie, the quiet, beating heart of America. We've arrived in State 34, Nebraska, and we're heading straight for the heart of its unique character of the set. When you think of Nebraska, what comes to mind? For many, it might be a vast, flat expanse, but that's where the secret lies. Nebraska isn't flat. It's a state of gentle, almost imperceptible slopes, hiding a story of deep, underlying stability. It's a landscape that doesn't shout for attention, but rewards those who listen closely. Our focus today is on the western part of the state, home to one of North America's most remarkable and least known ecosystems. The Sandhills. This isn't just a few dunes. It's a massive, ancient field of them, covering nearly 20,000 square miles. But these aren't the shifting, barren dunes of a classic desert. These are stabilized, grass-covered hills, a sea of green and gold rolling as far as the eye can see. Imagine standing here with me. The ground beneath your feet feels firm, covered in a carpet of prairie grasses that have anchored this landscape for millennia. But just beneath the surface, you can feel the dry, fine sand. It's a reminder of the powerful forces that shape this place. A quiet geological structure that stretches for hundreds upon hundreds of miles. This entire region is essentially a giant, ancient sand sea, now tamed and softened by nature. The beauty of the sandhills is in their gentleness. The slopes of the hills are soft and rounded, rising and falling in a rhythm that feels both ancient and alive. As you look out, there are no sharp peaks or dramatic cliffs. Instead, you see a soft, rolling horizon that seems to melt into the sky. It's a landscape that invites you to breathe deeper, to slow down and simply be present. Driving through the sandhills is a meditative experience. The road unfurls before you, a ribbon winding through the endless undulations. Each crest reveals a new vista, yet the theme remains constant. The gentle curves of the land, the swaying grasses, and the sheer scale of it all. It's a place where you can feel the curve of the earth. The quiet here is different. It's not just the absence of city noise. It's a subtle, internal silence that seems to emanate from the ground itself. It's a quiet that comes from deep, hidden geological stability. These dunes have been here, in this form, for thousands of years. They hold a stillness that is profound and grounding. You feel small, but not insignificant. You feel like a part of something vast and enduring. Look up. The sky in the sandhills is immense, with no mountains to block the view. The heavens stretch from one edge of your vision to the other. During the day, it's a brilliant, endless blue. At night, with no light pollution to interfere, it becomes a dazzling canopy of stars, so clear and bright, it feels like you could reach out and touch them. The Milky Way isn't just a faint smudge. It's a brilliant, textured river of light flowing across the dome of the night. The air here contributes to the feeling of peace. It's dry and clean, carrying the scent of warm earth, sun-baked grass, and wildflowers. It's an air that encourages a feeling of vast, unhurried rest. It clears your head and soothes your spirit. This isn't a place for rushing. It's a place for contemplating. What's truly incredible is how this seemingly delicate ecosystem thrives. The sandhills sit atop the Massivo Galilea aquifer, one of the world's largest underground water sources. This hidden reservoir feeds the countless lakes, marshes, and streams that are nestled in the valleys between the dunes. These wetlands are oases of life, attracting an incredible diversity of birds, including the spectacular annual migration of sandhill cranes. The contrast between the dry, sandy hills and the lush, water-filled valleys is breathtaking. Life in the sandhills has adapted to this unique environment. The ranches here are vast, measured not in acres, but in square miles. The cattle graze peacefully on the nutrient-rich grasses, and the ranchers who call this place home have a deep, abiding respect for the land. They understand its rhythms, its fragility, and its strength. They are stewards of this quiet kingdom. The feeling of being in the sandhills is one of deep connection. It's a connection to the earth's deep history, to the slow and patient processes of nature, and to a sense of peace that is increasingly rare in our modern world. It's a landscape that teaches you about subtlety, about finding beauty in simplicity, and about the profound stability that can be found in gentle, rolling forms. This is a place that recalibrates your soul. The unhurried pace of life, the endless horizon, and the deep, geological silence all work together to create a powerful sense of calm. It's a reminder that not all wonders of the world are loud and dramatic. Some of the most profound are quiet, subtle, and require you to slow down and truly see. So, if you ever find yourself craving a sense of vastness, of quiet stability, and of unhurried rest, think of Nebraska. Think of the gentle slopes of the sandhills, a landscape that holds its secrets just beneath a carpet of grass, waiting to share its profound and peaceful spirit with those who take the time to visit. It's a testament to the quiet, enduring beauty of our planet. Imagine standing in the middle of a world that stretches out to an impossibly distant horizon. The air is crisp, cold, and so dry you can feel it on your skin. Above you, the sky isn't just a ceiling. It's an immense, endless dome of blue, so vast it feels like you could fall upward into it. This is the first impression. North Dakota makes a sense of scale that recalibrates your own place in the world. The silence here is immense, a deep and resonant quiet that you feel more than you hear. The land itself is a masterpiece of subtlety. It's not dramatic with towering mountains or deep canyons. Instead, it offers gently rolling hills, vast stretches of flat prairie that seem to go on forever, covered in a carpet of short, hardy grasses that whisper in the constant breeze. This is a landscape of endurance, shaped by the slow, powerful forces of nature. The quiet here is born from this vastness. It's a quiet that absorbs sound, that stretches it thin until it disappears into the sheer distance. To understand North Dakota is to understand its rhythm, a cadence set by the seasons. The winters are long, deep, and profoundly quiet. Snow blankets the plains, muffling the world in a thick, white quilt. The cold is sharp, clean, and absolute. This isn't a harsh, punishing cold, but a still, settled cold that encourages a turning inward. A time of reflection and rest. In this deep winter stillness, you can almost hear the slow, steady heartbeat of the earth itself, resting and waiting. The silence is so complete that the crunch of your own boots on the snow sounds like a thunderclap. Then, the world awakens into a short, intense, and vibrant summer. The plains explode with life. Wildflowers burst forth in a riot of color, and the grasses turn a deep, rich green. The sun beats down with a surprising intensity, and the long daylight hours are filled with a buzz of activity. But even in this season of life, the underlying quiet remains. It's a background hum, the sound of wind rustling through miles of wheat fields, the distant buzz of insects, the soft rustle of unseen creatures in the grass. It's the quiet of a world, busy with the work of living, but doing so on a scale so grand that individual sounds are absorbed into the whole. The history of this land is written in that same slow, enduring rhythm. It's a history of native peoples who lived in harmony with the plains for centuries, of homesteaders who came seeking a new life, their small sod houses dotting the immense landscape like tiny islands in a grassy sea. Their stories are not of grand, noisy battles, but of quiet persistence, of facing the challenges of the land with a stoic resolve. You can feel this history in the air, in the abandoned homesteads that slowly return to the earth, in the enduring spirit of the small towns that dot the map. Their legacy is one of quiet strength, a testament to human endurance against the backdrop of an indifferent, beautiful, and silent landscape. One of the most defining sounds within this silence is the cry of a hawk. Imagine looking up into that vast, empty sky and seeing a single, dark speck circling effortlessly on the thermal currents. Then, you hear it a distant, sharp, and lonely call that echoes across the plains. It doesn't break the silence. It punctuates it. It serves as a reminder of the life that thrives in this seemingly empty space, a testament to the wildness that endures. The hawk's cry highlights the depth of the quiet, making you aware of just how silent the world is around you. It's a sound that is both haunting and beautiful, a perfect auditory symbol for the spirit of the high plains. This is a quiet that is both physical and psychological. It's the quiet of high altitude, where the air is thinner and sound travels differently. It's the quiet of vast, open space, where there are no mountains or forests to echo or contain sound. But it's also a quiet that seeps into your soul. In a world that is constantly filled with noise, with notifications, with the relentless hum of modern life, the silence of North Dakota is a revelation. It forces you to slow down, to listen not with your ears, but with your entire being. It encourages a deep, cold, restorative rest that is almost impossible to find anywhere else. Spending time here, you begin to notice the subtle symphony that exists within the stillness. The sigh of the wind is not one sound, but 1,000 different voices as it moves through different grasses and across different contours of the land. You hear the rustle of a mouse in the dry stalks of last year's growth, the low hum of a distant tractor working a field miles away, a sound that arrives long after the machine has passed. Your senses, sharpened by the lack of overwhelming stimuli, begin to pick up on the delicate, intricate details of the world around you. This is the gift of North Dakota's quiet. It doesn't just empty your mind. It fills it with a new kind of awareness. It's a landscape that invites contemplation. You find yourself thinking about time, about distance, about your own life in the grand scheme of things. Staring out at the horizon, where the flat earth meets the boundless sky, you can't help but feel a sense of perspective. The problems and worries that seemed so large just a day before shrink in the face of this immensity. There is a profound sense of peace to be found here, a deep calm that comes from being a small part of something so vast and enduring. So, if you ever feel the need to escape, to truly disconnect and find a space where you can hear your own thoughts again, consider a journey to the high plains of North Dakota. Come and stand under the immense sky, feel the cold, dry air on your face, and let the profound, atmospheric quiet wash over you. It's an experience that will stay with you long after you've left, a deep, resonant silence that you can carry with you, a reminder of the peace that can be found in the vast, still, and beautiful quiet of the world. We're heading to State 36, South Dakota, to experience the Black Hills' sacred silence. South Dakota presents a stunning duality. On one hand, you have the immense, open plains, a sea of grass that rolls on forever under a vast, watchful sky. It's a landscape of exposure, of big horizons, and even bigger weather. But nestled within this expanse is something entirely different, something ancient and deeply introspective. The Black Hills. And it's this quiet, wooded solitude that we're here to explore. As we leave the plains behind, the landscape begins to change dramatically. The flat horizon starts to buckle and rise, giving way to rolling hills covered in a dense blanket of ponderosa pine. The Lakota people call them Pahasapa, the hills that are black. From a distance, the dark green of the pines makes them appear black against the lighter grasslands, giving them a mysterious, almost foreboding presence. But as you enter the forest, that feeling melts away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of peace. The moment you step under the canopy, the world changes. The wind that sweeps across the plains is tamed here, reduced to a gentle sigh through the pine needles. The air grows still and heavy, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. It's a sensory shift that immediately commands your attention, inviting you to slow down and just be. This is where you first encounter the silence. It's not an absence of sound, but a different quality of sound altogether. It's a deep, absorbing quiet, the dense stands of pine, the thick layers of fallen needles on the forest floor, the very geology of the hills, it all works together to swallow sound. Your footsteps, which might crunch loudly on a gravel path, are muffled here. Your voice, if you choose to speak, doesn't echo. It seems to be drawn into the woods, becoming part of the stillness. Imagine standing in a cathedral made of trees. The tall, straight trunks of the ponderosa pines are like pillars reaching for the heavens. Sunlight filters through the high branches in shifting, dappled patterns, illuminating dust motes dancing in the still air. It's in these moments that you can truly hear the silence. It's a living presence. You might hear the distant chatter of a squirrel, the soft tap-tap-tap of a woodpecker, or the rustle of a deer moving through the underbrush. But these sounds don't break the quiet. They punctuate it, highlighting its depth and profundity. They are the details woven into a vast tapestry of stillness. The geology of the Black Hills is part of what gives them this ancient, rooted feeling. These are not young, jagged mountains. They are among the oldest mountain ranges in North America, worn down by eons of wind and water. The core of the hills is granite and metamorphic rock, some of it billions of years old. You can feel this immense age when you place your hand on a cool, moss-covered boulder. It's like touching a direct line to the deep history of the earth. This geological foundation creates a sense of permanence and stability that contributes to the profound quiet. It feels like a place that has been holding its breath for a very, very long time. This isn't just any quiet. It's a sacred quiet. For centuries, the Black Hills have been a spiritual center for Native American tribes, particularly the Lakota. They consider this land to be the heart of everything that is. It's a place for vision quests, for prayer, for connecting with the Creator and the spirits of the land. The silence here is a component of that sacredness. It's a space clear to the world's noise, allowing for introspection and a deeper connection to the spiritual realm. When you walk these trails, you are walking on holy ground, and the stillness itself feels like a form of prayer, a gesture of respect that has been observed for generations. Let's take a moment to just listen. Close your eyes. Imagine the air cool on your skin. The only sound is the whisper of a breeze high in the pines, a sound like the world breathing. There's no traffic, no sirens, no digital notifications, just the ancient rhythm of the forest. It's a sound that calms the nervous system and quiets the chatter in your own mind. In our constantly connected, noisy world, a silence this deep is a rare and precious gift. It's a form of restoration, a chance to hear your own thoughts, or perhaps to hear nothing at all. As you explore deeper, you might come across a hidden meadow or a clear, cold stream tumbling over granite rocks. The sound of the water is a beautiful counterpoint to the silence of the woods. It's a sound of life and movement within the stillness, a reminder that even in this deep quiet, the world is constantly flowing and changing. These streams carve their way through canyons, creating even more secluded, intimate spaces where the sense of peace is almost tangible. And then, you can climb. As you ascend one of the granite peaks, like Black Elk Peak, the highest point east of the Rockies, your perspective shifts again. The dense forest gives way to open rock and sky. From the summit, you can see the duality of South Dakota laid out before you. You look down upon the dark, rolling sea of the hills, the very place of quiet you just emerged from. And beyond them, in every direction, the plains stretch out to the curve of the earth. From this vantage point, the contrast is breathtaking. The hills feel like a contained, sacred island of quiet in the middle of a vast, open ocean of grass. You see the horizon, endless and sharp, and feel the immense scale of the plains. The sky above is enormous, a clear, brilliant blue that seems to go on forever. Up here, the quiet is different. It's the quiet of altitude, of wind, a vast, open space. You can see the patient, waiting quality of the entire state, resting under that immense sky. The Black Hills hold the silence, and the plains amplify it. By contrast, one cannot be fully appreciated without the other. The experience of driving 4 hours across the seemingly endless grasslands makes your arrival in the cool, quiet embrace of the forest that much more impactful. And standing on a peak, looking back out at those plains, deepens your appreciation for the contained, sacred stillness you found within the woods. South Dakota, then, is a state engaged in a quiet, patient wait. It's a landscape that doesn't shout for your attention. It invites you to listen. It asks you to slow down and observe the subtle shifts in light, the gentle movement of the grass, and the profound, ancient stillness held within its heart. The sacred silence of the Black Hills is more than just an absence of noise. It's a presence, a character, a spiritual force that has shaped this land and its people for millennia. It's a quiet that gets inside you, that you carry with you long after you've left. This is the land of the big sky and the steady, ancient rhythm of the glacier's pace. Montana isn't just big in terms of landmass. It's big in spirit, in its vast, open horizons that stretch on forever. The defining feature here is the immense, cold scale, dominated by the silent, powerful presence of the northern Rocky Mountains. The quiet you experience in Montana is different. It's a geological quiet, a silence that's tied to the slow, unstoppable movement of ancient glaciers that carved this breathtaking landscape. It's a silence that invites you to listen not with your ears, but with your entire being. Imagine standing here, breathing in the high, cold, clear air. The peaks of the mountains rise around you. They're sharp, silent silhouettes etched against a sky so vast it feels like a dome of pure sapphire. This is a place that humbles you, reminding you of your small part in a much grander story. The story of Montana is written in rock and ice, a tale of immense pressure, slow grinding in the patient, artistic hand of nature. Our focus today is the crown jewel of this geological masterpiece, Glacier National Park. This isn't just a park, it's a living museum of Earth's history. The very name evokes images of colossal ice sheets, And while the glaciers here are receding, their legacy is everywhere. The rock under your feet, the U-shaped valleys, the hanging waterfalls they are all testaments to the power of ice. Look at the mountainsides. See how the rock is smoothed and polished, almost like a giant artisan has worked it by hand. That's the work of glaciers, grinding slowly but relentlessly over hundreds of thousands of years. Every polished surface, every deep gouge in the stone tells a story of this slow, powerful dance between ice and rock. The quiet here is immense, a glacial silence that seems to absorb all sound. It's a silence broken only by the faint, far-off rush of a cold stream, its water born from a hidden, melting ice field high above, or perhaps the call of an eagle, its cry echoing across a valley carved by forces almost beyond our comprehension. Think about the pace of this place. We live in a world that moves at a frantic speed, a blur of notifications and deadlines. But here, the pace is geological. It's the pace of a glacier, advancing a few inches a year. The pace of a mountain eroding grain by grain. This environment doesn't just allow for rest. It encourages a deep, unhurried state of being. The sheer scale of the space and the slow, deliberate rhythm of the natural processes here invite you to slow down, to breathe, and to simply exist in the moment. Walking through these valleys, you can almost feel the weight of the ice that once filled them. You can almost hear the creak and groan of the glacier as it moved, a sound that would have been the loudest thing for 1,000 miles. Now, there is a profound stillness. It's a quiet that allows your thoughts to settle, for the noise of the outside world to fade away. You start to notice the small things, the vibrant purple of a wildflower pushing through the rocky soil, the impossibly clear water of a glacial lake reflecting the towering peaks like a perfect mirror. These lakes, like Lake McDonald or St. Mary Lake, are another gift from the glaciers. They scooped out deep basins in the earth, and as the ice retreated, these basins filled with meltwater of an incredible turquoise blue hue. This color comes from glacial flour, fine rock particles ground up by the ice and suspended in the water, which scatter the sunlight to create this magical color. Dipping your hand into the water, you feel an invigorating, primal coldness, a direct connection to the ice that is still clinging to the highest peaks. And those peaks, they have names that sound like legends. Gointothosin Mountain, Rising Wolf Mountain, Heaven's Peak. They stand as silent sentinels, their faces scarred and shaped by eons of wind, water, and ice. They are not just mountains. They are characters in the epic story of this land. They have witnessed the slow retreat of the ice, the return of the forests, and the arrival of every creature that now calls this place home. The scale here can be described. A mountain that looks just a short walk away might be a full day's hike. A lake that seems small from a distance can take hours to walk around. This is part of the magic of Montana. It recalibrates your sense of distance, your sense of time. It forces you to be present, to pay attention to the journey itself, not just the destination. This deep, glacial quiet also has a profound effect on the soul. It's a quiet that allows for introspection, for a kind of inner peace that is hard to find in our busy lives. Staring up at the night sky here, far from city lights, is an experience in itself. The Big Sky nickname becomes truly apparent as the Milky Way spills across the heavens like a river of diamonds. The silence of the mountains below and the silent, glittering cosmos above create a feeling of being perfectly, peacefully suspended between heaven and earth. This isn't a passive landscape, it's a dynamic one, just operating on a different timescale. The rock falls, the snow melt, the slow shifting of the earth, it's all part of that glacier's pace. You feel it in the wind that sweeps down from the high passes, a wind that feels ancient and clean. You see it in the resilience of the twisted, hardy trees that cling to the rocky slopes, their forms sculpted by years of enduring this harsh, beautiful environment. So, what does it mean to experience the glacier's pace? It means letting go of the need to rush. It means allowing yourself to be small in the face of something so immense and ancient. It means finding a profound sense of calm in the quiet, and a deep sense of connection to the Earth's long, slow, beautiful story. Montana, and specifically Glacier National Park, offers a rare gift: the chance to reset our internal clocks to a more natural, more peaceful rhythm. It's a deep, unhurried rest for the body, the mind, and the spirit. It's the quiet magic of the big sky and the patient, powerful wisdom of the glacier. Wyoming, the cowboy state, a land of high desert and what I can only describe as an empty, profound calm. Now when you think of Wyoming, you might picture Old Faithful erupting or cowboys on horseback, and you're not wrong. But the true soul of this state, the sound that underpins everything, is a deep, expansive quiet. This isn't the quiet of a forest or a library. It's the quiet of immense, open space. We're talking about the heart of the Rocky Mountains, but not just the soaring peaks. Much of Wyoming is made up of high, cold, empty basins. Imagine standing in the middle of one of these basins, like the Great Divide Basin. You're at an elevation of over 6,000 feet. The air itself feels different. It's thin, dry, and so clear that the sky seems impossibly blue, stretching from one horizon to the other without a single interruption. The landscape rolls out before you for miles and miles, a tapestry of muted greens and browns from sagebrush and hardy grasses, and in this vastness, you find a silence that is almost absolute. It's a quiet so deep you can feel it. It's a powerful, empty calm that settles over you, a feeling of being in a space so large that all the noise of the modern world simply fades away. What breaks this silence? Not much. The most constant companion here is the wind. It's not a blustering, angry wind, but a continuous, gentle whisper that rustles through the sagebrush. It's the sound of the earth breathing, a constant, soothing sigh that has been sweeping across these plains for millennia. It's a sound that doesn't interrupt the quiet but rather defines it, adding a layer of texture to the stillness. You can stand there, close your eyes, and just listen. You'll hear that soft whisper of wind, maybe the distant cry of a hawk circling high above, or the scuttling of a prairie dog. These aren't noises. They are integral parts of the silence. They punctuate the calm without ever shattering it, reminding you that even in this seemingly empty land, life persists small and resilient. This emptiness is not a void. It's a presence. It's the feeling of space, of potential, of a world unburdened by clutter. The high desert air carries sound in a unique way. Distant sounds, when they do occur, travel with an incredible clarity, but they feel far away, reinforcing the scale of your surroundings. The rumble of a faraway truck or the faint whistle of a train only serves to highlight how expansive and peaceful your immediate world is. And then, you lift your gaze to the horizon. In the distance, you see the mountains, ranges like the iconic Grand Tetons, the Wind Rivers, or the Bighorns. They stand as silent, permanent sentinels, their jagged peaks cutting into the sky. They are a testament to forces that are slow, patient, and powerful. The geological uplift, the patient carving of glaciers. These mountains don't shout their presence. They simply are. They exude a silent strength, a permanence that is humbling. Their quiet is one of ancient stone and enduring presence. They have watched over these basins for millions of years, witnessing the comings and goings of ancient seas, massive herds of bison, and eventually, the first people to walk this land. Their silence is a story of time itself, a deep, geologic quiet that puts our own fleeting lives into perspective. To experience Wyoming is to experience this duality. The vast, horizontal emptiness of the basins and the silent, vertical power of the mountains. The entire state feels like an immense, unhurried space. There's a sense that time moves differently here. The rhythms are slower, dictated not by clocks and schedules, but by the rising and setting of the sun, the changing of the seasons, and the patient, slow pace of the natural world. This isn't a landscape that demands your attention with flashy colors or dramatic events. It invites you to slow down, to breathe, to simply be present. The quiet of Wyoming is an invitation to listen not just with your ears, but with your whole being. It's a chance to hear your own thoughts more clearly, to feel a connection to something ancient and elemental. In a world that is increasingly loud and frantic, a place like Wyoming offers a rare and precious gift. The gift of genuine, soul-cleansing quiet. It's a reminder that sometimes The most beautiful sound is the absence of sound, and the most profound experience is found in the simple act of standing still in a wide, open place, with nothing but the sky above and the whispering wind for company. It's a calm that seeps into you, slowing your heartbeat and clearing your mind. The high desert's empty calm isn't just about a lack of noise. It's about a presence of peace. It's the silent, enduring spirit of the American West, captured in the vast, beautiful, and profoundly quiet landscapes of Wyoming, Colorado, the mile-high state. But we're not just here for the views. We're here to listen to its unique brand of silence. Colorado is a state defined by its immense altitude. It's a place where vast, high plains roll up to meet the majestic, quiet slopes of the Rocky Mountains. The very first thing you notice when you step into this elevated world is the air. It's thin, cool, and possesses a clarity that seems to sharpen every sense. It's an atmosphere that invites you to breathe deeper, to slow down, and to simply be present. Imagine standing in one of Colorado's famous high mountain meadows, or parks, as they're often called. These aren't your typical city parks, with playgrounds and benches. No, these are vast, flat expanses of grassland, nestled quietly between immense, ancient peaks. Here, the silence is profound. It's a quiet born of elevation and clarity, where the usual hum of the lowlands fades away, replaced by something much more serene. In these high places, sound travels differently. You can hear the gentle rustle of aspen leaves from 100 yards away, the distant call of an elk echoing across a valley, or the soft trickle of a stream fed by melting snow. The most constant sound, however, is the wind. It's not a violent, blustering force, but a continuous, gentle hush as it moves over the immense peaks. A constant whisper from the mountains themselves. It's the sound of the earth breathing. This quiet isn't just a feature of the wilderness. It permeates the entire state. Even the cities, like Denver, which sits a mile high on the plains, seem to possess a different kind of energy. There's a buzz of activity, of course, but it's set against a backdrop of stillness. You can feel the vastness of the landscape stretching out beyond the city limits. The snow-capped peaks on the horizon serve as a constant, quiet visual anchor. They are a silent reminder of the immense, slow, geological forces that have shaped this land over millions of years. This perpetual view gives the city a sense of being in a mile-high rest. Let's venture deeper into the Rockies. As we ascend, the world transforms. The ponderosa pines give way to firs and spruces, their branches heavy with snow in the winter, creating a muffled, insulated world. The sound of your own footsteps crunching in the snow can feel like the loudest thing for miles. It's a silence that encourages introspection. When you're surrounded by such grandeur, by peaks that have stood for eons, your own concerns and worries seem to shrink. It's a humbling and deeply peaceful experience. Think of the ghost towns scattered throughout the mountains, places like St. Elmo or Animos Forks. These were once bustling hubs of the mining boom, filled with the sounds of industry, commerce, and boisterous saloons. Today, they stand silent, weathered by the elements. Walking through these empty streets, you can almost hear the echoes of the past. A ghostly quiet that tells a story of ambition, hardship, and the eventual return of nature. The silence here is heavy with history, a testament to the boom and bust cycles that are so much a part of the American West. Now, let's consider the rivers. The Colorado River, the Arkansas, the South Platte. These mighty waterways begin as small, quiet streams high in the mountains. Their journey starts with the silent melting of snow. As they gather strength and carve their way through canyons, they create their own music, from a gentle gurgle to a powerful roar. But even in their most tumultuous stretches, like the Royal Gorge, there's a certain purity to the sound, a natural symphony that complements the surrounding quiet rather than disrupting it. It's the sound of life, of water shaping stone, a process that is both powerful and patient. The quiet of Colorado is also a visual one. On a clear night, far from the city lights, the sky is an ocean of stars. The thin, dry air provides an unparalleled window into the cosmos. The Milky Way stretches across the sky in a brilliant, silent arc. Staring up at that celestial display, you feel a connection to something infinite. It's a visual silence that speaks volumes about our place in the universe. A quiet that is both awe-inspiring and deeply comforting. This state's quiet is a form of rest. It is a chance to disconnect from the constant noise of modern life and reconnect with the fundamental rhythms of the natural world. It's the quiet of a landscape that is both rugged and serene, a place where the earth touches the sky. Whether you're hiking a 14er, skiing through a silent forest of aspens, or simply gazing at the Front Range from a Denver park, Colorado offers a profound sense of peace. It's a mile-high rest for the body, the mind, and the soul. New Mexico, a place I like to call the land of enchanting silence. This isn't just a state, it's an experience, a feeling that seeps into your soul. New Mexico's a land of dry air, crystal clear light, and the enduring spirit of ancient desert cultures. What strikes you first isn't what you see, but what you hear, or rather, what you done. The atmosphere here is one of deep, ancient, quiet. Close your eyes for a moment and just imagine it with me. Picture the warm, dry scent of dust and sagebrush carried on a gentle breeze. This isn't an empty silence. It's a silence full of history, full of stories whispered by the wind itself. This profound quiet is woven into the very fabric of the landscape. It's found in the stillness of the adobe architecture that dots the region. These buildings, made from the earth itself, are more than just structures. Their thick, sun-baked walls absorb sound, creating a deep, internal silence that feels both protective and incredibly peaceful. Stepping inside an old adobe church or home is like entering a sanctuary where the noise of the modern world simply melts away. It's a quiet that feels sacred, a tangible peace that cools you from the desert heat and calms your mind. You can almost feel the centuries of life that have unfolded within these walls, all enveloped in the same serene hush. The mountains here share this same quiet dignity. Ranges like the Sangre de Cristo, which translates to blood of Christ for the stunning red light they catch at sunset, stand as silent, watchful giants. Their slopes are covered in hardy, low-lying juniper and pinon pine, trees that have adapted to the dry, sparse conditions. When you hike through these mountains, the only sounds are often the crunch of your own footsteps, the rustle of a lizard in the underbrush, or the distant cry of a hawk circling high above. It's a silence that isn't lonely. It's majestic. It makes you feel small in the grand scheme of things, but in a comforting, connected way. You become part of the vast, silent landscape. This quiet isn't just a lack of noise. It's a presence. It's a contemplative rest that seems to permeate the entire state. From the vast open plains to the hidden canyons, there's a sense that this land is dedicated to a deep, unbroken peace that has lasted for centuries. It's the quiet of the ancient Pueblo people, whose traditions and reverence for the land are still alive today. You can feel it when you visit places like Taos Pueblo or Acoma Sky City, where life continues in harmony with the rhythms of nature, much as it has for 1,000 years. The light in New Mexico is another character in this story of silence. It's a special kind of light, sharp, clear, and intense. It casts deep shadows and makes colors appear more vibrant. This clarity of light seems to enhance the silence, making the world feel more focused, more present. Artists and photographers have been drawn here for generations, trying to capture this unique quality, this interplay of light and shadow on the silent, sculpted earth. Georgia O'Keeffe famously painted the bleached bones and dramatic landscapes she found in the desert, capturing their stark, silent beauty for the world to see. Think of the White Sands National Park, a surreal landscape of brilliant white gypsum dunes stretching as far as the eye can see. Walking through this sea of sand, especially at sunrise or sunset, is an almost spiritual experience. The dunes muffle sound, and the sheer scale of the place inspires a sense of awe and quiet reverence. It's as if you've stepped onto another planet, a world of pure light and silence. You find yourself speaking in whispers, not wanting to disturb the perfect tranquility of the moment. Even the cities and towns in New Mexico seem to move at a different pace, governed by this overarching sense of calm. Santa Fe, with its historic plaza and winding adobe-lined streets, buzzes with art and culture. But underneath it all, there's a current of quiet. You can find it in the hidden courtyards, the peaceful chapels, and the art galleries where works, inspired by the landscape hang in silent contemplation. This is a state that invites you to slow down, to listen, and to simply be. It teaches you that silence isn't an absence of something, but a powerful presence in its own right. It's a chance to hear your own thoughts more clearly, to connect with the natural world on a deeper level, and to feel the echoes of ancient history all around you. New Mexico's quiet is a gift, a form of meditation offered by the land itself. It's a silence that has been unbroken for centuries, waiting for you to come and share in its deep, contemplative rest. Have you ever experienced a silence so deep, so absolute, that you could almost hear time itself passing? Not the ticking of a clock, but the slow, ancient pulse of the earth. If you're looking for that kind of quiet, that ultimate stillness, there's a place you have to go. Arizona. And no, I'm not just talking about the serene beauty of the desert. I'm talking about standing on the edge of one of the world's greatest natural wonders, the Grand Canyon. Welcome, fellow travelers, to our journey across America in search of its most profound silences. Today, we're in State 41, Arizona, where the silence isn't just an absence of noise, it's a presence, an immense, quiet presence measured not in seconds or minutes, but in geologic time. Imagine this with me for a moment. You're standing there, on the south rim, maybe at Mather Point or Yavapai Point. The sun is beginning its descent, painting the canyon walls in fiery shades of orange, red, and deep purple. You look out, and the world just stops. Before you lies a vast, empty chasm, a mild, deep stillness that stretches for 277 miles. The air is dry, warm on your skin, carrying the faint, clean scent of sagebrush and sun-baked rock. And then, the quiet hits you. It's overwhelming. It's a silence so large, so all-encompassing, that it feels like more than just the absence of sound. It feels like the absence of everything modern, everything hurried, everything human. Your own thoughts seem to quiet down, hushed by the sheer scale of the landscape. You might hear the gentle rustle of the wind or the distant call of a raven, but these sounds don't break the silence. They become part of it, tiny punctuation marks in a vast, silent sentence. This is what I mean by the silence of geologic time. You are literally looking at a history book written in stone. Each layer of exposed rock tells a story. Down at the very bottom, near the river, you have the Vishnu schist, nearly 2 billion years old. That's almost half the age of the Earth itself, right there before your eyes. As your gaze travels upward, you pass through layers of sandstone, shale, and limestone. The Coconino Sandstone, with its fossilized dunes, speaks of an ancient desert. The Redwall Limestone tells a story of a shallow tropical sea that once covered this entire region. Each layer represents millions of years of deposition, uplift, and change, and it's all laid bare. A quiet, continuous record of a world that existed long before us, and will exist long after we are gone. Standing there, you can't help but feel a profound sense of humility. Your own life, your own worries, they all seem so incredibly small in the face of this immense, silent history. It's a perspective shift that's both humbling and incredibly liberating. And far below, a tiny ribbon of green and silver, is the force that carved this masterpiece, the Colorado River. From the rim, you can't hear it. Its powerful roar, the sound of it carving through rock for 6 million years, is entirely absorbed by the distance and the immense stone walls. Its movement is the only real motion in this static landscape, a slow, continuous action that is patient and unstoppable. The river's work is a testament to the power of persistence over immense times. It didn't rush. It simply flowed. Day after day, century after century, millennium after millennium. This is the very essence of the Grand Canyon's silence. It's the quiet of slow, unstoppable, ancient time. It's a silence that invites introspection. It forces you to slow down, to breathe, to simply be present. In our noisy, fast-paced world, we are constantly bombarded with information, with demands on our attention. We rarely get a chance to experience true quiet. But here, the canyon commands it. It doesn't ask for your attention. It seizes it, holds it, and in return, offers a sense of peace that is hard to find anywhere else. Think about the forces at play, the slow grinding of tectonic plates that lifted this plateau miles into the sky, the patient, relentless work of water and ice, weathering away the rock grain by grain, the slow march of evolution, from ancient sea creatures to the condors that now soar on the thermal up. All of this happened in a quiet, deliberate rhythm. The Grand Canyon is a monument to the power of slow, steady processes. When you're there, you start to notice the smaller silences within the grand one. The stillness of a juniper tree clinging to the canyon rim, its twisted branches a sculpture shaped by centuries of wind. The quiet patience of a lizard sunning itself on a rock, perfectly still. The silent flight of a hawk, circling effortlessly in the vast emptiness. These small moments of stillness echo the larger silence of the canyon itself. Experiencing this isn't just about a vacation or seeing a famous landmark. It's a pilgrimage. It's about connecting with something fundamental, something timeless. It's about understanding our place in the universe in a way that no book or documentary can ever truly convey. The silence of the Grand Canyon is a teacher. It teaches patience, perspective, and it reminds us that some of the most powerful forces in the universe are the ones that work quietly over each. So, if you ever feel overwhelmed by the noise of life, if you ever feel the need to reconnect with something real and enduring, I urge you to go to Arizona. Stand on the edge of that great abyss. Let the dry air fill your lungs, and let the profound silence fill your soul. Look down into the layers of time and feel the weight of millions of years of quiet, creative force. You will come back changed. You will carry a piece of that geologic silence with you, a quiet space in your mind that you can return to whenever you need it. This is the quiet of slow, unstoppable, ancient time, and it's one of the most powerful and beautiful sounds or lack thereof. Imagine a place where the earth itself seems to be in a deep, profound slumber. That's Utah. It's a state defined by its vast, eroded landscapes, where the red rock deserts stretch out to an endless horizon. The air here is different. It's dry, crisp, and carries a sense of immense stillness that you can almost touch. Think of the silence in places like Canyonlands National Park or Zion. It's not an empty silence. It's a silence filled with history, with the presence of immense, quiet sculptures carved not by human hands, but by the patient, relentless action of wind and water over millions of years. Every arch, every canyon wall, every towering hoodoo is a testament, 2 times slow, artistic end. As you stand amidst these formations, you feel incredibly small, but not in an intimidating way. It's more of a peaceful, humbling feeling. The scale of everything around you puts your own worries into perspective. The light here is intense, casting sharp shadows that change with the passing of the sun, painting the landscape in 1,000 shades of orange, red, and purple. Yet, despite the intensity of the light, the overall atmosphere is one of deep, enduring rest. This is the essence of the Red Rock sleep. It's the feeling that the land itself is resting, its surface baked and still under the vast, open sky and the powerful sun. It's a slumber that has lasted for eons. You can feel this ancient rest seeping into your own being, slowing your thoughts, calming your spirit. It's a powerful form of natural therapy. Let's journey deeper into this landscape. Picture yourself walking through a narrow slot canyon in Zion. The towering walls of Navajo sandstone rise hundreds of feet on either side of you. The light filters down from above, creating an ethereal glow on the canyon floor. The only sounds are the gentle murmur of the Virgin River as it flows over smooth stones and the soft echo of your own footsteps. In these moments, the outside world and all its noise simply melt away. You are present, completely enveloped by the quiet majesty of the rock. Or imagine standing at an overlook in Canyonlands, gazing out at a labyrinth of canyons and mesas carved by the Green and Colorado rivers. The view is so vast, it feels like you're looking at a map of time itself. The silence is so complete that you can hear the faint whisper of the wind as it snakes through the canyons below. The air is so clear that you can see for 100 miles, watching distant storms trail rain that evaporates long before it reaches the parched earth. This quiet is a colorful, intense stillness. It's the silence of deeply preserved forms, of a world that moves on a geological timescale, far beyond our own hurried pace. This feeling of stillness isn't just confined to the national parks. You can find it on a dusty back road, in the shadow of a lone butte, or beside a sun-drenched petroglyph panel left by ancient peoples. The spirit of the red rock sleep permeates the entire region. It's a reminder that there is profound beauty and stillness in just being. The rocks themselves don't strive or hurry. They simply are. They endure, and in their silent endurance, they offer a powerful lesson. When you're here, you start to notice the smaller details. The way a hardy desert plant clings to a rock face, its roots finding life in the smallest crack. The intricate patterns of erosion on a sandstone fin. The brilliant blue of the sky, contrasting with the deep ochre of the earth. These details are part of the story, part of the deep rest. Life here is resilient, patient, and perfectly adapted to the quiet rhythm of the desert. This sleep isn't about a lack of life. It's about a different quality of existence. It's a quiet that allows you to hear your own heartbeat, to feel the sun on your skin, to truly connect with the world around you on a fundamental level. It's an invitation to slow down, to breathe deeply, and to appreciate the immense, quiet beauty that exists all around us. If we only take the time to look and to listen to the silence. The Red Rock sleep is a state of mind as much as it is a physical place. It's the peace that settles over you as the sun sets, turning the cliffs into fiery monuments before they fade into purple silhouettes against a stardusted sky. The desert night is just as profound as the day. The silence deepens, and the cosmos reveals itself with a clarity that is simply breathtaking in a certified dark sky park. Visiting Utah is more than just a trip. It's an experience that can reset your internal clock. It teaches you the value of patience and the power of stillness. The land holds a quiet strength, a silent wisdom that speaks directly to the soul. It's a feeling you carry with you long after you've left the canyons behind. That profound sense of peace, that colorful, intense stillness, that is the gift of the Red Rock sleep. Thank you so much for joining me on this quiet journey through Utah. I hope it brought a little bit of that desert peace to your day. Idaho is a land of immense, forested mountains and the subtle, hidden power of its rivers. It's a place where the air feels different, cool, clean, and dominated by an incredible sense of open space. So, let's take a deep breath and dive into the wild beauty of Idaho. When you think of Idaho, what comes to mind? For many, it might be potatoes, but the true soul of this state lies in its untamed wilderness. Picture this. You're standing in the deep, silent forests of the Central Mountains. The air is crisp and cold, carrying that sharp, unmistakable scent of pine. All around you, the landscape stretches 4 miles, a mosaic of green and brown under a vast blue sky. It's a quiet that feels ancient, a silence that's not empty, but full of life, just waiting to be discovered. This is the real Idaho, a state that guards its secrets closely, and the keepers of these secrets are its rivers. Idaho is defined by water, by the powerful currents that have carved their way through some of the most rugged terrain in the country. We're not just talking about gentle streams. We're talking about epic, formidable rivers that command respect. They are the lifeblood of this land, shaping its geography and its character. These rivers flow through deep canyons and pristine valleys, their sound a constant, soothing murmur in the background of the wilderness. They are the hidden arteries of the gem state, pulsing with a quiet, relentless energy. Let's talk about the most legendary of them all, the Salmon River. It's famously known as the River of No Return, a name that evokes a sense of adventure and danger. This isn't just hyperbole. The Salmon River flows through one of the deepest gorges in North America, even deeper than the Grand Canyon in some places. Imagine the sheer scale of its canyon walls, rising thousands of feet on either side. The river, a powerful ribbon of blue-green water far below. The sound of the rapids is muffled by the immense depth, creating a unique kind of quiet, one that feels both awe-inspiring and slightly intimidating. The name River of No Return actually comes from the early days of river travel. Early pioneers could float supplies downriver on flatboats, but the current was so strong and the canyon so rugged that they couldn't travel back upstream. They had to dismantle their boats at the end of the journey and trek back overland. This river is a one-way street carved by nature, a testament to its untamable power. Today, it's a premier destination for whitewater rafting, drawing adventurers from all over the world who want to test their skills against its legendary currents. But even in the midst of that adrenaline, there's a profound sense of isolation and tranquility. But Idaho's river story doesn't end with the salmon. There's also the Snake River, another giant that winds its way across the southern part of the state. The Snake River has its own dramatic personality. It has created stunning features like Shoshone Falls, often called the Niagara of the West. During peak flow in the spring, the falls are a thunderous spectacle, a raw display of nature's force. Further along, the snake carves through Hell's Canyon, the deepest river gorge in North America. Standing on the rim of Hell's Canyon, looking down at the river, almost 8,000 feet below, is an experience that truly puts our own scale into perspective. It's humbling. What's so captivating about these places is the feeling of preservation. Idaho has some of the largest protected wilderness areas in the lower 48 states. The Frank Church River of No Return Wilderness, for instance, is a massive, unpopulated space dedicated to letting nature run its course. There are few roads, few signs of human development. It's a sanctuary, not just for wildlife like bears, wolves, and elk, but for the very idea of wildness itself. The quiet here is a quiet of hiding and preservation. It's a vast, empty space dedicated to the slow, patient flow of its powerful, hidden waters. This sense of untouched nature is what makes Idaho so special. It's a state that hasn't been completely paved over or tamed. The communities here have a deep connection to the land and the water. Fishing, hunting, rafting, and hiking aren't just hobbies. They are a way of life, passed down through generations. There's a respect for the environment that you can feel in the air. People understand that they are living alongside something much bigger and more powerful than themselves, and they cherish it. Imagine spending a day fly fishing on the clear, cold waters of the Henry's Fork, a tributary of the Snake River. It's considered one of the best trout streams in the world. The only sounds are the gentle ripple of the current, the whisper of your line cutting through the air, and the occasional call of a bird. It's a meditative experience, a chance to connect with the rhythm of the river and the pulse of the wild. You're not just catching fish, you're participating in a timeless dance between humanity and nature. Or picture a backpacking trip into the Sawtooth Mountains. You hike for days, surrounded by jagged peaks that look like they were cut with a saw, hence the name. At night, you camp by an alpine lake, its surface a perfect mirror reflecting a sky filled with more stars than you've ever seen. The silence is absolute, broken only by the crackle of your campfire. In these moments, you realize that Idaho's beauty isn't just in what you see, but in what you feel. A profound sense of peace and a connection to something primal and enduring. The state's waters are not just for recreation. They are a source of life and power. Hydroelectric dams along the Snake and other rivers provide clean energy for the region. The vast aquifers beneath the Snake River Plain supply water for the state's famous agriculture. This is the paradox of Idaho's rivers. They are both wild and harnessed, a symbol of untamed nature and a vital resource for human life. It's a delicate balance, one that Idahoans navigate every day. So, when you think of Idaho, I hope you'll now picture more than just potatoes. Think of the deep, silent forests and the cold, pine-scented air. Think of the mighty Salmon River, the river of no return, flowing through its immense canyon. Think of the thunderous beauty of Shoshone Falls and the staggering depth of Hell's Canyon. Think of a vast, unpopulated wilderness dedicated to the slow, patient flow of its powerful, hidden waters. Idaho is a state that doesn't shout its beauty from the rooftops. It whispers it in the rustle of pine needles, the rush of a river, and the profound silence of its mountains. It's a gem, hidden in plain sight, waiting for those with a quiet heart to come and discover its treasures. We are in State 44, Nevada, a land sculpted by the relentless geology of the basin and range. Drone shots sweeping over parallel mountain ranges and flat, expansive valleys. Look at this landscape. It's a rhythm written into the earth. It's of long, rugged mountain ranges, rising abruptly, flat valleys that stretch out to what feels like infinity. This is the Basin and Ranged Province, a geological feature that dominates Nevada and dictates its very character. It's a pattern repeated over and over, creating a sense of vastness that can be both intimidating and deeply calming. Forget the Nyanglo Vega Vera Momen. This is the real Nevada, a place where the earth itself seems to breathe in long, slow, geological time. Close-up shots of dry, cracked earth, sagebrush, and rocks shimmering in the heat. Now, listen. What do you hear? It's a quiet, so deep, so absolute. It feels like a physical presence. It's a dry stillness, a silence baked into the very soil by the relentless sun. The only interruption is the whisper of the wind as it drifts over the dusty ground, a sound that only serves to emphasize the quiet that surrounds it. This isn't the gentle, humid quiet of a forest. This is the stark, arid silence of the desert, where sound seems to be absorbed by the immense, open space before it can even travel. It's a quiet that hums with a low, ancient energy. Time-lapse of the sun moving across the sky, shadows of mountains slowly creeping across a valley floor. Imagine standing here, in the middle of one of these vast basins. The sky above is a brilliant, uninterrupted dome of blue. The horizon is a clean, sharp line drawn by a distant mountain range. In every direction, the world stretches out, empty and immense. The heat settles in the valleys, creating a heavy, unmoving stillness. It's in this profound quiet that you can truly feel the scale of the world and your own small place within it. It's a humbling experience, one that strips away the noise and clutter of modern life, leaving you with nothing but the essentials: earth, sky, and the silence that binds them. Pan across a ghost town or abandoned mining equipment, weathered wood and rusted metal. The history of this land is written in whispers. The story of human settlement here is sparse, a testament to the sheer difficulty of carving out a life in this immense, empty landscape. You see it in the ghost towns that dot the state. Their skeletal remains a quiet monument to booms and busts, to dreams chased and eventually abandoned to the elements. These places aren't just ruins. They are echoes of the struggle against this beautiful but unforgiving environment. Life here required a resilience and a solitude that few possessed. The landscape demanded it. Slow-motion shot of dust motes dancing in a sunbeam inside an abandoned cabin. This inherent difficulty of life, the sparsity has cultivated a unique kind of rest. It's not a lazy Sunday afternoon kind of rest. It's a profound, solitary stillness. It's the peace that comes from accepting the vastness, from letting go of the need to fill every moment with noise and activity. It's a rest that encourages introspection, a deep connection with your own thoughts. In the profound quiet of the Nevada basin, you are left alone with yourself in the most liberating way imaginable. The silence isn't empty. It's full of potential for reflection. Views of a sunset, casting brilliant oranges, pinks, and purples across the ranges and valleys. As the day ends, the magic of the basin and range truly reveals itself. The setting sun paints the sky with colors so vibrant, they seem impossible. The long shadows of the ranges stretch across the valley floors like giant fingers, and the temperature begins to drop. The quiet deepens even further, transitioning into the cool, star-filled silence of the desert night. The air becomes crisp, and the sky, free from light pollution, explodes with a tapestry of stars so dense you feel you could reach out and touch them. It's a celestial spectacle that has unfolded over this silent land for millennia. Shots of a lone figure walking along a dusty road, or sitting and looking out over a valley. This is a place that invites you to slow down, to simply be, to sit and watch the light change, to listen to the sound of your own breathing, to feel the sun on your skin. Nevada's stillness isn't a lack of something. It is a presence, a powerful force that can reset your perspective. It teaches you to appreciate the subtle beauty in the texture of a rock, the shape of a sagebrush, the endless gradient of the sky. It's a land that doesn't shout for your attention. It waits patiently for you to discover its quiet majesty. Final sweeping drone shots of the vast landscape at dusk, fading to a starry night sky. So, the next time you think of Nevada, I hope you'll picture this. The silent, rhythmic landscape of the basin and range. A place of profound, dry stillness, where the quiet is a destination in itself. It's a landscape that encourages a deep, solitary rest, reminding us of the peace that can be found in the vast, beautiful emptiness of the world. It's a stillness that stays with you, a quiet hum in the back of your mind, long after you've left. Thank you for joining me on this journey into the heart of Nevada's silence. Washington State's Olympia Peninsula, cut to a wide shot of a vast, misty forest canopy, stretching as far as the eye can see. Forget the bustling cities for a moment. The real soul of Washington isn't found in its urban centers, but right here, on its rugged coast, and deep within the heart of the Olympic National Park. We're stepping into one of the largest rainforests in the world, a place that feels untouched by time. Host appears on screen, walking slowly down a mossy trail, speaking gently to the camera. The first thing you notice when you step onto a trail, here like this one, in the whole rainforest is you and what you see, but what you hear, or rather, what you don't hear. The silence is almost immediate. It's a physical sensation. You can feel the sound being absorbed by everything around you. Look at this. Host touches a thick carpet of moss on a fallen log. This deep, green carpet of moss, the spongy, damp earth under our feet, the sheer density of these ancient trees, they all act as a natural soundproofing. It's like the entire forest is a recording studio designed for tranquility. The quiet here isn't empty. It's full. It's a biological stillness, close-up shots of ferns unfurling, water droplets on leaves, and the textured bark of a giant tree. The air itself feels different. It's cool, heavy with moisture, and saturated with the most incredible scent. It's the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet, almost spicy fragrance of massive, ancient cedars. You can literally breathe in the life of the forest. It feels cleansing, like you're washing away the noise of the outside world with every single breath. Drone shot rises slowly, revealing towering Sitka spruce and western hemlock trees, their tops disappearing into the low-hanging mist. These trees are the giants of this kingdom. Some have been standing here for over 500 years, silent witnesses 2 centuries of change. They are so immense, their canopies create a world within a world. Up there, a constant, gentle mist is forming, and that's the only sound you'll consistently hear. Cut to a shot looking up into the canopy, with water dripping down. The sound of dripping water becomes more prominent. Listen. Drip. Dot. Dot. D-R-I-P. Drip. It's the forest's heartbeat. This continuous, soft sound is condensation falling from the immense leaves and branches high above. It's a reminder that this entire ecosystem is constantly in motion. A quiet, massive, and continuous process of growth and decay, all happening in near total silence. Host walks over to a nurse log, a fallen tree from which new trees are growing. And that's the magic of this place. Nothing is ever truly gone. Look at this massive fallen giant. It's what's known as a nurse log. Even in its decay, it provides nutrients and a foothold for a new generation of trees. You can see the straight line of saplings that have taken root right on its back. It's a perfect, silent illustration of the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. This whole forest is engaged in this quiet, powerful dance, sweeping panoramic shots of the forest floor, covered in ferns and moss, maybe a shot of a Roosevelt elk moving quietly through the trees. Being here forces you to slow down. You start to notice the small things, the intricate patterns of lichen on a branch, the way the light filters through the dense canopy in ethereal green rays, the quiet rustle of a small creature in the undergrowth. Your senses become heightened. You're not just observing the forest, you become a part of its quiet rhythm. This isn't just a walk in the woods. It's an immersive experience. The stillness has a weight to it, a calming pressure that stills your own mind. The constant drip, drip, drip becomes a form of meditation. Worries and mental chatter seem to dissolve into the mist. It is a profound reminder of the power and peace that nature holds when we simply take the time to listen to its silence. Host is standing near a clear, moss-lined creek, the water flowing quietly over smooth stones. You can spend hours here and hear nothing but the forest breathing. No planes overhead, no distant traffic, just the dripping water and the deep, resonant quiet of centuries-old life. It's a rare and precious gift in our modern, noisy world. It's a quiet that doesn't just enter your ears, it settles in your soul. As the video concludes, return to slow-motion shots of the misty, green forest. The host's voice becomes a gentle voiceover. The Olympic Peninsula doesn't shout for your attention. It whispers. It invites you into a world of profound, wet, and dense quiet. A world that existed long before us and will continue long after. It's a place that reminds us that sometimes the most powerful experiences are the quietest ones. Imagine stepping into a world painted in 1,000 shades of green. The first thing you'll notice here is the air itself. It's cool, mild, and carries a unique quality, a gentle mist that often hangs in the atmosphere, especially in the mornings. This mist is magical. It softens the sunlight, casting a diffused, ethereal glow over everything. It mutes the sounds of the world, creating a profound sense of peace and tranquility. It's like nature has turned down the volume, inviting you to listen to the quiet hum of the earth. As you look around, you see the landscape is defined by low, rolling hills. They ripple across the valley floor, covered in a patchwork of vineyards, orchards, and farms. This is Oregon's agricultural heartland, famous for its world-class wines, particularly Pinot Noir. The neat rows of grapevines follow the gentle contours of the land, their leaves glistening with morning dew. Into spring, the orchards burst into a riot of pink and white blossoms, and in the fall, they're heavy with apples, pears, and cherries. Life in the Willamette Valley moves at a different rhythm. It's a slow, predictable pace, governed not by the frantic rush of a city, but by the steady, continuous cycle of the seasons. The gentle rain is a constant companion here, not a harsh downpour, but a persistent drizzle that nourishes the land and keeps it perpetually green. The locals have a deep connection to this weather. It's part of their identity. They understand that this life-giving rain is what makes the valley so fertile and beautiful. The change of seasons is a grand, yet subtle, spectacle. Spring arrives with a burst of new life, the fields turning a vibrant, electric green. Summer brings long, warm days, perfect for tending the crops and enjoying the outdoors. Then, autumn sets the valley ablaze with color. The vineyards turn to gold and crimson. The maple trees become fiery torches of red and orange, and the air grows crisp with the promise of winter. And winter itself brings a quiet introspection, a time for the land to rest and rejuvenate under a blanket of fog and rain. Flowing along the northern edge of this serene landscape is the mighty Columbia River. This isn't a fast, chaotic river. It's a massive, quiet waterway. It moves with a deep, unhurried pace, a powerful undercurrent that speaks of its long journey from the mountains to the sea. Standing on its banks, you feel a sense of awe and permanence. The river has carved this landscape over millennia, a silent witness to the changing seasons and the generations of people who have called this valley home. Its steady presence adds to the overall sense of calm and stability. The towns scattered throughout the valley reflect this unhurried lifestyle. You'll find charming communities with historic downtowns, local farmers markets brimming with fresh produce, and friendly faces who are always ready for a chat. There's a strong sense of community here, built around a shared appreciation for the land and a commitment to sustainable living. It's a place where people know their neighbors, support local businesses, and take the time to savor the simple pleasures of life. Driving the scenic backroads is an experience in itself. You'll wind through corridors of towering Douglas firs, their branches draped in moss. You'll pass historic covered bridges, remnants of a bygone era, spanning quiet creeks. You might spot a herd of deer grazing peacefully in a meadow or a hawk circling high above. Every turn in the road reveals a new vista, a new postcard-perfect scene that captures the gentle, agricultural calm of the valley. This part of Oregon isn't about dramatic, jaw-dropping landmarks in the traditional sense. Its beauty is more subtle, more immersive. It's about the feeling you get when you breathe in the cool, damp air. It is the peace you find while walking through a quiet vineyard as the mist swirls around you. It's the comfort of a predictable rhythm, a life tied to the soil and the seasons. The Willamette Valley is a reminder that sometimes the most profound beauty is found not in the loud and spectacular, but in the quiet and gentle stillness. It's a place that calms the soul and reconnects you to the simple, enduring rhythms of the natural world. Thank you so much for joining me on this peaceful journey through Oregon's Willamette Valley. It's a truly special place, and I hope this gave you a little taste of its gentle magic. We're in State 47, California, but we're not heading to the bustling beaches or the sprawling cities. No, we're seeking a different kind of California. A quiet that's as vast and profound as the sky itself. We're venturing into the heart of the Sierra Nevada. When you think of California, what comes to mind? Hollywood, surfing, the Golden Gate Bridge. The state is famous for its energy, its constant motion. But tucked away from the coast, a colossal mountain range holds a silence that is ancient and absolute. The Sierra Nevada isn't just a collection of peaks. It's a living, breathing testament to geological time, a kingdom of granite and sky. These are young mountains. Geologically speaking, they are still pushing upward, reaching for the heavens. But their defining characteristic isn't their youth or their size. It's the profound, immense stillness they command. This isn't the absence of sound. It's the presence of a deep, resonant quiet that you can feel in your very bones. It's a quiet born of elevation, of thin air and vast, open spaces. To truly understand this, picture yourself standing at the edge of a high alpine lake. It's early morning. The sun is just beginning to kiss the jagged peaks that surround you. The water is a perfect, flawless mirror, so still it seems to hold its breath. It reflects the massive, gray granite cliffs with impossible clarity, a world turned upside down. The air you breathe is thin, crisp, and so cold it feels sharp and clean in your lungs. Every breath is a reminder of how high you are, how far away from the noise of the world below. This is the quiet of the Sierra Nevada. A deep, cold stillness. There is no hum of traffic, no distant chatter. There might be the whisper of a breeze through the pines, or the distant cry of a hawk circling overhead, but these sounds don't break the silence. They become part of it, like notes in a grand, silent symphony. They accentuate the quiet, making it feel even more profound. The history of this place isn't written in books or inscribed on monuments. It's written in the rock itself. It's a story of immense, slow-grinding glaciers that carved out these valleys, polished these granite domes, and left behind a landscape of raw, breathtaking beauty. The history is tied to the continuous, unbroken silence of the high elevation, a silence that has persisted for millennia. It's a silence that has witnessed the slow march of stars, the changing of seasons, and the relentless, patient work of wind and ice. This isn't just a place to visit. It's a place to experience a different state of being. The quiet here has a physical effect. It seeps into you, slowing your thoughts, calming your spirit. It's a profound, granite rest. The stillness of the mountains encourages a deep, continuous sleep, a kind of rest that feels restorative and complete. It's as if the mountains themselves are inviting you to share in their ancient, peaceful slumber. Imagine trekking for days, leaving the last traces of civilization far behind. Your world shrinks to the trail beneath your feet, the weight of the pack on your back, and the monumental landscape all around you. As you climb higher, the vegetation thins, giving way to exposed rock and resilient, wind-sculpted trees. The world becomes a study in gray, blue, and whitey gray of the granite, the blue of the sky and water, the white of lingering snowfields. And in this minimalist world, the silence deepens. It's a powerful force. You start to hear the sound of your own heartbeat, the rhythm of your own breathing. You become more attuned to the subtle shifts in the environment, the way the light changes on the face of a cliff, the sudden chill in the air as a cloud passes overhead. This is a meditative state, induced not by practice, but by place. The indigenous peoples who first called these mountains home understood this power. For them, the Sierra was a sacred space, a place of spiritual significance where the boundary between the physical and the metaphysical felt thin. They lived in harmony with the rhythms of this landscape, their lives intertwined with the quiet strength of the granite peaks. Their legacy is a reminder that this quiet is not empty. It is full of meaning, history, and a deep, abiding spirit. Then came the gold rush, the prospectors, the trailblazers, like John Muir. They were drawn by different desires: wealth, adventure, scientific curiosity. But even they could not escape the influence of the Sierra's profound stillness. Muir, especially, became its most eloquent advocate. He wrote of the range of light, of the music, of the waterfalls. But underlying all his descriptions was a deep reverence for the silence, the grand, solemn quiet of the high country. He found a cathedral grander than any built by human hands, and its sermon was silence. Today, millions visit the Sierra Nevada each year, drawn to parks like Yosemite and Sequoia. And while some areas can get crowded, it's remarkably easy to find this deep quiet for yourself. You only need to walk a little way from the road to follow a trail that leads up and away from the crowds. Within minutes, the sounds of the modern world fade, replaced by that immense granite stillness. The quiet of the Sierra Nevada is more than just a lack of noise. It's a state of mind, a form of therapy. It's a reminder of a world that operates on a different time scale, a world of slow, patient, geological processes. In our fast-paced, constantly connected lives, we need places like this. We need to experience this deep, cold quiet that forces us to slow down, to listen, and to simply be present. It's a quiet that challenges you, but also heals you. It encourages a deep, continuous rest that's not just physical, but spiritual. It's the feeling of being small in the face of something immense and eternal, and finding a strange comfort and peace in that realization. This is the profound gift of the Sierra Nevada quiet, so deep, it feels like the mountain range itself is dreaming. And for a short while, it invites you to dream along with it. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey into the granite heart of California. The quiet of the Sierra Nevada is a treasure, a profound stillness waiting to be. We're heading into the heart of the great land, to a place where quiet isn't just an absence of noise, but a presence all its own. This is the story of the tundra's unchanging sleep. To understand the silence of Alaska, you first have to understand its scale. This state is immense, almost beyond comprehension. It's more than twice the size of Texas, a land of colossal mountain ranges, sprawling glaciers, and endless forests. But we're going somewhere even more remote, to the vast, open expanse of the tundra. Imagine standing in a place where the horizon stretches out in every direction, a perfect, unbroken line. The air is so cold and dry it feels sharp in your lungs. The sky above is a vast, pale dome that feels both infinitely close and impossibly far away. This is a landscape that dwarfs human presence, that makes you feel like a tiny, fleeting visitor in a timeless world. The tundra itself is a masterpiece of minimalist beauty. It's not a barren wasteland. It's a living, breathing ecosystem, but one that moves at a geological pace. It's a carpet of low-lying mosses, hardy lichens, and resilient grasses, all clinging to a permanently frozen ground called permafrost. In the brief, explosive summer, it bursts with tiny, vibrant wildflowers. But for most of the year, it's locked in a state of frozen stillness. The colors are subtle shades of ochre, rust, and muted green against the stark white of snow and ice. It's a landscape of endurance, a world stripped down to its very essence. And in this simplicity, you find its profound quiet. Here, the quiet is defined by distance. In our daily lives, sound travels and bounces off buildings, trees, and people. Our world is acoustically cluttered, but on the tundra, there is nothing for sound to reflect off of. There is only space, an immense, empty space that swallows sound whole. A call that might echo in a valley simply vanishes here, absorbed by the endless expanse. This creates a unique auditory experience. It's not just that you don't hear cars or chatter, it's that the very potential for noise seems to have been removed from the environment. The silence is tangible, a physical presence you can feel in the air around you. The other defining element is the cold. Extreme cold changes the way the world sounds. It makes the air denser, altering how sound waves travel. It freezes moisture, eliminating the gentle gurgle of running water for much of the year. The ground becomes a solid, unyielding surface that doesn't rustle or crunch in the same way. The cold itself has a kind of sound, or rather, a lack of it. It's a deep, penetrating quiet that seems to slow everything down, from the beat of your own heart to the very passage of time. It's the silence of preservation, the quiet of a world held in suspended animation. Of course, the tundra is not completely silent, but its sounds are the sounds of nature at its most elemental. The most constant companion is the wind. It's not the gusting, turbulent wind of a city, but a steady, persistent flow of air moving across a vast, open surface. It's a soft, continuous hush, like the universe breathing. It's the only voice of this immense landscape, a sound that has been whispering across this continent for millennia. It doesn't break the silence. It defines Italiano. It's the soundtrack to the tundra's unchanging sleep. Then there are the subtle, intermittent sounds of life. The distant, mournful cry of a loon across a frozen lake. The delicate crunch of a caribou herd's hooves on hardened snow. A sound that travels 4 miles in the still air. The sharp, sudden crack of river ice shifting under immense pressure. Or the ghostly, ethereal call of a snowy owl hunting in the twilight. These sounds are rare and precious. They don't intrude upon the quiet. They punctuate it, highlighting its depth and vastness. Each sound is an event, a reminder that even in this frozen world, life endures, quietly and persistently. This is a silence that stretches not just across space, but across time. When you stand on the Alaskan tundra, you are standing in a place that has been fundamentally unchanged for thousands of years. The mountains you see were seen by the first peoples to cross the land bridge. The wind you feel is the same wind that blew across the faces of woolly mammoths. This quiet is ancient. It's the silence of deep time, a connection to a world that existed long before us and will likely exist long after we are gone. It puts our own noisy, hurried lives into a profound and humbling perspective. Experiencing this kind of silence can be a transformative experience. At first, it can be unnerving. We are so accustomed to a constant background hum that its complete absence can feel disorienting. You become acutely aware of the sounds of your own body, the rush of blood in your ears, the rhythm of your own breathing. But as you surrender to it, a sense of peace begins to settle in. The mental chatter quiets down. The constant stream of thoughts and worries that occupies our minds begins to fade, replaced by a simple, profound sense of being present. In the great quiet of the tundra, you can finally hear yourself think, or better yet, stop thinking altogether and just be. This is the tundra's unchanging sleep. It's not an empty silence, but a full one. It's filled with the weight of mountains, the chill of the air, the vastness of the sky, and the silent endurance of a landscape that has mastered the art of waiting. It's a silence that teaches us about scale, about time, and about our own small place in the universe. In a world that constantly screams for our attention, Alaska's tundra offers a quiet refuge, a reminder of the peace that can be found when we simply stop and listen to the silence. Hawaii. This isn't just a destination, it's a world apart. A land born from fire and defined by the endless rhythm of the ocean. Join me as we listen to the deep, elemental pulse of the Aloha State. Hawaii is the youngest state in the Union, and you can feel that youthfulness in the very ground beneath your feet. This is a land in a constant state of becoming, shaped by some of the most powerful forces on our planet. Forget the bustling sounds of the mainland for a moment. The quiet here is different. It's a deep, profound quiet that emanates from the volcanic rock itself. Imagine standing on the vast, dark fields of cooled lava on the Big Island. This is the foundation of Hawaii. It's rock that was once molten, flowing from the Earth's fiery interior. There's a stillness here that feels ancient and powerful. It's the quiet of creation, the silence of stone that has witnessed the birth of islands. This isn't an empty silence. It's a silence full of energy, the stored power of the earth. Close your eyes and breathe in. The air is warm, thick with moisture. It carries the scent of the sea, a briny, clean fragrance mixed with the rich, fertile smell of volcanic soil. This is the perfume of life, a constant reminder that even on this seemingly stark, rocky landscape, growth is happening everywhere, in every crack and crevice. It's the smell of orchids in plumeria, catching the breeze, a sweet counterpoint to the salt and the stone. And then there's the sound, the primary, overwhelming, and yet incredibly soothing sound of Hawaii. The Pacific Ocean, it's not just noise. It's the heartbeat of the islands. Listen. It's a slow, rhythmic crash of waves against the shore, a constant, dependable pulse that has been setting the pace of life here for millennia. This sound is the ultimate metronome. Whether you're on a white sand beach in Maui, a black sand beach on the Big Island, or the rugged cliffs of Kauai, the ocean is always there. It's a powerful roar during a winter swell on the North Shore, a gentle, lapping whisper in a calm bay on a summer afternoon. This constant presence is incredibly calming. It connects everything and everyone on the islands to the vastness of the sea. The rhythm of the waves dictates the day. It calls the surfers to the water at dawn, lulls you to sleep at night. It's a sound that you don't just hear. You feel it in your chest. It's a reminder of the immense power and the gentle patience of nature. The ocean gives, and the ocean takes away, slowly sculpting the coastlines, turning volcanic rock into fine sand over countless generations. The entire Hawaiian archipelago is engaged in this slow, continuous dance of creation and rest. On one end of the chain, new land is actively being born as Kilauea erupts, pouring lava into the sea. On the other end, the older islands are slowly eroding, sinking back into the ocean from which they came. It's a complete life cycle of land, visible in a single island chain. This process gives Hawaii a unique spiritual dimension. There's a sense of mana, or spiritual energy, that feels tangible. It is in the quiet reverence of a volcanic crater at sunrise and in the mesmerizing power of the surf. It's a feeling of being connected to something much larger and older than yourself. The slow, deliberate pace of the islands invites you to slow down, to breathe, and to simply be present. You can hear this rhythm not just in nature, but in the culture itself. The gentle sway of hula, the melodic strum of an ukulele, the laid-back pace of conversation, it all seems to flow from this central pulse of the ocean. Life here isn't about rushing. It's about aligning with the natural world. So, as we listen to Hawaii, we're not just hearing waves and wind. We're hearing the story of the earth itself. We're hearing the slow, powerful process of geological time, the patient work of water on rock, and the beautiful, resilient life that springs forth in between. It's the sound of deep, quiet, and powerful motion, a symphony of creation playing out in the middle of the vast blue ocean. It's a sound of peace, of power, and of profound, enduring beauty. We've finally arrived at our 50th and final state. The one, the only, Texas. And while this state is famous for its vibrant cities and larger-than-life culture, we're venturing out to a place where the biggest thing isn't a building or an event, but the land itself. We're heading west into the profound geological history and the immense, quiet scale of the Permian Basin. When you think of Texas, you might picture bustling Dallas or quirky Austin. But there's another Texas, one defined not by what's there, but by the sheer space between things. Here in the West, the landscape opens up into a vast, almost overwhelming emptiness. It's a high plain that seems to stretch into infinity, a place where the sun feels immense, not just above you, but all around you. The scale here is hard to describe. It's something you have to feel. The horizon is a distant, crisp line, and everything between you and it is part of a single, sprawling canvas. The quiet out here is a different kind of quiet. It's not just the absence of city noise. It's a quiet that's defined by the scale and the emptiness. It's a deep, resonant silence that hangs in the dry air. You can stand for what feels like hours, and the only sound you'll hear is the gentle whisper of the wind. As it moves over the low-lying brush, it's a sound that doesn't break the silence, but becomes part of it, like the land itself is breathing. There are no echoes here, just the pure, unfiltered sound of nature in its most elemental form. Imagine driving for miles and miles, The road is straight, dark ribbon unfurling through a landscape of muted colors. The earth is a palette of browns, tans, and dusty greens. The vegetation is tough and resilient, clinging low to the ground. Scrub brush, mesquite, and hardy grasses that have adapted to this arid world. You start to lose your typical sense of distance. A hill that looks close might be an hour's drive away. A lone oil derrick on the horizon can seem like a landmark, a tiny vertical interruption in a profoundly horizontal world. This environment has a powerful effect on the mind. The constant visual stimulus of our daily lives melts away. There are no billboards, no endless streams of traffic, no crowds. There is just the sky, the land, and you. Your thoughts begin to slow down, to spread out, and fill the space, just like the landscape. It's a meditative experience, not because you're trying to be mindful, but because the environment naturally encourages it. The immense scale forces a shift in perspective. Your own concerns and worries start to feel smaller, less urgent. When set against the backdrop of such geological time and continental space, this isn't the kind of rest you get from a nap or a weekend off. It's a deeper, more continuous state of being. It's a profound, unhurried stillness that settles into your bones. The endless horizon seems to iron out the creases in your mind. The steady, gentle wind feels like it's sweeping away the mental clutter. You find a rhythm that's slower, more deliberate, aligned with the patient pulse of the land itself. It's a feeling of being completely and utterly present, anchored in a place where time seems to move at a different speed. The light in the Permian Basin is a character all its own. In the morning, it spills across the land, casting long, dramatic shadows and illuminating the texture of the dry soil. At midday, the sun is a blazing, white-hot presence, bleaching the colors and creating a shimmering heat haze on the horizon. But it's the evenings that are truly magical. The sunsets are spectacular, a fiery explosion of oranges, pinks, and purples that fill the entire sky. With no mountains or buildings to block the view, you get a full 180-degree panoramic display of celestial art. And as the last light fades, the show isn't over. The sky transforms again, far from the light pollution of any major city. The night sky in West Texas is one of the clearest you will ever see. The Milky Way isn't a faint, cloudy band. It's a brilliant, dense river of stars, so bright it feels like you could reach out and touch it. The sheer number of stars is staggering, a reminder of the vastness, not just of the land beneath you, but of the universe above. Lying on your back, staring up at that cosmic ocean, the quiet of the earth and the silence of space seem to merge into one. This experience of the Permian Basin is a powerful lesson in simplicity and scale. It teaches you that rest isn't always about comfort or entertainment. Sometimes it's about emptiness. It's about giving your senses a break and letting your mind breathe. The profound, unhurried stillness you find here is a gift. It recalibrates your internal compass, reminds you of what's truly important, and provides a sense of peace that is as vast and as deep as the land itself. It's a fitting end to our Genea final, quiet reflection on the incredible diversity and scale of the American landscape. Thank you so much for joining me on this incredible 50-state adventure. It has been an honor to share these places and these moments of quiet with all of you.